Okay, there we go. We're online now. Good morning, everybody in the audience, as well as everyone at home. I'm Katrina Foley. I'm your county supervisor representing the 5th District. I'm here today with my friend and colleague, Orange County Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento, representing the 2nd District. And we will start by standing, if you can, and pledging allegiance to our flag. If you join me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you for joining us today for our investigative hearing on climate resiliency in Orange County. Before we begin, I'd also like to take a brief moment of silence and to just send our thoughts, our love, and our care to the victims of the tragic mass shooting at Cook's Corner last week. John Leahy, Tanya Clark, and Glenn Sproul Jr. If you could just join me for 20 seconds in a moment of silence for them and their families. There's a lot going on in our community. And while we handle the challenges every day here at the county, we must continue to work towards a climate resilient future. So today we will hear expert testimony about the challenges and the recommendations for building a greener, more resilient Orange County. As we know, climate change is an existential threat to our communities and everyone else on the planet. In Orange County, we face rapidly escalating wildfire seasons, persistent drought conditions, landslides, erosion on our sandy beaches, hurricanes encroaching on California, toxic algae, poisoning sea lions and other sea life, toxic chemicals in manufacturing plants, transportation projects, and 2023 on pace to be the hottest year ever. The science is clear. We must limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050, ideally sooner, if we want to avoid irreversible damages. We must drastically reduce our environmental footprint by cutting down on plastic, food waste, toxic chemicals, and more. The charge before us is daunting but necessary. For decades, we watched these changes unfold before our eyes while our leaders did almost nothing. Now, Orange County is far behind our regional partners in terms of climate planning. Globally, the scale of change needed to reverse the effects of climate change proved daunting. And for my kids, 23 and 25, similar ages for Supervisor Sarmiento, we fear their future. Fortunately, we are at a crossroads and we are making progress. You're going to hear about some of that progress here today. Since day one on the Board of Supervisors, I've worked tirelessly to move the needle on climate change here in Orange County. I worked to hold polluters responsible for the Huntington Beach oil spill, introduced a styrofoam ban, and called for the creation of a climate action plan. We're one of the few cities, or few counties rather, in our state that are of our size who don't have a plan. In September of 2022, I held a sustainability summit featuring local leaders and experts like Professor Brett Sanders from UCI. He highlighted our shrinking beaches and coastline. He proposed policies focused on sand replenishment, shoreline stabilization, and flood channel restructuring. The following day, the Metrolink and Amtrak suspended service of our railroad tracks began because of sliding towards the tracks. So it became very real right that moment. While coastal erosion still poses an enormous threat to our communities, we started on sand replenishment projects for Capo and Doheny beaches with the goal of bringing 45,000 cubic yards of sand from our Santa Ana riverbed to a severely eroded section of coastline in District 5. We're halfway through the project, and families enjoyed the beaches on the 4th of July, and the sand held up during the most recent storm. OC Parks is partnering with the California State Parks to create a living shoreline in this area. a nature-based solution to address shoreline erosion and restore native habitat. For the low sand rail corridor, we since stabilized the railroad tracks impacted by coastal erosion with great partnerships with Orange County Transportation Authority and our Caltrans and Metrolink and Amtrak as well. It was a federal all the way down to the local project. We've got uh, we've implemented very costly short-term solutions. We're working on 2 Orange County Transportation Authority studies for medium and long-range solutions and to extensively examine the cause and effect of climate change on the rail corridor. While one side of the district I represent is falling into the ocean, the other faces a serious threat of worsening wildfires. In recent years, multiple fires struck Orange County in Emerald Bay, Silverado Canyon, and Laguna Niguel. As an Orange County Fire Authority board member, I remain committed to using all the tools at our disposal for wildfire mitigation and prevention to ensure our communities remain safe and that we can continue to build much needed housing. Wildfires not only prove destructive, but they serve as a major step backwards for our progress. For example, according to this weekend's article in the LA Times, the carbon pollution from the 2020 wildfires effectively negated nearly 20 years of state greenhouse gas emission reductions. That's a lot of progress gone backwards. For the health and safety of our communities, we must think globally and act locally. Orange County must lead on confronting climate change for the sake of our community and our way of life. We will have panels throughout the day with county staff, public officials, environmental activists, and academics with various panels and topics to discuss the issue. Panel 1 will focus on sustainable transportation, including plans to protect vital public transit like the low sand rail corridor, and recommendations on building zero emission fueling infrastructure throughout Orange County. And I'll pause here to highlight of all the agencies in Orange County, I believe that the Orange County Transportation Authority is the agency that has taken climate change and the necessary changes the most seriously, and we have some great news to report on the inventory of all of the actions being taken. Panel 2 will feature public safety experts and academics who will discuss climate adaptation strategies and protecting our residents from the impacts of climate change. This panel, later in the afternoon, panel 3 will discuss incorporating environmental justice into our climate planning. We want to make sure that people in their homes who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, people who are working in manufacturing plants, and other areas in our county where we have lead in the water are addressed and addressed urgently. We will end our hearing with panels 4 and 5 that will put all these recommendations and strategies into action. The first will feature Orange County Deputy CEO and the director of our waste and recycling program on our plans to create a climate action plan for Orange County. Afterwards, we'll hear from a panel featuring local elected officials from 4 cities in the 2nd and 5th districts on how local governments are developing their own climate action plans and preparing for the threat of climate change. The goal of this hearing is to understand our county government and how it can serve as a better partner and better leader on combating climate change. So I hope that you'll learn something today. We will have public comment sections throughout the day. We want to hear from you, and we hope that you'll join us in moving Orange County to a greener, cleaner future. And with that, I will thank my team for helping to organize this. Specifically, I want to thank Jonathan Davis, our policy advisor, who worked tirelessly on getting this program set up. And of course, all of Team Foley is always ready to work and to be here for the community. So thank you all. I really appreciate your dedication and your commitment. And with that, I'll hand it over to Supervisor Sarmiento to make some comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Foley, and welcome everybody to your County Board of Supervisors boardroom. I am Vicente Sarmiento. I represent the 2nd District, which is the entire city of Santa Ana, parts of Anaheim, Orange, Tustin, and Garden Grove. And so I want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Foley, because she has been a tireless leader in this space to make sure that we understand and we adopt sound, thoughtful public policy when it comes to climate resiliency. So this investigative hearing today is, I think, really helpful to all of us, but especially the public, because this brings you into the discussion and it involves you, and it'll help us understand what the priorities are from the community as well. Even though you're going to be hearing from public officials, experts, and professionals in this area, it's vitally important that we hear your voices as we start adopting and considering changes that this county can take. So I do think that today's opportunity for all of us to listen to one another, because it shouldn't be somebody talking at you, but us having a conversation and listening to you as well on what you see. And I see some familiar faces in the audience that have, from people that have done, work in this area, in Santa Ana when I was mayor. I know that we adopted a climate resiliency plan there, and thanks to all of your advocacy, I think we got ourselves on the right path. We want to make sure that all 34 cities, but especially this county, leads in this area. So, as Supervisor Foley said, we're doing this sort of in real time because we see the climate evolving and changing before our eyes. But we are behind the curve because we do see that other peer counties of ours have already taken steps. And we know we have such a beautiful environment here in Orange County. We have a beautiful coastline. We have beautiful open spaces that Supervisor Foley and the rest of us represent here in this area, that we want to make sure it is there and it remains in the condition that we enjoyed it in for our children and generations to come. And that's really what the objective is here. For me, as representing the probably one of the most densely populated areas in the county, I represent families that unfortunately suffer the impacts of climate change. We have working families and children that live very close to freeways and highways. They have very little open space and park space in their communities. They don't have many options, and many of them live near heavy industrial zones. So these are cities that have grown up along, heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, and we start seeing the consequence of poor urban planning. But that is the environmental impact on many of these children and families that are growing up and working right up against some heavy industrial, and I'll get into that. But today is the first hearing that the county is holding on climate resiliency. So I'm very excited to talk to you about some of what we've done, some of what is pending, and hopefully some of what will come later. My experience has been not only as a former mayor of Santa Ana, but also the president of the Orange County Water District. And we can't talk about climate resiliency without speaking about water. The Orange County Water District represents 2/3 of the county, the central and north county here in Orange. It owns and manages a groundwater basin, and it serves 2.5 million ratepayers here in the area. And it's has 19 cities and retail water agencies that work for the OCWD and work with the OCWD. So we provide about 85% of the county's water, and only have to import about 15 to 20% of it, because we have this precious groundwater basin. Unfortunately, what we saw is that there were volatile organic compounds from 23 companies that were leaking into the shallow aquifer. During my time as president, what we did is we launched a multi-million-dollar investigation, which led to litigation to make sure that those who were contaminating the groundwater were not only held responsible, but also helped us remediate the groundwater. And we, to date, have now I guess, received about $30 million to remediate and clean up all that effort. So that's something that's a good step in the right direction. Unfortunately, many of you may have heard that there's another contaminant that's also impacting our groundwater, which is PFOA, PFAS. It's what's called a forever compound. It's a C8 compound. Doesn't break down very easily. It's man-made, unfortunately. But what happened was the federal EPA reduced the reporting levels years ago and found that we have it throughout our system. So about 20 wells now have wellhead treatment, with another 40 under construction, but it has impacted the delivery of water. And the reason why it's so precious, because what we have is a groundwater replenishment system here in the county. It's the largest in the world, and it treats and recycles more water than any other treatment facility, again, globally. And it does about 130 million gallons a day. So that is something that is really important because it treats the wastewater. The wastewater doesn't go into the ocean. We're able to recycle that. And this model has been used throughout the world. And I know others are looking at doing this as well as conservation, but this is an incredible way of making a difference in our water system and our water use. And we can't talk about climate justice without talking about the conditions of workers and residents as well. So, as I said, we have some heavy industrial, heavy manufacturing here in Santa Ana. And I know when I was council member and mayor, we dealt with, unfortunately, some chrome plating facilities, some other heavy sheet metal work that was done really close to schools, close to neighborhoods, close to parks, and we saw that the conditions of the workers there were really, really difficult. So there were air particulates. There weren't any protections for the workers, but also these air particulates were going into neighborhoods and going into people's homes. So we started realizing that there were clusters of leukemia cases in some of these neighborhoods, and it really made the point clearly for us that we had to take some steps. What I'm really proud of is that we had a general plan in the city that was about 50 years old that we updated just last year during my last year as mayor. And we included some remedial changes that should have been implemented many, many years ago, but we were able to do at least before more time passed, which was to hire an environmental justice lead to be able to help on these efforts and work with agencies like the county and work with the private sector to make sure that we create buffers between communities, make sure that there are distances with incompatible uses. You shouldn't have sensitive receptors such as homes, residences, parks, community centers right up against heavy industrial uses. The second thing that we did was to make sure that we had policies that encourage sustainable transit-oriented developments, to make sure that we have residences that are right near transportation accessibility, whether it's buses, whether it's walkable areas. But we saw that just making sure people understood that they could live and work in areas that they didn't have to drive to was something really important for us as well. So we also included one provision that will see and identify bad actors in the area, so we could also work with the Cal and federal EPA to make sure that their licensing is removed. So to the extent that folks continue to contaminate, continue to create harm, there are now vehicles and there are ways that we can go ahead and address that through our new general plan. So, or at least a general plan there in the city. So as we talk about today and what we can do, it really does beg the question that it's a collective effort. It's not a problem that government can solve alone. It's an issue that's going to take all of us, and it's going to take the private sector. It's going to take the public, all of us, to make sure that we resoundingly agree that the science is correct. And we still have a struggle convincing some to even accept that we have a challenge. So some still dispute the science, dispute the data, dispute the obvious to many of us, and that is part of this effort, right? To make sure that we, this isn't a political issue, this isn't a partisan issue. This is an issue that we all have a stake in, and it really is something that is going to affect those that come after us. So it's an incredible responsibility that I think is being thrust upon us. It's how we respond now to make sure that we, have a bright future for everybody. So I just want to thank my colleague, Supervisor Foley, because this has been her work since she came to the board. And she started this a couple of years ago, and I am very, very happy to join her and support her efforts because we all have a stake in this. And I know that the residents that I represent, where I grew up, Orange County's been, my home since we immigrated here in 1965. It is a different community than what it was 58 years ago. We see that the climate has changed. There is an impact to our qualities of life, and so hopefully, with your help, we're going to be able to make some changes, implement some of those changes as you can give us some guidance and help us navigate through this issue. But with that, I'm going to turn it back over to her and just thank you all for being here. I hope you feel welcome. This is your house, so make sure you feel like you can go ahead and let us know what's on your mind and what's important to you as well. So thank you once again, Supervisor Full.
Thank you, Supervisor Sarmiento. And with that, we will begin our first panel, and we'll ask our panelists We have a couple people that are coming in, but we'll ask our current panelists to join us at the at the what do we call this? Staff table here. The counter, I want to call it. So I'll just go ahead and start by describing the panel. Our first panel is titled Moving Towards a Sustainable Future, and it will focus on Orange County and how we can build more sustainable transportation infrastructure and also touch base on topics such as energy and clean energy, creating a strong uh, electric charging infrastructure for zero emission vehicles as well. So we have three panelists for our first panel. We'll have a representative from the Orange County Transportation Authority, and that is Jennifer Bergner, sorry. And we will also have Dr. Kathleen Treseder, and today she is here representing the Orange County Power Authority, although she is also a city council from Irvine. And then we will have, hopefully soon, our Congressman, Representative Mike Levin, who will talk to us about some issues related to the Losan corridor and the work that he is doing. So before we get started, I want to share a little bit about our speakers. Um, I'll start with Ms. Bergner. Alyssa, I don't have the bio for her. Okay, we'll start introducing Dr. Treseder. My apologies. We had a little change up because our CEO from Orange County Transportation Authority was unexpectedly unable to make it, so we changed the order here a little bit. So Dr. Treseder is on the Irvine City Council, and she is also a graduate from the University of Utah, and she is a professor of climate action at the University of California, Irvine. She currently lives in Irvine and is also the vice chair for the Orange County Power Authority. And I'm just going to go ahead and get going with Deputy CEO Bergner. And I know we were planning to start with Congressman Levin, but he's not here yet, so we will continue on, right?
Right. Give just one moment
Yeah, we have
to allow the
switch up
PowerPoint
to PowerPoints.
Okay, great. All right, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Supervisor Foley, for spearheading this effort, Supervisor Sarmiento, including OCTA in this very important discussion. I think for the benefit of the audience, both of you already know, we were expecting our CEO, Daryl Johnson, to participate in our panel this morning. Unfortunately, he has fallen ill, so I'm going to pinch hit for him. My name is not Daryl Johnson. It is Jennifer Bergner. And just by way of history, since you did not have the bio, I've been with the Orange County Transportation Authority for over 20 years and spent my entire professional career focusing in large part on rail and all things transportation. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and get started. Next slide. So maybe we'll kick it off first with a little bit about OCTA for those who maybe are not familiar. So we are the Regional Transportation Planning Agency for the county, which means that we're responsible for funding, planning, and implementing all facets of transportation for the county. As I sometimes like to say, we're responsible for everything that moves as long as it doesn't float or fly. And the agency was formed in 1991 through the consolidation of 7 different transportation agencies, and arguably recognizing significant efficiencies in doing this and saving the taxpayers tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So we do everything from operating transit, the most obvious, the buses that you see there in front of you, to delivering highway, freeway, and street improvements, are partnering with the cities and the counties to do exactly that, to managing Measure N, which is the half-cent sales tax for transportation here in Orange County, all while doing our part to maintain and protect our pristine environment. Go ahead. So OCTA has a significant and robust focus on sustainability. We have a number of programs underway It's a wide array of things that we do that includes everything from air quality initiatives to climate resiliency planning, as well as our zero emission bus efforts, which I'll focus on a little bit more in this presentation, go into further detail. Embedded in Measure M, that half-cent sales tax, are two important programs with respect to the environment. The first is the Environmental Mitigation Program, which allocates 5% of our total sales tax revenues to offset or mitigate the impacts of our freeway program. And within that program, we acquire and preserve large swaths of open space and land and protect the plant and animal species in their native habitats. In addition to that program, we also have the Environmental Cleanup Program, which allocates 2% of the gross revenues within that sales tax program to help improve waterways throughout the county by removing litter and debris from the storm drains. So as a public transportation agency, our goal is always to keep residents and visitors moving by implementing a number of transportation improvement projects and programs and partnering in each of those efforts. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we are always staying focused on protecting the environment and those elements that make Orange County such a special place to live. Go ahead. So now if I can shift gears just a little bit, I'll put a finer focus on the Low Sand Corridor here for a moment and what OCTA's role is within that corridor. The Low Sand Corridor travels through a 6-county coastal region here in the southern part of the state, and arguably some of the most pristine coastal frontage in the nation. It is the second busiest rail corridor in the nation, carrying both freight and passenger services. On that corridor, it stretches nearly 351 miles, serving 41 different stations and 150 different daily passenger trains between intercity, or what we call longer distance trains, and commuter trains. With ridership of nearly 3 million pre-pandemic on the Amtrak system and 5 million on the Metrolink and Coaster systems. In addition, the corridor itself carries over $1 billion worth of freight each year. And I think important to note, on the southern half of that corridor between Los Angeles and San Diego counties, it is designated as part of the Strategic Rail Corridor Network, or STRACNet, by the Department of Defense as it serves Camp Pendleton. OCTA has several roles within the corridor. We own the 40 miles of railroad here in Orange County, including the 7 miles of coastal frontage in Dana Point, San Clemente, and leading on into San Diego County. There are 6 different railroad owners along this entire corridor, and the primary bulk of that is owned by freight railroad companies, so 55% of that. In addition, OCTA serves as what we refer to as the managing agency for the Low Sand Rail Corridor Agency. Very quickly, what that basically did is back in 2012, it transferred the administrative responsibility for the state-funded Amtrak service to run along that corridor. OCTA recognizes significant responsibility and benefit in serving as that managing agency. We are also a member of the Southern California Regional Rail Authority. That's Metrolink, which serves a 5-county region and travels along this corridor as well. So you have no doubt over the last many months heard of the crisis and the emergency actions that we've had to take along that 7 miles of coastal rail corridor. Maybe in summarizing those quickly, we identify those based on 2 specific locations. One we refer to as Cypress Shores, the other we refer to as the Casa Romantica areas. And responding to these emergency situations has required the investment of time and energy, and over nearly $28 million of investment set aside. I think it important to note that $28 million of investment came from both local, state, and federal funds. And without the partnership of those agencies and the support of the OCTA Board of Supervisors, and far beyond, we would not have been able to implement these emergency repairs to open that critical rail line back up for passenger and freight service. One of the things I think very important to underscore here in working through these crises over the last year plus is that the important need for partnership. So we had several observations as we worked through those. In October of 22, when we had the first issue, you see the timeline there on the slide before you, it was a very quick response to an emergency situation. But that emergency response required significant action from several different entities before any work could really begin in earnest. Caltrans had to declare a state of emergency. The California Transportation Commission, or CTC, had to declare a state of emergency. The OCTA Board of Directors had to declare a state of emergency before we could take action in earnest on those. However, everyone worked together. We communicated well. I cannot underscore those partnerships enough. And because of that, we were able to mobilize quickly and move forward. Recognizing some of the hurdles in getting to that place, very quickly thereafter, the California Transportation Commission did implement a new procedure allowing their director to declare a state of emergency and allocate funding immediately in cases of emergencies. Little did we know that 1 month after they passed that, we would have to use that authority. We are very, very grateful for that work and our ability to respond quickly. Go ahead. So, looking at our rapid response and the partnerships that went into doing that, what are our next steps and where are we going next to continue to preserve and protect this railroad and keep it open and in place? We have an action plan to do that. And we've developed a framework that allows us to partner and communicate and coordinate and collaborate with local, state, federal entities, as well as academia and others who have a stake and information and guidance to bring to bear in this large discussion. So this action plan consists of this framework consists of two approaches. One is what we call the short to midterm. It's the Coastal Rail Protection Study. So that really focuses on what can we do to protect what's there. Earlier this month, the OCTA Board of Directors approved a contract with HDR Engineering to move forward with that effort, which will be fully complete in 2025, but that sets the stage for everything that comes next. In parallel with that, we are working on developing the scope of work for what the longer-term solution is, and that will look at things. I know we've heard discussions over the last many months about, do we move it, do you tunnel, what are the options in doing that? And I think it's important for us to bring all of the right stakeholders to the table to have those discussions and understand what the right approach is for that long-term effort while we simultaneously keep the railroad operating. Go ahead. So funding is key to this. Funding is key to everything. And we have been successful in pursuing funding for the Coastal Rail Protection Study, that first phase, as well as the long-term study. What we are working on, again, in parallel with this, is seeking funding for what will be the second step of the short to midterm. So that would allow us to take what we learn from the Coastal Rail Protection Study, keeping it in place, move forward with the environmental work in order to not lose any momentum and keep this going. Go ahead.
Thank you. And just for a little time check, because I know you have a lot and we have a lot to get through, and you're at about 5 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So now if I can leave that track and we'll move over to our bus system, and I'll give a high-level overview of where we are so we have plenty of time for questions. OCTA actually has a very, very robust zero-emission program, and we have a goal to be completely zero-emission by 2040. We began this journey over 20 years ago with transitioning to what we call compressed natural gas, or CNG buses. Those are near zero, but not quite. And then we are now transitioning to a completely zero emission fleet by 2040. This is consistent with the state's innovative clean transit rule, the state's requirements under CAPTI and other things. Go ahead. So to do that, really what we are doing is we're piloting two different zero emission technologies. One is a hydrogen bus, or what we call the H2 buses. The other is a battery electric bus. And with that comes the purchase of those vehicles as well as the infrastructure to support it. Right now we have 10 hydrogen buses in service. You've seen them out there. They have the poppies on the side of the bus. We have the single largest hydrogen fueling station for transportation purposes in the country at our Santa Ana base. Go ahead. That's a picture of that hydrogen bus. So we do have, as I said, 10 of those in service right now, primarily operating in disadvantaged communities. We get to see these operating up and down Main Street and through the city of Santa Ana. Go ahead. We are simultaneously looking at or piloting battery electric buses as well. We're taking delivery of those and implementing them into service this year, 10 of those right now. The goal of operating these two different technologies is simply so that we can understand what best meets the needs and environment here in Orange County. New technologies, they will operate a little bit differently, so we try to pilot those and make sure that we do not miss a beat. We continue to provide that vital transportation service. Go ahead. To support those initiatives, again, we have to implement infrastructure. So we are installing battery electric chargers at our Garden Grove base. We will be looking to expand that over time. Go ahead. In addition, while not required to do this, we are seeking to move our entire fleet towards a zero emission. And in addition to our big bus that you all are very familiar with, we do also operate our paratransit service. That's our OC Access service, and uses smaller vehicles to do that in order to move ourselves to a greener, more environmentally friendly space. We are piloting 10 electric cutaway buses and vans. So it's very important to note the two different technologies used there, vans and the cutaway. The cutaway is what you see on the left, small bus. Gives us the opportunity to operate zero emission technologies in that service as well. Go ahead. In addition to that, we are also operating what we call our ORVs. Those are operator relief vehicles. These are required to operate service. So we are using 100% zero emission on all of those vehicles and have been for a number of years. Since 2003, we have been using low or zero emission vehicles to do that. In the coming year, some highlights for this group. What we will be doing is we'll be expanding both of our pilot programs to include 40 additional hydrogen buses, 10 additional battery electric buses, and again, continuing forth to transition all of our fleet support vehicles and the vehicles that actually provide service over to zero emission technologies. Go ahead. Go ahead. So in closing, I want to just reiterate that OCTA is doing everything it can to deliver a balanced and sustainable transportation system for Orange County, including adhering to all of the California requirements through the Innovative Clean Transportation Act and CAPTI. Resiliency on the coastline remains at the forefront of our minds, and we are moving forward with that as quickly and in partnership with all the right stakeholders. And you can learn more about all of our sustainability programs at octa.net/green. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Deputy CEO Bergner. You have been working on these issues for so long, and we're so grateful for your knowledge and your expertise. And like I said before, I do think that OCTA is leading the way here in Orange County towards a greener future, so appreciate all that work. We're going to hold the questions for each panelist until the end. And then just for the audience, we will have at the 11 o'clock hour an opportunity for public comment on this first panel or whatever else you want to share with us. So at this time, I'm going to move backwards to our congressman. And thank you for joining us here today. We have our representative for California's 49th Congressional District, Mike Levin. Prior to being elected to Congress in 2018, Congressman Levin worked as an environmental attorney with a focus on sustainable energy and transportation. He served on the board of the Center for Sustainable Energy and co-founded Sustain OC. During his time in Congress, he's been a passionate advocate for the environment, leading legislation to ban new offshore drilling off the coast of Southern California, responsibly developing renewable energy, and transitioning the United States to zero-emission vehicles. Congressman Levin also serves on the House Committee on Natural Resources as a member of the Subcommittee on Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, and the Subcommittee on Federal Lands, as well as chairing the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity under the House Committee on Veterans Affairs. My friend, Congressman Levin, is a tireless advocate for protecting our environment and moving Orange County to a greener, cleaner future. And so with that, I'll turn over the floor to you, Congressman Levin. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me, Supervisor Foley, and it is tremendous to be with you and to be in this beautiful Civic Center complex. This is nicer, I think, than our hearing rooms in the Capitol.
And it's a green lead building. So.
Well, I love that. And I just want to thank your entire team as well. I see Alyssa there. I know Nick and Lydia are hanging around here too. And just very grateful for the collaborative way that we've all been able to work together these last number of years. And just grateful for your environmental leadership and your stewardship of our great county when it comes to climate and the environment. It's very personal to me, having been raised in Orange County and now getting to represent a district that includes South Orange County, specifically Laguna Niguel, Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente, Rancho Mission Viejo. I still remember the days, I guess it was a few years ago, more than a few years ago, growing up, where we'd have smog alerts all the time. And, I remember running around one or two times around the track at my school, and your lungs would burn from all the stuff in the air. And I'm so proud of what we've been able to do and what OCTA is continuing to do. Very grateful and so excited to see all that momentum towards zero-emission transportation, whether it is for passengers or for goods. We're going to need a whole lot more of it. I thought I would spend just a couple minutes talking about A couple very important issues to our region and to our district, and it dovetails nicely with what you've heard from OCTA. I wanted to begin by just talking about the Lausanne rail corridor for a minute or two. Recently, San Clemente Mayor Chris Duncan and I joined the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to sign a project partnership agreement for the San Clemente Shoreline Protection Project. That was a 50-year project. That's the key here, is that this really is going to be a problem. As we know, climate change and extreme weather continue to get worse, not better, and we're going to need to do all we can to be thinking long term. So it's a 50-year commitment from the Army Corps, and we'll need to go back for funding for more sand every 5 years. But we were able to secure roughly $10 million for that first 5 years worth of sand, and we're going to have 251,000 cubic yards of sand that's going to be dredged between T Street and Linda Lane. So that's important because it's right in front of the area where we had the Casa Romantica landslide fairly recently. The corridor, I think this was just said, so I apologize if there's any repetition. Second busiest rail corridor in the United States, 8 million passengers a year, but also $1 billion worth of freight. And local tourism and our local economy is so intertwined with our coast. Roughly 140,000 jobs in Orange and San Diego counties directly related to coastal tourism. And so I know that there will be a very robust process of community engagement in the coming months, years, and consensus building. But I am ready as soon as the County of Orange is ready and OCTA is ready in terms of where that rail corridor needs to go for the next 100 years, the next 200 years, because it is so critically important. A few months back, we brought the administrator of the Federal Railroad Administration, Amit Bose, to take a look. Of course, the corridor goes all the way down to San Diego, all the way up to San Luis Obispo. Orange County and San Clemente specifically are not the only parts of the corridor that have some challenges. We've also got challenges down in Del Mar and also up north as well. But it was important for me to demonstrate to Administrator Bose just what those challenges were, and seeing the corridor is so critically important. We also had Transportation Secretary Buttigieg out last year. And we were able to announce, and again, this was part of OCTA's presentation, a request for federal funds to support OCTA in conducting a study for the long-term rail line. And the House of Representatives actually budgeted $3.5 million for that study as part of its most recent funding legislation. And that's not easy to do when we don't have the gavels. So I was very pleased. We'd asked for $4 million. We got $3.5 million. But it's key to what I spoke about before, community engagement and consensus building. So we stand ready to help in the months and years ahead however we can. And the bipartisan infrastructure law really does provide a potentially historic opportunity to infuse federal funding into the rail corridor. Let me turn briefly to the Inflation Reduction Act. Earlier this month, I hosted Hakeem Jeffries, he's our House Democratic leader, to mark the one-year anniversary of the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act. That is, among other things, it's got provisions on health care and other things, but it is the most significant investment in climate action in the history of the United States or any country. $370 billion of climate-related investments. And it really, I think, is historic in terms of what it will mean to transition our country to a clean energy economy. Just a few statistics on the IRA. It's expected to save American families up to $38 billion on their electricity bills by 2030. To achieve the president's goal of cutting climate pollution in half by 2030, or at least getting us a lot closer to that goal. Strengthening U.S. energy security by reducing our need to import crude oil, and nearly doubling the share of clean electricity generation. And in fact, since the president signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law 1 year ago, companies have announced $110 billion in clean energy manufacturing in just a year. And that bill is designed to last 10 years. In the first year of enactment, it's created more than 170,000 good-paying jobs across the country, more than 5,200 of those right here in California. $279 billion in climate investments already. That includes roughly $12 billion in California. And then there are specific funds that we've received, $3 million for the state, $1 million for our local governments to develop plans for reducing harmful air pollution, $55 million to enhance air monitoring and reduce local pollutant emissions. And specifically on electric vehicles, when you think about, and I know the supervisor has an electric vehicle, when you think about the Inflation Reduction Act and you combine it with the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're finally supporting the federal policy that we need in order to accelerate the deployment of EVs all across the United States. The IRA provides upfront discounts of up to $7,500 for new EVs and, importantly, $4,000 for used EVs, which will help Americans, hopefully from all socioeconomic backgrounds, to transition to electric vehicles and to save on fuel costs. Also, home charger installations, there are tax credits for those, and also $7.5 billion, turning to the bipartisan infrastructure law, $7.5 billion to build a national network of EV charging stations, which will hopefully not only support all those great cars, but support domestic manufacturing jobs. California is expected to receive $384 million over 5 years to support the expansion of EV charging in the state. So we're a leader on EVs. We have about 10% of the nation's cars in California, but 40% of all zero-emission vehicles, and certainly high per capita adoption of EVs in Orange County and also down in San Diego County, where the other part of my district is. So all these projects take a lot of hard work, but they also take collaboration. So I'm so grateful to you, Supervisor, for your leadership, for your colleagues on the board, for really seeing a brighter future for our county, one where our children, our grandchildren can have a more livable future. And we are very fortunate to live in, I think, the most amazing place anywhere. Sometimes living in a beautiful coastal community, as I do, it has its challenges. We've got to be up to the challenge, and we've got to be ready to respond to the climate crisis with the seriousness that science demands and that our constituents demand. So with that, I thank you for having me. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Congressman. Would you be able to stay for the Dr.
I will stay
Treseder?
as long as
Okay.
Kyle lets me.
Okay,
Good.
I see Kyle giving me the thumbs up. We'd really appreciate if you could stay so we get an update from Dr. Treseder, because I think all of the panelists have information that ties
Perfect.
together. So I have some questions for all of you. Dr. Treseder, I did introduce you already, so I'm going to let you just get right to it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I want to make sure. Adam, do we have the next PowerPoint slide up? Give us. I'm ahead of them.
So just to mention, I'm Dr. Kathleen Treseder. I'm a professor at UCI, study climate change. And I'm also Irvine City Council member, and I'm here in my capacity as vice chair of OC Power Authority. And thank you so much for inviting us to talk.
And I'm going to encourage you to look at me, because the camera, and you're talking to the audience that's both here and online, and so we don't want them to see your back.
I hate having my back to
I
people.
know.
Okay. All right, so I'm really happy to be here. I want to talk about how OC Power Authority can be partners with the county and our Congress and OCTA in moving toward this future. Next slide, please. Okay, so OCPA is a new type of agency here in Orange County. Basically, we are a community-oriented agency that is run by the cities of Irvine, Fullerton, Buena Park, and Huntington Beach. We basically can collect energy from our own suppliers, including renewable energy suppliers. We use SoCal Edison's infrastructure to deliver that energy to our residents in our cities. And in this way, our residents get to essentially pick the type of energy that they use in their homes and in their businesses. And across the board, our customers have chosen renewable energy. Altogether, the proportion of energy that we deliver to our customers that is renewable is 90%. So 90% of the energy used by 200,000 residents and 30,000 businesses is renewable. Now, one of the nice things about this agency is that it also allows us to, as we collect revenue from these customers, instead of sending it to our investors like a privately owned utility would do, we can then reinvest that in the community. And so that's what I'm going to be telling you about today. All right, next slide. Okay, so here's how we can help. So first of all, we have really knocked down the amount of fossil fuel generated electricity in our cities. Now, you can see how that's important by looking at this graph here. This graph here shows how much greenhouse gas emissions we have from different sectors in the state of California. So that yellow sector up toward the top, that's electricity. So about 14% of our greenhouse gases generated in California comes from electricity production. So in OCPA, again, we are reducing those greenhouse gases by about 90%. But then if you look at the blue sector towards the bottom, that transportation sector, that is quite big. So that is almost 40% of the greenhouse gas emissions in the state. And so we cannot ignore that. In order to address this, one of the things we absolutely critically need is mass transport that needs to be green. And that's where OCTA is so helpful. So thank you. And then we also need bikeable, walkable neighborhoods. That's really critical. The other thing that we can do is make sure that we have EVs on the road and available for people who must use vehicles. All right, so the next slide, please. So one of the things about California that I'm so proud about is that we are really forward looking. And in fact, the state of California has really restricted the future sale of EVs. So you can see here on this timeline, by 2035, the state of California has required that 100% of 100% of all new vehicles must be EV, right? And the same thing with lighter trucks. And then by 2045, that ban also includes medium and heavy duty vehicles. So by 2045, all the new cars on the road should be EVs. All right, and now that is expected to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions pretty substantially by about 35%. So next slide, please. Okay, so here's where we are trying to plan for the future. This is really important. We need to make sure that we have the EV charging infrastructure in place. Now, we're expecting that we will be short EV charging infrastructure in order to power these vehicles unless we really take actions now. So we're going to need, we estimate, just by 2030, almost 1.2 million more chargers for EV, for electric vehicles. So that's a large lift, but OCPA, we can help with that. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, and one of the things that we are also addressing on a smaller scale is, how can we implement this in cities? And so as a council member for the city of Irvine, I want to tell you about what we're doing and how we are partnering with OCPA to make sure that we get our residents the EV chargers they need. So one of the things we're working on right now is developing a climate action and adaptation plan for our city. So we have made a pledge to become carbon neutral by 2030, which I'm very proud of. Now that's a really bold goal. There's a lot of things that we need to do to reach that goal. So in order to be most efficient, most effective at reaching that, we need to have a plan, which by the way is required by state law anyway. So the first thing that we did as part of our plan is we came up with an inventory of the greenhouse gases that we produce just in our city, and it looks very similar to the states. So about half of our greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation. So what we need to do, obviously, is remove that category. So we are very interested in investing in EV charging infrastructure in our city, and we already have started taking those measures. Now, that requires money, right? So one of the things that I'm really appreciative of is Congressman Levin's work on the IRA to bring money to the city and to the county that we can use. And we're expecting that we are going to be installing up to 100,000 or so, installing chargers to support about 100,000 new EVs that will be registered between 20 and 30. By the way, I don't know if any of you have driven through Irvine, but there's a new urban legend now in the city that whenever one stops at an intersection in Irvine, the chances are very, very good that one of the other cars stopped at that intersection is a white Tesla, because we have a ton of EVs in our city. And I'm very proud of that, but of course we need to make sure that we can charge them. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we need to, so OCPA is very interested in supporting these goals of increasing our EV charging stations. And so the first thing that we can do is actually allocate a portion of our revenues to installing EV charging stations. And we could even, especially in more disadvantaged communities, just have free EV charging. That is something that we could entirely do. That would make EV vehicles a bit more accessible to people who don't normally have the capacity to afford them. Okay, so one of the things that we want to do is we want to direct part of our revenue to these types of programs, but we want to do it in a thoughtful way. So this fourth quarter of 2023, OCPA, we are going to be issuing an RFP for a community power plan. We are going to be asking for consultants to help come up with what are the best projects that we can invest in to help uplift our community and make sure that we are green in the future. Hopefully this plan will identify gaps and opportunities in Orange County. We will also be, and this is very importantly, especially given Congressman Levin's here, continuously monitoring and applying for state and federal funding opportunities. That money is out there. It's intended for this purpose. We want to make sure that we facilitate bringing that to our residents. And then we also are looking to expand our local partnerships, including with nonprofits, to make sure that we transition OC to a community powered by 100% renewable energy that is also equitable and that centers environmental justice. All right, so next slide, please. All right, and I mentioned the funding opportunities, and there are several here. I'm not going to go through all of them. There are many opportunities from federal agencies and the state. And, you know, already our customers can apply directly to these agencies for things like rebates on purchases. But we can also apply as an energy agency. Normally, SoCal Edison or the other utilities apply for these, and then they get that money. They decide where to spend that money. But we can apply also, and then we let the community decide where to spend it. And next slide, please. All right, and thank you very much. I really appreciate you letting us share our goal.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Troceder, and really helpful information. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in reverse in terms of the topics we discussed, because I want to stick with the EV, and I think it applies to all on the panel here. So as it relates to Orange County Transportation Authority, you do such a good job of getting agreements for alternative fuel sources, for zero emission buses, etc. What can local governments, what can the county do to piggyback on some of the agreements that OCTA already has in place, so to benefit? I know this wasn't a question that I presented to you in advance because I just thought of it while I was sitting here. That's the benefit of a hearing. So what can we do? Because one of the obstacles that I've identified here at the county is there is a sense that there is a lack of product to be able to change out the fleet. So is there a way that the county and other cities, other local agencies can piggyback on contracts with OCTA?
Supervisor Foley, if I would, I may need to table the procurement specifics to answer your question, but what I would say is I think that there are opportunities to partner in different ways. So as we continue to test and look at different technologies, I think having the right forums, things like this, smaller working groups, technical working groups, academic working groups, to talk about what the lessons learned are, the benefits of which products are working most successfully in which environments, to help inform that decision making. I think as well as we look at partnering with the cities and the counties on roadway improvements, on active transportation improvements, on transportation center improvements, making sure that we don't lose sight of incorporating all the ability to run zero emission vehicles and help support them within those projects and those funding opportunities.
Okay, and then just to follow up, so I know we just voted on a new agreement, which you'll love this, Congressman. We're actually going to, it costs about $27 million a year for OCTA to run gas buses. And we just entered into a new agreement regarding alternative fuel that will allow us not only to save that 27 million, but actually generate $39 million for OCTA. Deputy CEO, can you talk about that real quick?
Yes, of course. So taking advantage of both state and federal programs, for simplistic terms for the audience at large, we generate credits by using zero emission vehicles. So our compressed natural gas or CNG vehicles, by making the choice to implement those over 20 years ago and running those, we generate credits. Those credits can be sold to offset others who don't. And so we not only run clean vehicles, we generate credits that help to offset that for others, which those we can sell those credits and pay for our own fuel. Thanks, in great partnership to the state and the federal programs that are available to us to do that.
Yeah, so again, I think at the county and the different local agencies, we've got to figure out a way how we can all kind of piggyback on and partner on some of these programs so that the whole county sees the benefit. Along those lines, I really appreciate the work regarding electric vehicle charging stations throughout Orange County, especially as it impacts socioeconomically disadvantaged families. And what I've seen both as a city council member, a mayor, and now as a county supervisor, when we are building housing, it's easy for a single family home to put in electric vehicle charging station. What happens for the multifamily projects is they'll put in a couple, like one or two or three, and then you've got to sort of compete in terms of when you get to charge up your car. I also have been hearing that they're putting in the infrastructure, but they're not actually putting in the charging stations. So what can we do to encourage more charging stations? How can we benefit from the federal funding for local development projects? We don't really think of federal funding that way, but if we are to move towards a EVs for all kind of a future, we've got to start planning the infrastructure now. So I'll leave it to either of you to comment, or both of you. Congressman?
Well, one, I would just encourage anybody developing a project to try to avail themselves of all available federal tax policy that might incentivize the deployment not only of EV charging, but all sorts of different energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, battery storage, and so forth. So my hope is that the IRA has provided a predictable 10-year runway for those who are developing multifamily housing or any other, commercial, industrial, any sort of project to incorporate every renewable energy project and every energy efficiency measure, and that it'll make financial sense to do it. I also would hope that the deployment of the 360 plus million in California will happen in an expeditious way, and will make it seamless where when a consumer is deciding what their next vehicle is going to be, they aren't worried about range anxiety. They don't feel a need to compromise. If they want an electric vehicle, they can fuel that vehicle just as easily, if not easier. In fact, in many cases, it's cheaper than to get a charge from your local charging station. I hope would be at cost parity or cheaper than if you were to go to your local gas station. So all this is happening very quickly. The other big issue that the administration has been working through is charging standards. Tesla now has embraced their standard, renaming it the NACS standard. We actually put a line in the infrastructure law saying that to qualify for federal funding, any charging station had to be compatible with more than one OEM, meaning that Tesla couldn't just install their proprietary chargers just for their vehicles and get federal funding as a result. So kind of creatively, what Tesla will end up doing is creating partnerships with GM and Ford and others, I believe Rivian, to make their charging standard now the North American charging standard. And then those other car companies have announced that they're actually going to embrace that standard. You also have CCS is the other one, where a lot of the investment will be in that standard, which is more embraced around the world. So it's a whole new ballgame, but I'm very confident that between now and I love those objectives that Councilmember Traceder put up there, because I'm very confident we're going to hit those in California. My hope is that because of the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA, we can hit those numbers to some degree in other areas of the country as well.
Okay, Councilmember Dr. Traceder, how we hear criticism about electric vehicles, and I'm going to ask you this question because you're the scientist. So we hear criticism about electric vehicles as requiring too much power from the grid and contributing to blackouts. Can you address that perception? And can you also talk to us about how do we get more access for existing residential neighborhoods, especially multifamily neighborhoods that are not building up from the ground up and can't already install some of this? How do we get more access? And how do we address the concern about the grid?
Yeah. Well, I do hear that from people. They are concerned about the grid. And the truth is that the grid can support these electric vehicles. Now, as we get more and more, and as we phase out gas-powered vehicles in 2035, of course, we will need to be adding more electricity to the grid to support that. But we can be doing that as well. And that is something that OCPA is very dedicated to. One of the things that we are just starting to do now is we're actually partnering with companies that are building solar farms and wind farms specifically to supply electricity to our customers. So we are adding that power to the grid. So Cal Edison is also making improvements to the grid to make sure that they can support these EVs. So I am not concerned about that. I don't think any of the power outages or anything that we have been having are due to people charging EVs on the grid. I think it's more just kind of a scare tactic that people use who don't want to support that.
So I want to also ask you about how do we invest in solar, and how do we make it easier for families to install solar?
Yeah, so I think that is really important. And so we cannot neglect residential solar as a source of solar power. The more residential solar we have in an area, the more resilient we are with our power supply. So you can think if we have a wildfire that cuts off the transmission lines between here and Riverside where some wind power is, we'll be okay if we have residential power. And so there are a number of ways that we in Irvine are addressing this. One is that it's very hard for residents to start to figure out how to install solar power. You contacted me to ask me what sort of companies that I would recommend. It's Byzantine trying to work through that system. So in our city, we are developing an office that can facilitate all of those arrangements. So a resident all just has to do, call us up, ask for some help. We'll find the vendors for them, help file the paperwork and all that. We want to facilitate that. And that is something that OCPA could do to support all the different cities in our constituency. In terms of, you were asking about EV chargers in multi-family residences, and those are really important. So when you think about people of all income brackets care about the environment. And I have been approached by a number of people who live in apartments or condos that simply cannot buy EVs. They cannot, because they cannot plug them in. In addition, when you think, starting 2035, all new cars will be EVs, where does that leave people who are living in these multifamily homes? They're going to have to be going out and buying old gas-powered vehicles. They're going to be incurring the cost of gas, which is pretty high. We would like people to have this option. So one of the things that we can do with OCPA is we can actually fund retrofits of multifamily homes that would allow the installation of EV chargers. We do have the revenue for that. That's also something that we're looking into in our city. We also want to make sure that affordable housing units, that the landlords there have incentives to install solar power and EV charging stations. And so we are working with the OC Housing Authority to try to make sure that there's some things about the utility allowances and things like that to work through those procedures to help incentivize landlords to even retrofit affordable housing.
Okay, I have one more question for Deputy CEO Bergner before we're going to move back to Losan. And we know that local governments are trying to change out their fleets, and one of the areas of concern that I've heard is for large vehicles, trucks that are needed for public works or police vehicles, um, that there isn't a product that's available. What experience has OCTA had that could be shared with other locals to address how to change out your fleet to a zero emission fleet? I know there's a lot of studies that OCTA has been doing.
No, that's a great question, and you're right. The marketplace is expanding, and there are not options for every need at this point, which is in part why we are piloting 2 different technologies to make sure that we get the right one to keep Orange County moving. I think sharing information and sharing data. There are a number of forums, a number of working groups, and areas where we participate to share that information. What battery configuration is working best, what vehicles are available, which ones are tested and allowed for use in public transportation, things of that nature. But putting the big bus aside for a moment, as I mentioned in my comments, we are also using zero emission operator relief vehicles, so smaller vehicles. So we do have experience there as well, and sharing that information. How has that worked for us as an entity? Having a small fleet of those deployed on a daily basis. We are piloting those smaller vans as well, and I think that's important information to share. So really, I think it comes down to sharing all of the information we have, creating a repository and a forum to do that, whether that be through hearings like this or strategic working groups, sharing with academia and with power authorities and our partners at the cities to get that information out there is probably the best possible way. And not being afraid to share the good, the bad, and everything in between in those pilot efforts.
Yeah, I'm hoping that as a result of this hearing, we're able to maybe collect a survey of all the 34 Orange County cities, the special districts, and the county to determine what fleet transitions have happened, who are the vendors that the agencies are using, and how many vehicles in their fleet that particular agency has transitioned over to zero emission, and start to create an inventory. And by sharing that information with others, we can, again, I love this phrase, piggyback on these vendor contracts, because I know that Huntington Beach, for example, a couple years ago, they went with their police cars to electric vehicles. So I know it can be done. It's just a matter of getting that information out to others.
If I might,
Yeah.
and that's a perfect example of if Huntington Beach has transitioned there, then OCTA can use that to talk about our transit police service vehicles and what worked and what didn't. I think in addition, one thing I'll just leave this question with is we are looking to host a forum with all of the cities. We do a local circulator program, Project V is what we refer to it as, to help cities understand what the options are for them in deploying those services at a smaller scale. So every incremental piece of information that cities, counties, everyone can get and share, I think helps.
That's great. So one more question on EVs, but a different kind of or zero emission vehicle, a different kind of vehicle, the ferry. So the Balboa Ferry is in District 5 in Newport Beach, and our passenger ferry system, this is a question for the congressman, it's unique in the sense that most passenger ferries in America are privately operated. And what we've discovered in trying to help save the Balboa Ferry, because the cardboard regulations are requiring them to convert the ferry to zero emission by 2026. And it is a Herculean task because they really don't make that much money, that the cost of conversion is way more expensive than the money that's coming in. And so I'm sorry, it was by 2025, December 31st, so essentially 26. So it's a privately operated ferry, and people pay $1.50 per ride. So you could only imagine how long it would take to get to be about $10 million at $1.50 per ride. But it is a critical infrastructure. 1.6 million passengers. It reduces the vehicle miles by about 420,000 vehicle miles traveled annually. And we've identified a Federal Transit Administration grant. It's called the Passenger Ferry Program and Electric or Low Emitting Ferry Pilot Program. This program grant would actually be very beneficial to converting the ferry. Unfortunately, Section 5307 precludes private operators. So we need a federal fix for this grant because majority of ferries in America, and for sure in California, are all privately operated. So if you could help us, I know you weren't prepared for this because I just thought of this morning on my way in. But if you and your staff could help us, we did speak out to U.S. Senator Padilla's office, and we are trying to figure out a federal solution because the state grants actually do help fund private ferries. But we have other problems with those grants I won't get into here now. But if you could help us with that, that would be really tremendous because we do need to maintain that ferry system and to reduce my vehicle miles traveled. It's part of Balboa Island, as you know.
Be happy to dig into this with you. What do they anticipate the cost of the retrofit? Would they be retrofitting the existing?
Right now,
Right.
what they've worked on is trying to get estimates for converting the ferries to electric.
Mm-hmm.
Now, unfortunately, that also requires a permit from the Coastal Commission because it's in the coastal zone. And so that cannot be done within the timeline here. We are trying to get the timeline extended. But if we did a conversion, it's about $10 million.
If I remember, and this isn't me as a member of Congress, just somebody that remembers this, the red and white ferry up in the San Francisco Bay Area was converted to hydrogen maybe about 6-8 years ago, something like that. It might be instructive to see,
Yes.
because I think that's privately operated as well. It would
Yes,
be instructive to see how they paid for that.
That is, that's on our list. Yes, we've been doing a lot of research. I had a law clerk this summer working on this.
And I would encourage, get Rep. Porter and her team involved because it's her district.
Yes. But it's a federal issue that
Oh, yeah.
applies across America. So that's why I brought it up since you're sitting here in the
Sure.
hot seat. Okay. So we want to talk really quickly about the LoSAN work. And I know you've already discussed it quite a bit. But anytime a massive infrastructure project, relocation, like what we're talking about with LoSAN rail corridors discussed, naturally concerns about the cost, the amount of time it will take to complete it. Can you help us to understand the cost of inaction and what the cost benefit analysis might be in deciding whether or not to wait?
Well, as is the case with most things related to the climate crisis, the cost of inaction is significantly exponentially higher than the cost of taking action. I don't have exact facts and figures, although we can work on developing those. My hope would be that would be part of what OCTA can do as part of the long-term analysis, is develop a cost-benefit model. But what I think we need in the near term is sand. Obviously, we've been working with the Army Corps on that, and I mentioned that. We need stabilization, so the measures that have been taken and will continue to be necessary in the coming years and decades are really important while we're developing that long-term strategy. And then third is we need stakeholder engagement, community engagement, and consensus building. It's going to take time, and anytime you're discussing a multi-decade, multi-billion-dollar potentially project of this sort, you're going to need a great deal of consensus building. And so I would just encourage us to hopefully be able to leverage those federal funds that we're discussing and others that are available from the state and anywhere else to try to have a serious discussion. and try to understand the costs and benefits along the way. I can tell you that our ability to continue to have a robust rail infrastructure between San Diego and Los Angeles, I think, is critically important for the entire region. We've talked about freight, we've talked about passengers, we've talked about the regional economic impact. So it's critically important that we're clear-eyed as we look at all the available alternatives. And ultimately, my hope is that we can leverage in these next few years the remaining years and dollars in the bipartisan infrastructure law. There is a dedicated fund for coastal rail infrastructure. We know that the Northeast Corridor is very much at risk, and so a significant chunk of those funds in the bipartisan infrastructure law will be heading to the Northeast Corridor. But we also are mindful that ours is the second busiest corridor and also in great need of those dollars. So we've got a couple years here where I think we can continue to engage in this study and in the stakeholder engagement, and I'm really eager to be working with OCTA and all of you and ultimately hearing the voice of our constituents in that process.
Well, thank you. I know that CEO Johnson and I testified for Senator Catherine Blakespeare's hearing on Lausanne, and from my takeaway of that hearing, which was I thought very informative, was that this is not something that Orange County can solve,
Right.
and that we really need to have a broader approach. We need the state to sort of take the lead in terms of the whole Lausanne corridor from
Right.
San Diego to San Luis Obispo, because it's all connected, and we can't just look at it as an isolated kind of vacuum right here in Orange County. So
I totally agree, Supervisor, and I'm glad you brought that up. Later this year, the bipartisan infrastructure law created something called the Corridor ID program to identify the different rail lines across the country that were most in need and could most benefit from an infusion of federal resources through the bipartisan infrastructure law. The selection process for that Corridor ID program should be wrapping up in the next couple of months. We've been advocating for Lausanne to be part of the Corridor ID. That was, part of why we wanted to have Secretary Buttigieg and Administrator Bose and others really pay attention to the significant challenges we're facing in San Clemente, in Del Mar, and up and down the corridor. And so my great hope is that that announcement will happen later this year, and the California Secretary of Transportation and CalSTA has been very, very involved and is ultimately leading the charge. It's a little different than the Northeast Corridor because you've got multiple states in the Northeast Corridor. So the federal government played a more significant role in creating a multi-state agency back around 10, 15 years ago, whereas all of the Lausanne is in California. So it's different in that sense.
well, thank you for that work. And as it relates to the sand, yes, we love every 5 years the Army Corps coming in and replenishing our sand, just like we fix potholes, we fix our roads, we take care of our parks and our buildings. We need to take care of our beaches. And so I'm hoping that our project here at Orange County, where we were able to start to contribute sand from our river jetty, that's something we can do annually from Sunset Beach to San Clemente, and then supplementing that with the every 5 years from the Army Corps. We might actually have a plan to rebuild our beaches.
I commend you for your work on that, Supervisor. And I think anytime that we're doing any sort of major infrastructure project, a great example down in San Diego County is some of the habitat restoration at the San Dieguito Lagoon. They're using that to be able to generate more sand for those surrounding beach communities. So anytime there's a major project, we should be asking that, among many other questions. How can we get more sand to our beaches as a result?
Thank you. So we're going to pause for a moment, and I'm going to invite the panelists to come into the well here to take a quick picture, and then we will open it up for public comment. We're a little ahead of schedule, so that's good. And so if you'll just be patient with us while we get organized. Okay, we're going to get started on the public comment so we can keep the program moving. So if you have filled out a green card, if you don't have a green card, if one of my team members will get you one. If you fill out a green card, Alyssa, are you going to call the names? Okay, Alyssa will call the names, and we are setting the timer at 2 minutes so that we can get through as many people as possible before we take our lunch break. So, Alyssa?
All right, so I'm going to call our first speaker, Kelly Lee, representing Southern California Edison. We're going to put her in the hot seat a little bit, so we're going to give her 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Get ready to be grilled, Kelly. And then standing behind her, Denise Erkeneff with the Surfrider Foundation is up next, and Tony Nelson with Capo Cares will follow Denise.
Yeah, if we could give the 5 speakers at a time so everyone can get ready. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, and good morning, Supervisor Foley. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Kelly Lee. I'm a Government Relations Manager for Southern California Edison, representing the County of Orange. And like the county, Southern California Edison is focused on improving the lives of Orange County residents. Our vision is to lead the transformation of the electric industry and focusing on clean energy, clean air, and customer choice. Like the county, we understand the power of partnership. Public-private partnerships are integral to meet our clean energy goals by 2030. This clean energy transition depends on millions of individual customer choices every time someone goes to purchase an electric vehicle or replace an appliance. And we're working to make that transition easier and more affordable for customers to make those clean energy choices. For example, we were talking about electric vehicles earlier. Southern California Edison provides an $1,000 rebate for the purchase of a pre-owned or a lease of a pre-owned electric vehicle. This is in conjunction with other federal and state rebates, and income qualified customers can qualify for up to $4,000. We also understand, as you were talking about earlier, that access to infrastructure is key to EV adoption. Along that line, we have our Charge Ready program that was referenced in Dr. Treseder's presentation. Through our Charge Ready program, we aim to install 30,000 passenger vehicle charging ports throughout our service territory, and this is at workplaces, schools, and public places. In terms of our medium and heavy duty, we're looking at 8,000 charging stations as well, and this is critical to support healthy families. In terms of Orange County specifically, we have over 4,600 requests in the queue for light duty passenger vehicles and 163 for medium and heavy duty. I want to emphasize that these applications are in the process of being reviewed, vetted, and planned, but I would like to highlight the 166 chargers that we have in the city of Irvine at the Great Park that will contribute to about $500,000 in incentives for the city of Irvine. So as we implement Charge Ready, on the Southern California Edison side and on the consultant side, cities and counties are going to be seeing a lot more of these permitting applications. So one way that we can work together is to streamline the permitting process. If your community specifically has not done so, we would encourage you to adopt AB 1236 and AB 970 to help to streamline this process with your constituents. In addition to transportation electrification, we also support building electrification. We have a current application before the CPUC, which will provide incentives for our customers who want to replace their space and water heaters with heat pumps. This will be for residential and business customers. I want to thank you, Supervisor Foley, for supporting that effort and helping to bring it to fruition. We hope to get a decision in Q1 of 2024. As well as I want to thank Dr. Treseder for her support as well. So we also spoke about the grid and making it more resilient and the investment needed. There is more demand that's going to happen. There are more extreme weather events. So along that line, Edison has developed a climate adaptation vulnerability assessment, CAVA, which provides a comprehensive assessment of our infrastructure, operations, and services and potential impacts of forecasted climate change hazards over time. And this is really creating visionary process in the nation for an electric provider for adaptation strategies to address these risks. When we talk about what we anticipate in terms of 2045, we anticipate a 60% increase at least in electricity consumption. To accommodate this need, we must massively upgrade our transmission and distribution equipment. This will not happen all at once, so that will give us time to build the necessary infrastructure. But I would like to emphasize that our transmission infrastructure takes about 12 to 15 years to build. And so with a 20-year sort of look ahead, that doesn't give us a lot of cushion. So a reliable grid requires a need for investment in many things: EV charging, transmission lines, solar farms, battery storage, hydrogen hubs, and more. So in terms of that, everyone knows that it's multiple agencies, there's permits. So the bottom line is we need to build things faster and better together. We're looking internally at our processes in terms of ways that we can improve our forecasted needs, and we want to work better with the local, state, and federal government. So when it comes to that, we're looking forward to any recommendations that you have along that line. And our investment will be within our general rate case, which is a 4-year look ahead. So we will be entering into conversations with you in terms of what that looks like to meet the needs of our customers, which are your constituents, to make this clean energy possible.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. I do have some questions.
Okay.
So first question, easy one. AB 1236 and AB 970. For the public, can you explain what those bills are?
I do not, I apologize, have the notes on that.
That's the streamlining the permit process that you just brought up?
Yes. I do not have the bill-specific details, but I can provide them for future reference.
Okay, great. And then I agree with you. We need to streamline permitting. The local agencies need to streamline the permitting. The county needs to streamline the permitting. And Edison needs to streamline the permitting. As somebody who just recently installed solar, I've had a taste of all of the above. And so I can say it's a collective delay process, let's just call it. So what is Edison doing to streamline permitting for, let's just say, residents who want to install solar or electric vehicle charging stations at their homes?
I would like to add, in terms of our net energy metering transition, we had a recent deadline where there was an influx of applications. So where we are currently now, we are working to communicate with our customers to let them know that they are in the queue, that we have their application. We have a website available that I can provide to you that has those updates that we update weekly. So we've been inundated with over 100,000, if I could remember correctly, in the first 4 months of this year, as we're transitioning and making, solar more equitable for solar versus non-solar customers. So that is something where we are aiming to communicate and have those applications complete by the end of the month. So that's something that, I know that we can, do better on, but in terms of the influx of the applications that we were prepared for customers that are applying for new solar, we were working and communicating with the CPUC about that delay and how we were addressing that.
Okay, well, thank you. And I know that we understand that we have to get more transmission lines up, right, in order to power the grid. However, we also know that there's this conflict in crisis as it relates to utility lines. So we saw recently in the Maui fire that it was a utility that caused the fire. That's what's being reported now. In the fires here in Orange County, we have had utilities that have caused the fires. In some of the worst fires, Paradise, etc., it's the utilities. So what can we do to partner with Edison to underground utilities so that we don't have those wildfire risks, especially as we are becoming drier and drier?
I would like to emphasize, first and foremost, our investment in grid hardening has reduced throughout our service territory the cause of wildfire by our equipment by approximately 70%. And what is grid hardening, you might ask? It's replacing bare wire with insulated wire. It's replacing our wood poles with fire-resistant poles. It's adding, automatic connectors that can communicate with us early and often. And the public might not be aware that we have climate scientists, fire scientists, our emergency operations center that works directly in concert with the Orange County Sheriff's Department in your EOC. And I was thankful to participate in their most recent exercise. So we have a great relationship with the county in terms of our communication. And in terms of how we've enhanced our operations to mitigate wildfires, we also have our public safety power shutoff program, where we can proactively de-energize customers. We strive to be reliable. We use it as a last resort. And if you can see from our reports to the CPUC, we have a very strategic and surgical approach to the use of PSPS. So I would first and foremost like to emphasize that. And we do have a targeted underground program where we look and we have a risk model where we assess strategically where we should underground within the county. And we are approaching that strategically through the lens of equity and affordability. As customers have to do more with less, as the price of gas is going up, as the price of groceries is going up, as the price of your electricity rates are going up, we need to be mindful because undergrounding can be 10 to 15 times more expensive, and that would be across our customer base.
Right. Well, I look forward to continuing to work with you. I know we're working on the Laguna Beach Canyon undergrounding project, which will bring much needed active transportation and better access for emergency vehicles. So I look forward to working with you on that. I have one more question for you. So are there barriers that Edison is experiencing in expanding our grid capacity and resiliency in the unincorporated areas of Orange County? Do you know of any?
One barrier that I'm familiar with is just environmental impacts, right? When we're looking at grid hardening, you may or may not be familiar with our circuit names. They mean a lot to us internally. Externally, probably not as much, but in the unincorporated area specifically, the Atento circuit is Silverado, Majeska, Santiago. We have hardened the entirety of that, and that was 23 miles of insulated wire. One issue that we came to last year that added some delay was supply chain with some of the equipment that we needed to harden that grid. So it added some delay. This year, along the corridor in Trabuco Canyon area, it is the rustic circuit. In that area, there's some nesting. And so based on that nesting, it's added significant delay to our pole and wire replacement there. And so those are two things at top of mind that have added some delay. I know you mentioned transmission projects. We are going to be processing an RFP through CAISO to apply for a transmission project that would, potentially impact the unincorporated areas as well. So like I said, it takes 12 to 15 years out. We look at doing a robust communication plan. Should we be successful in that? And it could also impact some South County communities to connect from San Diego through South Orange County to meet these electrical demands for the energy goals that we've set forth.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lee, for coming and giving comment. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay. Our next speaker.
Up next, we have Denise Urkeneff of Surfrider Foundation, followed by Tori Nelson of Capo Cares and Brian Yanity of Rail Passenger Association of California.
Okay, Alyssa, how many speaker cards do we have?
Two more after that.
Oh, okay. So we'll give each speaker 5 minutes.
I don't need that that long.
All right.
Thanks, Supervisor Foley. Thank you for convening this hearing today. And thank you to your staff for reaching out to everyone for today's hearing. I'm Denise Urkeneff. I'm with Surfrider Foundation. I'm actually with the South Orange County chapter, but in this hearing today, I'm representing our San Diego chapter, our headquarters, and our Orange County chapter. Just to go back on some of the beach erosion issues that were talked about today, last November, the California Coastal Commission adopted a nature-based adaptation project for Capistrano Beach. OC Parks designed the project, and Supervisor and Surfrider supported it. Half the park would be armored, and the other would install a nature-based project. The armoring we're not happy with, but it is what it is. Now under permit waiver, OC Parks and State Parks has commenced sand replenishment. It should be finished this month, for 10 trucks per day through August, approximately 40,000 cubic yards of sand. Surfrider is tracking the weeks and months that the sand remains intact. So, we're constantly looking at that and measuring that. We don't oppose sand nourishment per se, though we do support beneficial reuse of sediment in concept. And just to give some historical concept on this, in 2012, SANDAG, the San Diego Association of Governments, placed 1.5 million cubic yards of sand in Imperial Beach, Encinitas, Cardiff, and Carlsbad. Then, at a whopping $26 million cost to the taxpayers, we saw deterioration of the beaches and on the surf breaks in certain locations. And after a storm or two, millions of taxpayer dollars washed away in other areas. And we're talking about sand washing away. In regard to the use of nourishment here in our South County area, we're happy to see an alternative to riprap at Cotton's Point and at Capistrano Beach. However, we're concerned that this momentum is opposite of what the California Coastal Commission is, more or less set up Capo Beach as an A+ project to look at in future for nature-based adaptation projects. It's going to be a model project. We feel confident of that. Much like Ventura at Surfers Point, which, fared fairly well during the extreme storms that we've seen in the last couple of years. Ventura and Surfers Point did well, and that is an A+ watershed project. All of those, Surfrider took a lead as an NGO and a mover on those projects. However, we're also disappointed that in the last 2 years there's been, a diminished lack of public comment on these projects, moving forward. And we're disappointed that that might send a, bad precedent on beach nourishment, as well as the longer term approach that we're talking about is the relocation of the railroad and also Cotton's Point, that 700-foot area that's extremely at risk. In lieu of the long-term planning, emergency permits we talk about all the time, Surfrider does, as being knee-jerk and not a long-term planning approach, not necessarily based on science and experts, but we would like to see more of a long-term plan approach. Surfrider is endorsing that the railroad be relocated inland with a 7-mile stretch from San Clemente to Dana Point at sea level, and Cotton's being extremely susceptible to erosion and loss of beach. And we're talking about at Cotton's Point that's 700 feet of a railroad line that has been subjected to 26,000 tons of rock and has diminished the beach at a loss to the public and the public access of the beach. We're hoping that, long-term planning to prioritize and pursue true nature-based resiliency projects in South Orange County and elsewhere, are used as much as possible. And like LoSAN, we're employing OCTA and its leadership to expedite the long-term plan, not in 50 years, but coinciding with the project to move the tracks in San Diego, which Surfrider again was a mover on that. Thank you for your consideration of pursuing nature-based projects and doing more outreach for the public. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Erkenoff. I really appreciate you coming down and giving public comment. And as you know, I'm a huge advocate for nature-based adaptations. And as soon as I learned that I would be possibly representing the District 5 area and South County, I started to immediately reach out. I know many of you who are sitting in this room contacted me and shared ideas and history of what's happening at Cotton's Point and other areas, Capo Beach, etc. We've toured. I have expressed my concern about the riprap, and I think that with Professor Sanders' help and with others who are like yourself and Surfrider and others who are really working with our public works and our OC parks, we will start to have a long-range plan that is more appropriate for the area. So I appreciate your comments here today. Next speaker.
We have Tony Nelson with Capo Cares, followed by Brian Yanidi with Rail Passenger Association of California, and then Steve Stewart.
I probably have to raise this. I'm a little tall. Good morning. I want to thank you so much just for even holding this hearing. It is long overdue, and I hope that they continue into the future. I also want to thank you publicly for the sand. Oh my gosh. I represent Capistrano Beach. I run a group called Capo Cares, so we are advocates for the community, and I can't even tell you what that sand means to us. It is huge, a huge difference for our community. In particular, our coastal trail, which was endangered, it's between Capistrano Beach and Doheny, and people travel along that every day. A year ago, that thing was in danger of totally collapsing. It was almost gone. And today I look out and there is probably 50 or 60 feet of good sand that people are actually using, extending beyond the trail, protecting it. And I totally endorse the idea of the living shoreline. We have got to find a way not only to put sand in there, but to keep it in place. And we have to do that in a way that is healthy for the environment. The riprap really has to stop. I know we need it some places because of infrastructure, but we can't keep band-aiding our railroad with hard armoring. We can't do that. Down at Cotton's Point, there is so much rock down there that they have basically killed a beach. And they're going to continue to kill a beach. If you kill our beaches, if you look at the climate adaptation study, the climate study for OCTA, it talks about riprap. It talks about hard armoring in terms of walls, beach walls. It also talks about wave deflectors. It says nothing about sand. It says nothing about nature-based solutions. We can't do this. In the process of band-aiding coastal rail, they are going to destroy it for millions of people into the future, our kids and our grandkids. They've already killed Cotton's Point, and they really need to stop. It would be different if it worked, but it doesn't even work. You can watch the water. I've been down there with you. You can watch the water go up. It slams against those rocks. It drops to the bottom. It gouges the sand and pulls it out. And it undermines the bedding right under the tracks they're trying to save. They are going to move again. That whole corridor is on a very short timeline. It is doomed. And in the process of band-aiding it, I think we're going to kill our environment, and we have to stop that. I also want to talk to you about the possibility of a geologic study. We need to have an independent, not funded by OCTA or any of the rail people, but we need an independent study of the geology along that corridor. We are having slide after slide after slide, and they're happening along a corridor where we have rain-soaked cliffs. Last year, we saw so much rain, and we have slides in all these areas. I have a list. We have Del Mar, Encinitas, Cypress Shores, Cotton's Point, Mariposa Promontory fell. South San Clemente, we had 4 apartment buildings start sliding. North San Clemente, all along the bluff, you can see slide after slide after slide. Pines Park in Dana Point, Casa Romantica we know about. And all the railroad did was put up a wall to keep the debris from hitting the tracks. That doesn't help our hillside. That doesn't help our historic structures. It doesn't help our homes, any of our infrastructure. We even see it up along Dana Bluffs in Capistrano Beach as the rail turns the corner. We've got a slide right there too. We do not see the same slides in other hillsides in Orange County. We're not seeing them along the harbor. We have bluffs there, same stone, same Capistrano formation, same amount of rain. I'm not getting slides there because there's no railroad underneath. So we really need to look at the possibility that the rail itself is triggering the very problem they then spend millions of taxpayers' dollars on fixing. This has to stop. There is tons of scientific evidence that confirms that vibration creates landslides. And we know that trains vibrate. We feel them. All of us that live in the Palisades can feel when those trains go by at night, our beds shake. So we know that's happening. We also know that vibration is exacerbated by the heavy trains. The heavier the train, the more vibration you're going to get, and the speed of the trains. We really need that to be looked at, and it needs to be looked at right away before we have this El Nino condition, or we're going to have slides all along our coast. And there's just too much at stake. This is a really important issue. I have no more time left, but basically, please stop the hard armoring and give us a geological study. We really need that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And Jonathan, can you look up? I know that Senator Blakespear has a bill that we at Orange County Transportation Authority, our ledge committee, just voted to support that relates to this geological study. So I'd like to know the name of the bill so I can share with the public. It's SB 677. Look how fast they are. And it had a description of climate change to be included in the annual business plan and assessing the impacts of climate change on the bluff side there. So we hope that that will help us to get the funding for a geological study, but I agree with you.
Up next, we have Brian Yanity with Rail Passenger Association of California, Steve Stewart of Dana Point, and Ian Creation is following them with Climate Action Campaign.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Supervisor Foley and everyone. Thank you again very much for having this hearing about this very critical issue. My name is Brian Yanity. I am Vice President South of the Rail Passenger Association of California. I live in Fullerton, a block and a half from the train station. I'm a regular user of low-sand trains, Amtrak and Metrolink. And I want to thank Orange County, the supervisors, OCTA, and its partners for the emergency protection. This rail line is vital, but we have to move it off the coast. Our organization has been around since 1978. We're all volunteers advocating for better mobility, not just intercity rail, but transit and long distance rail. But for 20 years or more, we have supported moving the line inland. The coastal erosion issue is obviously a big problem. That's the main reason why we're talking about the rail line today. But we have felt that from LA to San Diego, we need a double-track railway the whole way. And there's, even if the cliff was an issue, was not an issue, there's just no way to fit it where it is on the coast. It was built in the 1880s. They didn't know about geotechnical issues as much back then. So the best thing to do is put a tunnel underneath I-5 in the Caltrans owned right away. So OCTA does need to work with Caltrans, looking at the geotechnical studies. That's a more armored location already because of the presence of the freeway. Because of the gradient, it doesn't make much sense for it to go up over on top of the freeway or anything like that. So we really need to study that. And last, I want to say, when we're talking about zero emissions transportation in Orange County, we do need to talk about rail electrification. When it comes to demand on the grid, the moving freight by rail or passengers by rail is far more energy efficient than electric cars. Here in Southern California, I hear, public agencies, environmentalists, electric utilities, they talk about electric cars and sometimes trucks all the time. They never mention rail electrification. The rest of the world does it just fine. You go to Europe, Asia, even Africa, the main lines tend to be electrified. It's century-old technology, very tried and true. And it's about, in terms of freight, it's about 1/3 the energy that it takes to move a ton a mile on a train versus a truck. And that's true whether you're comparing diesel to diesel or electric to electric. And if you get a train full of passengers, I admit if there's like one passenger on a whole train, that's not energy efficient. But if you have passengers on the train, which the Surfliner is often very crowded between LA and San Diego, it's very efficient compared to driving. And then there's a lot of problems that are not solved by electric cars, like congestion, crashes, road wear and tear, tire pollution, brake pollution, especially from trucks along busy freeways. The environmental health effects of tire dust on, salmon is becoming more well documented in the Northwest, other fisheries. But just in terms of people near the roads, tire pollution is a big issue. Electric cars won't solve that at all. So thank you very much. Just please look into electric rail and to relocating the line off the coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming out today. Next speaker.
Next, we have Steve Stewart, followed by Ian Creation with Climate Action Campaign. And then the final speaker is Larry Kramer, who's representing himself and is also Supervisor Foley's Veteran of the Year from 2022.
Good morning, Steve.
Hi, good morning. I'm a Dana Point resident, and we've met and talked on these issues before. I would like to make a few points here. I totally concur with Tony that armoring is hurting our beaches, tearing out our sand, and beaches are a critical economic part of what goes on in South Orange County. South Orange County commerce is predicated on beaches. It won't do well if our beaches our sand is pulled away. We appreciate that you're bringing sand in, but that may not be a long-term solution. I'd like to speak to the railroad, because the railroad is the part that is really causing that armoring and the part that's going to really get us into trouble and an argument up and down Orange County and San Diego, and I'll get to it this way. There's a lot of conversation about how big Losan is. It's the second biggest passenger corridor in the country. No doubt it is. There are 13 million people that live in Orange County and Los Angeles. But when you go between San Juan Capistrano and Oceanside, there's not nearly the passenger participation on those lines as there are north of San Juan Capistrano, north of Irvine. So when we're going to get worked up about passengers needing rail service, they sure do, but they don't need it between San Juan and Oceanside. We know that because we've looked at the passenger numbers for how many people are riding those rails on the ordinary Octa commuter trains. The passenger occupancy is 3 or 4%. Everyone in South County knows that those passenger trains are empty when they see them go past. Why are we doing that? Why are we running Octa trains that don't have occupancy? I think that we have to ask ourselves about the expense of the taxpayers of wasting money on moving empty trains and the damage to the environment from the carbon emissions that those diesel engines are putting out right now. All this leads to something even bigger, which is the idea that rail service on the coast is so important that we're going to have to build 2 tunnels, one from San Juan to San Onofre and another one through Del Mar, to keep these trains running. The fact is that the need for trains from San Juan all the way to San Diego is relatively minimal compared to many other places in California. The total freight volume in dollars that comes through San Juan Capistrano and down to the port of San Diego is very minimal. I know something about this because I have been a rail shipper. I have shipped railroad cars through Barstow to Tijuana and Tecate. And from that, I know that there is a rail freight line that goes from El Centro to Tecate to Tijuana to San Diego. And the importance of getting rail freight into San Diego County and northern Baja is important. But that can be done with an existing rail line that doesn't have to be supported on the coast by riprap or doesn't require a tunnel going from San Juan to Oceanside or Del Mar. There are ways to get out of this problem. I think that what we need to do is have a specific conversation about coastal rail. I appreciate that you are looking at all kinds of environmental issues across Orange County. They're all important. For this one, there's a lot of complexity to it, and I would urge you to maybe focus just on what do we do about coastal rail and bring in people and data that can speak to that so that we make educated, informed decisions about it in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. This hearing is more a broad approach. However, the Orange County Transportation Authority study for the 5-year study that is looking at the coastal rail corridor specifically will have a variety of components. It'll have a stakeholder group, which will go out and talk about to communities. It will have a technical advisory group that will look at all of the options, including the options that you shared here today. So that is in the works. That's a longer term study, and it's going to be very comprehensive. And that's partly funded by Congressman Levin and the federal government, as well as some state funding as well. So we are looking at that very specifically. You're right. We're just touching the surface here today, but this is to get us started. But thank you. I know this is a passion for you, and I appreciate all of your communication with our office and your assistance in getting me up to speed and through the learning curve on these issues. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Next, we have Ein Creation with Climate Action Campaign. And finally, we have Larry Kramer.
Hello, my name is Ein Creation. I'm with Climate Action Campaign. We're a nonprofit climate policy watchdog. First, we want to say that we're incredibly fortunate to have the leadership of Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento for convening this discussion today. We so appreciate it. It's so necessary in Orange County, currently the largest county in the state without a climate action plan. So thank you for making this possible. I just wanted to comment on a few of the items that we've heard today and just provide feedback on some of those in the discussion so far. We appreciate the presentation from OCTA. Unfortunately, OCTA does need to shift its focus away from expanding freeways, which is a large part of what they are doing currently, and instead turn its attention to increasing the frequency of transit and creating a world-class public transit services here in Orange County that we currently lack. Some cities, such as Irvine, have actually reported that OCTA still requires cities to adhere to car-focused level of service standards in order to get project funding from OCTA. And so this is despite the fact that in 2013, SB 743 recommended that state level guidance, a new type of guidance called vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, which is much more closely related to carbon emissions and to air pollution than local traffic levels are. So we would encourage OCTA to turn its attention in that direction. That said, we are glad to see the presentation on zero-emission OCTA buses, and I wanted to provide some information about hydrogen in particular, which has some real issues. So the hydrogen cost of fueling equivalent is about $16 per gallon of gasoline, compared to for electric fuel for a vehicle is about less than $2 per gallon. And we know what a gallon of gas costs roughly. So $16 per gallon for hydrogen, incredibly expensive. And that's because making hydrogen requires splitting molecules. You have to split water molecules from hydrogen, H2O. And that takes 6 times more energy than just using electricity. So whenever possible, we should just be using electricity. And the International Energy Agency has said that for almost all end uses, it makes much more sense to just use electricity. So with the exception of very hard to decarbonize sectors such as fertilizer manufacturing, steel making, where you need a lot of heat, perhaps for aerospace transportation, in all other applications and end uses, we should be looking to just use electricity directly. And that's also because making hydrogen is actually incredibly fossil fuel intensive because it requires so much energy. So an important question we need to ask is, where is this electricity coming from that is being used to make the hydrogen? So if the electricity is coming from the grid, which is still, according to SoCal Edison's most recent energy generation sort of receipts, is about 38% renewable, with the balance being fossil fuel based. It's incredibly fossil fuel intensive, worse than coal, according to many experts, to use hydrogen for these end uses. So if the OCTA buses run on electricity, it has to be from clean electricity, which could be potentially sourced from renewables on site, and that would be fantastic. In terms of EV charging, we do appreciate the conversation about providing EV charging for low-income areas in particular. That's incredibly important because these are the areas that are going to be left behind, and in particular apartment buildings. So we appreciate Vice Chair Treseder's comments on that, making sure that people have access to EV charging, if they live in multifamily and apartment buildings. Appreciate your comments on that as well, Supervisor. And then, really appreciate all the comments on electrifying our rail network. That is music to our ears. We really do need to shift our focus altogether away from cars and electrifying our railways and expanding the network that's already coming online here in Santa Ana that I just drove by this morning. The streetcar project, connecting that through Orange County would be incredibly powerful and meaningful. So thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to make sure that OCTA listens to your comments regarding the hydrogen. Those projects are studies so that we're looking at the alternatives. And then I also have a question to OCTA about why we would be requiring level of service standards for grant qualifications, because I do know that the law has changed on that. It should be vehicle miles traveled. So thanks for calling those to my attention. Next speaker, Mr. Kramer, come on up.
Good morning. Thank you very much for doing this, and thanks for all you do for the county. It's been great to have you here as a supervisor. Mine's a personal question. I drove my car, my plug-in electric car down here this morning. I have parked over in the parking structure over here, and now I'll show my own ignorance. Either the signage is poor, my eyes are bad, or there's no place to plug in to recharge, and therefore I'm going to have to drive back using gasoline.
Well, I'm not sure which parking structure. If you parked in the lot, which is over here to the left, there are electric charging stations right there in that lot, and we can validate for you if you already paid for another structure. You probably parked in the courthouse structure, is my guess?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have our own parking lot right over here
Good.
off of Broadway and Civic Center. And there's a charging station right there.
Thank you very much. Next time I'll know that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
We don't want you to get stuck. I've had that happen to me once, never again. Okay, any other speakers would like to give comment here today before we take our lunch break? No one. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. I think we've had a really full morning of information, and we really appreciate you coming out and listening to our experts. Thank you, Dr. Treseder, for being here. And we will take a break. We will be back after the lunch break at 1 p.m. And our presentation at 1 p.m. is Climate Adaptation Needs in Orange County. We'll have the following speakers on our panel: Chief Brian Fennessy, our fire chief from the Orange County Fire Authority, Professor Brett Sanders from the UCI Flood Lab, Michelle Anderson, our director of Orange County's Emergency Management Division, and Amanda Carr, our deputy director of Orange County Environmental Services. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock if you're coming back, or for those viewing online. And for those of you who are here in the room, there's lots of great places to eat. I encourage you to go down to 4th Street, to the 4th Street Market. I love Alta Baja. We also have Perla over here, which is a great Mexican restaurant. And there's lots of great places to eat on 4th Street. There's a whole courtyard there if you're so inclined. Thank you so much, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch. And for those of you who are just joining us, welcome to our Climate Resiliency Investigative Hearing. I'm Katrina Foley, your county supervisor representing the 5th District. The 5th District is from Costa Mesa all the way to San Clemente, 32 miles of coast and lots of beautiful open space. And of course, a wildfire zone. Also, we have representatives from Supervisor Sarmiento's office here with us today. He's joining me as co-hosting this investigative panel, and he had to step out for a meeting. So he and I might have to do that periodically throughout the day to handle other business. So at this time, we're going to move into our next panel, and this is our panel, Climate Adaptation Needs in Orange County. Our panelists will provide an overview of how Orange County communities are mitigating the impacts of climate change, including the threats of wildfire and coastal erosion and water quality. We also discuss challenges and recommendations for future adaptations and mitigations. And so we have 4 panelists for this panel. We'll start with our first panelist, and that is Fire Chief Brian Fennessy, the Fire Chief of the Orange County Fire Authority. Thank you for being here today, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief Fennessy has served as the Fire Chief for Orange County since 2018 and has worked in firefighting for more than 40 years. Earlier this month, Chief Fennessy was named the 2023 Fire Chief of the Year by the International Association of Fire Chiefs for his work to innovate fire prevention and suppression strategies and elevating mental and behavioral health, diversity, and inclusion in the fire service. We're so grateful that you are at the helm at the Orange County Fire Authority, and we look forward to hearing from you about some of your challenges here in Orange County with wildfire season all year round now. So, Chief, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Foley. I really appreciate it. I'm very humbled by the honor that was bestowed upon me a couple weeks ago. And a lot of it does really stem from the work that we're doing here in Orange County. And you serve as one of our board directors on the OCFA, so you're quite familiar with many of the things that we're doing. And I'll share a couple during this presentation. Well, before I get started, why don't we go ahead and share a little bit about the Orange County Fire Authority for those that don't know about it. Myself personally, I have been a firefighter since 1978. I spent 13 years as a hotshot firefighter and crew superintendent. Was then hired by the city of San Diego and spent nearly 30 years with the city that suffered, obviously, quite a few devastating wildfires where we lost many lives and homes. Was the chief for 3 years before coming here to Orange County, and I love being here in Orange County. For those of you that aren't familiar with the OCFA, we serve 23 cities in the county's unincorporated area. We're nearly 600,000 square miles, nearly 2 million residents out of 78 fire stations. Needless to say, we have lots of equipment and varied equipment. We've got hand crews, bulldozers, helicopters, you name it. And we are now, I think that number is a little bit dated. I think we're much closer to about 200,000 calls for service annually. So I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing as Supervisor Foley knows, and Supervisor Wagner and others that have asked for us to come out and present. We do community forums, community meetings. Education is a year-round effort now, especially when it comes to wildfire preparedness. It used to be somewhat seasonal, not anymore. We talk about a fire year. And while we do have periods of time where it rains and there are conditions that aren't conducive to fire spread, we're finding that fire has been prevalent in all months of the year. This year, we've been pretty fortunate. We had a late spring and a lot of rain over the course of the winter and spring months. We recently had the rains from Hillary, but after the last few days, things are drying out quite quickly. And our Santa Ana wind events generally start around September and run through, we used to be November, now January, and so that season is upon us. We work very closely with Michelle Anderson and her group at the county EOC in disaster preparedness. We spend most of our time, of course, on the response side. She gets the recovery side, but we work hand in hand very closely with the county and the EOC. We're very busy in both our hand crews and bulldozers doing a lot of, I won't say defensible space, but wildfire mitigation along our roads, easements, those sorts of things. And again, that's a year-round effort. We operate two 25-member crews that are not only available for firefighting, but also spend the rest of their time doing things like brush clearance. We operate at least 3 bulldozers and other heavy equipment that assist them as well. So this is now a year-round effort for us. We are one of 6 what's called contract counties, CAL FIRE contract counties. This county used to be protected up until 1980 by CDF, now called CAL FIRE. And once the County of Orange, then ultimately the OCFA began providing that protection, we are still provided, I want to say, close to $16 million a year by the state of California to protect and defend their state responsibility area. So a lot of the help we've gotten in recent times has come through the state in terms of augmenting our crews, our aircraft capabilities, and those sorts of things. I don't know the exact figure, but I want to say it's in excess of 90% of the area that we protect is considered state responsibility area, so that when we do respond, we are reimbursed by the state for those costs associated with the suppression costs. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple programs that were born here in Orange County and that are actually one that has spread. This Fire Integrated Real-Time Intelligence System is actually 2 aircraft that Orange County, fixed-wing aircraft, one that was based here or still based in Orange County, the other up in Sacramento, that provide responders, policymakers, command center individuals, EOCs, those sorts of things, real-time aerial information. We have aircraft equipped with sensors that can fly over incidents in real time. They provide infrared capabilities, able to look through smoke. And we found them to be very instrumental in assistance with evacuations, with assigning fire suppression resources. Generally, when it comes to evacuations, the law enforcement is responsible for those, but we tend to give them the parameters for it. And quite frankly, we tend to over-evacuate, I think, at times. And so once you've evacuated a community or individuals, you kind of own them. You got to feed them, you got to clothe them, you own them. And there's a lot of pressure to let them back in, to repopulate. So it's really important that we target our evacuations for those that really just need to be evacuated. This tool does exactly that. We're able to put our resources and law enforcement where they're needed. We're able to dedicate the resources responding to the incidents on those areas that are needed. And I believe there's a short video that goes with this too that probably explains it better than I do. Oh, no, next one, or the previous slide. Somewhere embedded in the slide. If not, I can share a little bit more. There it is.
Firefighting tools, again with 2 major fires raging right now in the world, based here in California.
Coming across the head now, the downwind portion of the fire.
This is Intel 12, part of the FIRIS program. FIRIS, which stands for Fire Integrated Real-Time Intelligence System. That's the official acronym for this state-of-the-art infrared and high-definition aerial camera system.
I'm going to switch to IR. There's still quite a lot of heat.
Yes, 100%. It's a game changer.
Here's the way it works. An incident is spotted and reported. For this example, we'll use a small possible wildfire in San Bernardino County. Intel 12, a King Air, takes off from Chino with a crew of 3. Within minutes, Intel 12's FLIR sensor high-definition infrared cameras are sending video back to the FIRIS Fusion Center, which is based at the Los Angeles City Fire Department. That video is analyzed and forwarded to the University of California, San Diego's supercomputer, where within seconds a model is generated and then sent back to the Fusion Center, showing the potential for fire growth over the next several hours. This potential growth model is then sent across the state. And based on the projections, the necessary resources, firefighters and equipment are dispatched to stop the spread.
The vision came from Chief Fennessy from Orange County Fire Authority. The need has always been real-time intelligence.
It's got to be fast, it's got to be simple. Even on a smartphone in the heat of battle, me having to enter a user ID and a password, I'm not going to do it. I don't have the time. I need to be able to touch it, and it needs to be there.
We're estimating the area of origin to be just off.
It's been an interesting project. Started with proof of concept and has evolved into really a program that, I believe, and many other fire chiefs, and I would even offer up the director of Cal OS sees as a we got to have program. It has to be here when we most need it.
Here we go. It is a little bit dated. I think the thing's probably a couple of years old because the governor was so infatuated with it and saw it as a state need that it is now funded by the state of California, I think to the tune of $36 million. So it is no longer a program that's operated by Orange County Fire Authority, but Cal OES in partnership with Cal Fire. Another interesting program that we started here in Orange County is the QRF program, which is a Quick Reaction Force program. In 2019, Southern California Edison approached me and staff about doing more here for the community beyond what they do anyways. And we offered them up opportunities to partner with us on community events, you name it, and ultimately at the higher end, providing us with additional aircraft to keep these fires small. And the key to all of this, right, we see the big fires occurring in Northern California now and throughout the Pacific Northwest. The key really is to keep them small before they become large. And too often, while we send a robust response, there's a need for even more. And so the aircraft you see on the screen, I think it's got a video too, but this carries 3,000 gallons of water or fire retardant. And to put that in perspective, our smaller helicopters, we and the sheriff, our tanks carry about 350 gallons. A fire engine you see going down the street carries about 500 gallons. So 3,000 gallons is a substantial load. It uses the exact same drop system that the fixed wing, the large C-130 fixed wing aircraft drops. So literally we have a aircraft available in county day and night, 365 days a year, funded by Southern California Edison and operated by Orange County Fire Authority. I think we're probably running short on time here. I don't want to take everybody else's time. Is it embedded? Nope. No video. That's okay. Big, come out and see us. Big aircraft. But we are doing quite a bit. And I think, when I go out and meet with communities, there's an elevated concern based on the recent coastal fire. Well, it's been a little over a year within your district. That's a community that did basically everything right. The defensible space was done well. The HOAs had complied with everything the fire authority had said. And yet we still lost, I think it was 30 homes, very, very large, expensive homes. And I get asked all the time, well, what happened? Well, a number of things. We had a fire, wasn't a very large fire by comparison. It was a couple hundred acres that started on a day where the winds in that area that's the way the winds blow in that area until it gets dark. In an area that there's no recorded history of fire in that area. A lot of drought years, heavy vegetation, very steep. And once the fire spotted to the bottom of that hill, we weren't going to stop at mid-slope. It was going to go to the top. Great response here locally, not just OCFA, but all of the fire departments here in Orange County. So there wasn't a lack of resources, plenty of aircraft. We had everything we needed. But the reality is that, those homes were built before the current codes that are on the books. And having spent probably the first couple hours of that fire myself personally in those backyards and seeing them catch, the embers were intruding through the attic spaces and literally burning from the top down. Current codes would not allow that type of construction, but we have more structures out there like that. They don't have to be big homes that do not meet current codes that weren't required at the time. So there are opportunities to retrofit homes. I know Cal OES, FEMA, and others have grant programs that will provide money and resources to assist residents in retrofitting their homes. So we look forward to the community looking at more of that. Fire safe councils is another great opportunity. Surprisingly, there are not as many fire safe councils in Orange County as in our neighboring counties, which is really unusual. And so we're out promoting that as well when we're out talking to the community. So I'll end now so I don't eat up all of the time.
Tell us what the Fire Safe Council is.
The Fire Safe Council is generally they're neighborhoods, right, that get together and many of them form a 501c3 so that they can receive federal and or state grant dollars. And they ensure that everybody within that fire safe group has, or Fire Safe Council is conforming to all the defensible space regulations, doing everything they can within that community to ensure that their homes are as safe as they can be. Having said that, there are no guarantees. When fire burns, you could have a fire safe community or fire wise community. That does not mean that you may not have issues, even if you do everything you can do. But your chances are significantly reduced as a result. If for anybody that's interested, really just whatever information whether it's Google or whatever it may be, just punch in fire safe, and there's a wealth of information available to the communities that may be interested in starting a community.
Great. Okay, well, we're going to ask you to stay put because what I'm going to do is I'm going to let each panelist give us a presentation, and then we have a series of questions that we have for you, and there might be other questions that I think of while you're speaking. So our next panelist is Professor Brett Sanders, and Professor Sanders is a civil and environmental engineering, urban planning, and public policy professor at UCI, and he runs the UCI Flood Lab, a research group dedicated to simulating flooding and erosion to inform policy making. Professor Sanders has also recently agreed to be the chair of our Climate Action Task Force here in Orange County. So I appreciate you being here today, Professor Sanders, and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento, for the opportunity to be here today. And what I'm going to do today is share some recent work that has been led by Daniel Call, a graduate student in our program at UC Irvine. Daniel's here with us today, and if anyone's interested in follow-up questions about the data, you're encouraged to connect with him as well. I'm going to share an update on our beaches along the Orange County coast, which is one of the ways we're seeing significant impacts in terms of impacts in Orange County in terms of a loss of a significant natural resource that's especially valuable for Orange County. If you move to the next slide, please. Beaches are valuable for a number of different reasons. First of all, access to the coast and opportunities for recreation are enormously important for California and for Orange County in particular. Tourism and travel is the number one economic sector in the US. It's the number one economic sector in California. It's the number one economic sector in Orange County. And the main reasons people come to Orange County for travel and tourism are our beaches and our theme parks and our shopping. And if we lose one of those three things, like beaches, it can have a significant impact on the regional economy. It impacts the hotels, the restaurants, all the workers that are going to be working in the hotels, working in the restaurants. That drives the tax base for cities, not just along the coast, but cities in inland areas where much of our workforce is located. So I can't understate the value of beaches from an economic perspective in Orange County. Research has also shown that when a community loses its beaches, tourists go somewhere else. That data is clear in the literature. And so it's just of enormous importance that Orange County keep its eye on the ball in terms of maintaining a natural resource which has many different benefits. In addition to tourism, storm protection, our beaches are our primary defense against the energy of the Pacific Ocean in the form of waves. Waves that come crashing to our shore are enormously powerful. Water is 1,000 times heavier than air. When water moves with speed, it exerts enormous force. It's capable of damaging coastal property, coastal infrastructure, and beaches are nature's way of dissipating that energy safely. And when we lose our beaches, we lose our storm protection. Beaches are also really important for our coastal ecosystems. They're a transition space between aquatic habitats and terrestrial habitats. They're home to invertebrate communities, and the sand itself is really valuable for different types of biological species, plants, seagrasses that rely on sand to sort of thrive. So beaches and beach sand are important for our ecosystems. Beaches also play an important role in equity and inclusion. Beaches are one of the most affordable recreational opportunities that are available to people who live in California. You can travel with your family to a beach. You can spend the day with them in an amazing environment for a very low cost and sometimes no cost. And there are very few opportunities like that. And so beaches tend to attract people from all over California, inland areas, people come to beaches, people who live along the coast come to beaches. So people from many different backgrounds benefit from our beaches. Our beaches are also really central to the cultural heritage of Southern California. Our surf tradition, Beach Boys music, it all kind of comes back to like the story we tell in California. So beaches are really part of a California way of life, and they're incredibly valuable, and yet they're undervalued. We don't invest in beaches the way we invest in other types of natural infrastructure. And I want to point out that beaches are a form of natural infrastructure. And as we think about nature-based solutions, it comes up in the policy realm. Beaches are part of nature and part of a target for investment. So next slide, please. I'm going to be providing a report today on some trends we've seen in beach loss across the northern and southern parts of Orange County coastline. I won't focus on the central part of the coast, which is mainly the Laguna coast. We have a lot of pocket beaches there where beach trends tend to be a little bit isolated. So we're going to just look at the areas from Seal Beach down to Newport Beach, and we'll look in South County from Doheny Beach down to San Onofre Beach. And that tends to be where most of the beach management, the public beach management, is taking place. So next slide. These color codes show the 20-year trend in beach width across the northern and southern parts of Orange County. The red colors show areas where beach width over the last 20 years has been on decline at a rate of more than 1 meter per year, or roughly 3 feet per year. The green areas, by contrast, show where beaches have been increasing in beach width at a rate of more than 1 meter per year over the last 20 years. And so when we look at that, you can see that the changes in beaches is actually very complex. It's not that all our beaches are behaving in the same way. Some beaches are growing, some beaches are getting smaller. And there's a lot of complexity driving that. Differences in the orientation of the coast, differences in the types of geologic material that make up that coast, differences in the wave conditions that come up and push the sand around. All those factors tend to be really, really difficult to pull together and turn into predictive tools, but that's something we've been trying to do at UC Irvine, to try to anticipate the areas that are that are most at risk, and also figure out where solutions are going to be able to work. So next slide. These arrows point to some of the hot spots for erosion across Orange County over the last 20 years. Seal Beach, Sunset Surfside area is an area that's known to lose sand on due to the there's a breakwater that deflects waves and pushes sand down coast from Sunset Surfside beaches, which tends to kind of push sand away from that location without any way to resupply that location with sand. So we've historically had nourishment projects in those areas. Down between the Santa Ana River and the jetties of West Newport, there's another hotspot that's emerged where there have been some ad hoc attempts to kind of nourish the beaches in those areas, but no systematic solution to try to manage that area. And also the eastern part of Newport Beach is now showing up as an area that's been on decline now for more than 20 years at a rate of around a half meter per year, up to a meter per year in places. And that's an area that was significantly widened in 1930s when the harbor was dug out. The sand was placed on Newport Peninsula and created a very wide sandy beach. But decade by decade, that beach has gotten thinner, and we can see that trend continues today. But now as we turn to the south part of Orange County, from Doheny Beach south into sort of parts of San Clemente Beach, there's a large region that's experienced significant erosion. You know very well, Supervisor Foley, the impacts at Capistrano Beach, Doheny Beach, and also at the sort of southern part of San Clemente coast, there is an area where the railroad tracks were damaged and train service stopped. There was a landslide there, which was complicated by the beach loss. And also into San Diego County, a beach that many Orange County people benefit from is the San Onofre Beach, the surf beach there, and that's also another area that's had significant beach loss. So these are the hot spots that we see. We see these using satellite data. So we can now use readily available satellite data to track how beaches are changing every couple of weeks from space and see how they're changing over time, which is an incredible new resource. And if we move to the next slide, the question is, well, how do we explain like which beaches are growing, which beaches are getting narrower? Historically, we've had a simple idea of a littoral cell, that rivers deliver sand to the coast. We also have sand delivered from the erosion of cliffs, and that sand flows down the coast and ends up in some of the deep submarine canyons off the coast. That's been the narrative that's been used to explain beach change across Southern California. But we've been looking more closely at that because it's hard for that narrative to explain why one beach is eroding and one beach is getting wider right next to each other. It's hard to, so next slide, please. We've looked at predictions of waves up and down the coast. And if we look at the center plot here that's labeled annual, on the if we go from the bottom of the plot to the top of the plot, we're going from San Onofre at the bottom up to the top is Sunset Beach. And what we're seeing is the direction of sand transport based on the waves. So on the right hand, if the data is on the right hand side of the dashed line, that means waves are pushing sand north up the coast. And in places where the data falls on the left hand side of the diagram, those are areas where sand goes down the coast. So we have some areas that the sand is going up coast, some areas where sand is going down coast, and some areas where there's actually not much net transport, but the waves do a lot of mixing. Next slide, please. Next click. So we can, I have a fan here as a symbol to show areas where the waves are pushing sand fast along the coast. So imagine a fan, an underwater pump just pushing the sand along the coast at those locations. And next click, please. And those can be going both up the coast and down the coast. Next click. I also have areas that are a little stirring pot where basically the waves are just stirring the sand around. They're mixing it. So it's not really going anywhere, but it's just mixed left and right. So we can think about our coastline not like one big cell, sand coming from the Los Angeles River and ending up in Newport Canyon. That narrative is oversimplified. Next slide, please. Next slide. We can think of our coast as having places where there's these fans, these pumps that push sand up and down the coast, and other places where the sand is being stirred by the waves. And that does a better job of explaining why some beaches are eroding and some beaches are stable. Next slide. In fact, if you look at Huntington Beach, that's an area where there's a lot of stirring going on. And you can see from our diagram that sand is really pushed south from Seal Beach towards Huntington Beach and north from the Santa Ana River. And so it has supply from two different directions and then mixing in between. It's no wonder that Huntington Beach has been growing at over 1 meter per year. So it shows an area where sand has been accumulating. So this is an example of how access to data and some understanding of physical processes allows us to bring a sort of more refined understanding of why some beaches are growing, and also can help us guide where some of our nourishment projects will work best. So as we go to try to fix these problems, we know where to put sand, where it's going to work the best, how long it might last. Next slide, please. And one example of that, with leadership from the County of Orange, a practice that's been going on for decades in the county has been to clean out flood control channels. Those channels need to be cleaned to maintain the functionality of those channels, and also to avoid growing vegetation and so forth, which should create new habitats, which then actually can lead to real challenges ever trying to clean it again with protections for the Endangered Species Act and so forth. You could end up with a channel that has vegetation, which ends up having an endangered species, and then you can't clean your channel by federal law. And by federal law, if you clean your channel, you have to then pay a penalty. But if you don't clean it, then you put people at risk in the county. So we're caught in this real challenge trying to maintain our flood channels. And so what we need to do today is we clean them during the dry season, scoop up the sand, and historically we've trucked that sand to sorting facilities where the sand can be made available and the silts can be made available for construction projects or different types of needs in the county. And that material has also been sent to landfills. So what happened this year is the county, and in coordination with state parks and with support of the California Coastal Commission, got a permit to take that material and move it down to Doheny Beach and Capo Beach and provide a much needed restoration of sand supplies to the coast at that location. And I want to point out that the delivery of sand to the coast by rivers is a natural function that humans have disrupted. So what this process is doing is stepping in to restore a natural process through a human process. Next slide, please. This is an overhead view of that beach down at Capo/Doheny. This was taken by Daniel Call, who's with us today with a drone. We have support from the funds from the California Coastal Commission made available through the city of Dana Point to do some monitoring of this project so we can quantify how wide the beach becomes, how long the benefits of the nourishment last at this site. And you can see some of the sand being placed there with trucks. So next slide. I'd just like to thank you for having me today and thank NASA, Dana Point, Coastal Commission, State Parks, and the County of Orange for supporting our research program.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your work, and thank Daniel for his work. What a great time to be a graduate student at the University of California when you are able to work on projects that actually have a way of making a difference in the people's lives that you're working on, and you can see it happen right before your eyes. So really, we're fortunate to have UCI in our backyard to help us with these challenges.
Pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I want to turn to our next speaker, who is Michelle Anderson. Michelle is the Director of Emergency Management Division at the County of Orange for our Orange County Sheriff's Department. In her role, Michelle is our local leader on responding to emergencies and helping ensure that our county is prepared for any scenario. Over the last year and a half, Michelle and I have got to know each other quite well because there seems to be always a crisis in District 5 and previous District 2 because of our proximity to the coast. I first got to know Ms. Anderson when we had the Orange County oil spill, and then have had an opportunity to work with her with regard to the landslides. So I know that she is very responsive, informed, and really cares about the recovery, as Chief Fennessy said. But she's also, I think, part of the preparation for our county. So we're glad that you're here and that you are part of our unified command when necessary. Ms. Anderson?
Thank you so much, Supervisor. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak as well. Next slide. I wanted to actually start off, I apologize, with definitions, because depending on where you are in the spectrum, sometimes our definitions are a bit different. So from an emergency management perspective, these are what we're talking about, just for audience awareness. So most people think of emergency management's role in planning for, responding to, and recovering from disasters. Most people are not aware, though, that emergency management actually focuses considerable resources in advance to augmenting Orange County's resilience to natural hazards through mitigation and prevention activities. Orange County's diverse landscape, its proximity to natural resources, and our ideal Southern California weather mean that our 3.2 million residents, businesses, and critical infrastructure are at risk from a wide variety of natural hazard events. And increasingly, these hazards interact in unexpected ways, producing cascading impacts that complicate planning and response efforts and actually threaten our community resilience. The first step in developing prevention and mitigation strategies is identifying and assessing potential hazards. Back in 2014, Time magazine actually identified Orange County as the second most hazardous county in the country. And since then, we've had over 18 disasters rising to the level of federal declarations. So this does not include incidents like our public safety power shutoffs, the oil spill, or smaller incidents like the coastal fire. And in fact, since 2000, wildland fires have burned more than 100,000 acres in Orange County, often threatening lives and property in the wildland-urban interface. Likewise, severe storms and flooding have caused tens of millions of dollars in damage to individual homes, businesses, and critical infrastructure. Time's risk assessment holds true today, with the Federal Emergency Management Agency National Risk Index rating Orange County as 99.8 out of 100 in both overall risk and anticipated annual losses, as well as ranking Orange County as very low for community resilience. We scored only 15.4 out of 100. Such risk and low resilience is, with such risk and low resiliency, it's not a question of if Orange County needs to address climate vulnerabilities, but how. That process is begun through the development and implementation of a local hazard mitigation plan at both the county and city levels. These plans are structured in accordance with federal and state laws and guidelines and approved by the California Office of Emergency Services and the Federal Emergency Management Agency. They are then approved by local governing bodies, in our case, the County Board of Supervisors. But these mitigation plans are not standalone documents. Legislators and oversight bodies over the last few years have recognized that hazard mitigation, including climate adaptation, is an integral part of how local jurisdictions plan for and invest in the future. For example, the County General Plan includes a safety element into which the hazard mitigation plan is adopted. These hazards and their potential impacts on the community also come into play as part of the land use element and the housing element. This interrelation between plans was highlighted as well in September 2022 when FEMA released guidance encouraging local governments to incorporate their local hazard mitigation plan into their comprehensive economic development strategies. In Orange County, that has meant growing the relationship between emergency management staff and Orange County Community Resources. For those who wishing to learn more, the state has also developed a comprehensive website of resources at resilientca.org. Underlying the hazard identification and analysis is data. Federal, state, and local agencies have a plethora of resources by which one can measure variations in climate going back to the 1960s and sometimes further. One source that I'd like to highlight today is caladapt.org. This site includes county-specific data that may be of particular use for discussions growing from today's meeting. A particular note is how the historical annual climate variability presented here ties directly to Orange County disasters presented on an earlier slide, specifically our vulnerability to floods and fires. This data is then incorporated into the County Hazard Mitigation Plan. This plan is developed collaboratively with county agency stakeholders with input from the public and other partner agencies. It culminates in identified projects that can help mitigate hazards that threaten Orange County lives, property, and natural resources. Climate change is included in the plan's assessment with special focus on impacts to sea level, water and water quality, and ecosystem and habitat vulnerability. It should be noted that in the analysis, emergency management is neutral in terms of the cause, but we focus instead on the consequences of the threat and those hazards and projects that can lessen the consequences. The current hazard mitigation plan includes 47 projects that help mitigate impacts to climate-based hazards, ranging from very complex to more thoughtful integration of climate-friendly technologies during county projects. For example, the Santa Ana River Channel and the many flood channels across Orange County reflect one of the major investments the county continues to make in managing increased rain and flooding events. Other projects like OCCR and OCSD's projects to efficiently use water in parks and jails, separately of course, are examples of how the county can address drought issues. In other areas of the county, cities and counties are looking at how incorporating trees, other plants, and awnings into urban design, as well as light-colored pavements and roadways, can mitigate issues related to excessive heat by creating areas of shade rather than relying solely on air-conditioned facilities. Emergency management has a vested interest in these types of mitigation activities as they reduce the frequency and impacts of climate-based disasters on the individuals and businesses, thus reducing the response and recovery costs. I would like to highlight that the public is a critical partner in building a more resilient community. Emergency management actively seeks to engage the community during hazard mitigation plan development, both during major plan updates every 5 years and regularly during community engagement related to other programs like Alert OC and Ready OC. It is imperative for success that resiliency strategies are anchored in the needs of the community and supported by local experiences. For the 2021 Hazard Mitigation Plan, a community survey ranked earthquake as the natural hazard that poses the greatest risk to the neighborhood, with wildland and urban fire and climate change as the second and third hazards, respectively. I'd also like to take a moment to highlight the work done by our local cities. The county partners with the local cities in providing them with input and feedback on their individual hazard mitigation plans. Among the most cited proposed projects at the city levels are 1, educating the community about their local hazards, developing strategies to improve data and modeling related to estimating economic and property damages, improving building resiliency, and discouraging building in high hazard zones. I'd also like to highlight the next phase of hazard mitigation planning, which is specifically implementing. Projects may languish due to a lack of earmarked funding or for a lack of executive champions. There is federal funding available through various grant programs, and these programs were updated in 2023 to include resilience and climate adaptation, community lifelines, whole community, equity, capability and capacity building, and comprehensive planning and building codes. But this funding takes a long time and is highly competitive. For the 2022 Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities Grant Program alone, they received over 803 applications, totaling $4.6 billion from 55 different states, territories, and the District of Columbia. Additionally, over 37 tribal governments submitted applications for more than $56.2 million in tribal set-asides. And then finally, in conclusion, emergency management continues to incorporate climate resiliency in our hazard vulnerability analysis, mitigation plans, and comprehensive planning to reduce the risk to the public and private property and the safety of first responders. I would also like to encourage those attending today, both government staff and the public, to consider participating in the upcoming meeting described on the slide. The California Governor's Office of Planning and Research is leading implementation of California's 5th Climate Change Assessment in partnership with the California Energy Commission, California Natural Resources Agency, and the California Strategic Growth Council. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you. As it relates to that link, we will have our team post that on our social media at Supervisor Foley, so that way people can get the link and copy it and participate if they so choose. Now we're going to turn to our final speaker in this panel, and that is Amanda Carr. Amanda is the Deputy Director of the Orange County Environmental Resources Service Area for our Orange County Public Works Department. She received her Master's of Public Affairs with an emphasis on environmental policy and natural resource management, and a Master's of Science in Environmental Science from Indiana University at Bloomington. For more than 20 years, Amanda has served as an expert on stormwater water quality issues in Orange County. Welcome, Ms. Carr, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Supervisor. And I appreciate being on the panel with 3 dedicated folks addressing a lot of the common issues. And I'm really excited to say that Orange County Environmental Resources overlaps with all 3 of your programs. I have worked closely with OCFA. Our Agricultural Commissioner's Office runs the Fire Hazard Weed Reduction Abatement Program, so we work hand in hand with Chief Fennessy. I also worked with your brother for a number of years on our water quality monitoring program. Brett and I have worked together on modeling on sediment transport in the Newport Bay watershed. And I've spent many a lovely overnight hour with Michelle when we have the Emergency Operations Center up and running, and Public Works is a vital member of that team. But today I'd like to talk to you about stormwater capture, switching us back to water issues that Brett teed up for us from the ocean side. I'm going to be talking about water issues from the land side, from the watershed side. So if you move to the next slide, please. So as we all know, our communities are facing a wide array of challenges, particularly in the water sector. We're seeing changing precipitation patterns. We're having ongoing risk of long-term drought. Different areas of our county, primarily South County, are very dependent on imported water supplies. Am I not? Let me move closer. There we go. Now I'm hearing myself echoing throughout the area. Sorry if I was hard to hear at the beginning there. We're also seeing increasing regulatory requirements on municipalities with regard to beach and creek water quality. And many of our grant funds are targeted towards multi-benefit, multi-sector projects. They're looking for projects that touch on many different needs: water supply, water quality, habitat, and flood control. One really great opportunity we have is to look regionally at stormwater capture multi-benefit projects. If you go to the next slide, please. So just to orient you, stormwater is in essence rainwater. When rain falls on our watersheds, on our built environment, we have designed our built environment to move that water quickly out of our system. So we have safe roads to drive on. We like to stay dry under our roofs, in our buildings and things like that. And so this runoff of rainwater we then direct into catch basins, storm drain pipes, and we transfer that water quickly out of our system. And historically, we've looked at this as a waste, and really as an issue to kind of get out of our system as quickly as possible. As drought conditions continue, as water gets more precious, we are changing our thinking about what is stormwater runoff and what is its utility, and we are looking to change our built environment to capture that as a resource. The Orange County Stormwater Program is a collaborative effort between the county, the Flood Control District, and our 34 co-permittee cities throughout the county. We have a very long history of working collectively, actually over a 30-year history of working collectively on stormwater quality, and we're continuing to extend those partnerships with our water districts and our sanitary agencies and our municipalities, really trying to kind of bring together a one water concept to try to address the multiple challenges that we're all facing. My remarks today are really going to focus on planning that we have begun for South Orange County, but it is a program that we are looking at potentially expanding to all of Orange County. Although pretty much if you divide our county at roughly El Toro Road, we sort of have a tale of two counties. In North Orange County, we have a very large aquifer, a lot of groundwater storage. We are doing a lot of stormwater capture in North Orange County already, collectively with Orange County Water District and Orange County Sanitation District as very long-term partners. And we have a lot of spreading grounds along the Santa Ana River, which is shown in pictures in this area on the slide here. In South Orange County, as you know, our topography changes significantly. We have a lot of valleys and hillsides. We do not have a large underground storage capacity in South Orange County. So we need to look at things a little bit differently there, looking at more of a distributed model. But many of the things that I talk about in South Orange County can also be applied in North Orange County as well. So if you go on to the next slide. What is stormwater capture? This is not new science. These are our techniques and projects that we have employed to our benefit for a long time, but really we're looking at trying to do this on a regional scale and really sort of expanding those networks. So we're talking about things like existing water infrastructure retrofits, where we'd be looking at our existing flood control basins. We would be looking at areas where we can increase water capture and water infiltration, where we have area for that water to be stored. We'd be looking at new multi-benefit projects, such as constructing infiltration basins or implementing harvest and reuse systems at parks and other public facilities. If you go on to our next slide, we'd be looking at dry weather diversions. There are some locations where our storm drain system and our sanitary sewer system overlap very well. And in places where our sanitary systems have additional capacity to take stormwater into their system, we can then transfer those directly to programs where water can be recycled directly, or it can be sent to, in North Orange County, to our groundwater replenishment system. Or we are also talking with some of our districts in South Orange County with the advent now of direct potable reuse regulations coming from the state, where we will be having some additional opportunities for bringing stormwater potentially into the recycling system throughout Orange County. And then lastly, we're also looking at this on a city/neighborhood perspective, where we could be looking at small projects that we call green streets or pocket parks, where we're looking for individual areas where we might have good infiltration, where we can take some water out of the storm drain system and just get it back into the natural environment. So if you go to our next slide. Stormwater capture has been identified in the California Water Supply Strategy as being key to climate resiliency, and state and federal money is being increasingly tied to climate resilient watersheds and looking at sort of completing the water cycle and keeping as much water being reused as often as possible within our systems. In Orange County, we are looking at increasing our urban runoff and stormwater capture, and we think that this will really benefit our local water supply reliability and lessen our dependence on imported water supplies. And we're seeing a lot of synergy with flood mitigation, stream resilience, urban greening, and the opportunity for carbon sequestration and credits. So if you go to our next slide, please. These types of projects are being implemented all throughout Southern California as a whole. A lot of project examples can be seen up in LA County, and these are being funded through their Measure W process, where they now have dedicated funding to look at developing and implementing, as well as operating and maintaining these facilities over the long term. If you go on to our next slide. So in South Orange County, we have conducted some planning and evaluation where we have set a goal for ourselves of capturing stormwater from 10,000 acres of land. We're working again with our South Orange County cities, with our water districts and our basin managers. If you go on to our next slide. And we've been evaluating both small scale and large scale opportunities. So we're looking at opportunities within our flood control system where we already have existing basins, as well as evaluating smaller scale publicly owned properties that take runoff from multiple jurisdictions, where we can put in different capture projects, different infiltration projects based on the needs of those particular locations. Next slide, please. And we think, not only from an environmental and climate resiliency perspective, but this really does make a strong business case as well, looking at this in a regional framework. We're looking to simplify and streamline the process to make sure that we're getting the biggest bang for our buck from the projects that we do put in place. We can achieve economies of scale in planning and implementation, as well as operations and maintenance. We're really looking to foster multi-benefit partnerships with our water districts and our communities. And this also does help support the funding needs and increasing our eligibility and competitiveness for grants. So if we go on to our next slide, this is our general process. We're right now in the exploration and formation area. What we'd be looking to do is really to formalize the process with our partners. Then we would begin in a pilot phase, looking for opportunistic implementation of projects, and then moving hopefully to a full scale, basing a lot of lessons learned both in our area and others, and expanding the funding and project implementation. So next slide, please. So really, I think this is a great opportunity for us to hit on a lot of things that are challenging our communities across the county, and really stress sort of multi-benefit and win-win-win opportunities. That's what we're hoping to move forward with.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that overview. A lot of work being done there. And I think the one takeaway I've had from today is there's a lot of work being done in different departments, by different community-based organizations, by different agencies. And I think our challenge is going to be to bring it all together so that we can have a collective plan. So I had a couple of questions, and we're running just a tiny bit behind. We're supposed to stop right now, but we have a couple questions. So Professor Sanders, if you could make one recommendation to the county as to what we should do differently as it relates to our infrastructure so that we could better collect sand and have a better system that's consistent, what would it be?
I would start with an inventorying all of the sand, all of the channel maintenance that takes place across the county, and the processing of the material that's taken out of our streams, and look for opportunities to restore the sort of natural process of that sediment moving to the coast, and like we've done, moving sediment from the Santa Ana River down to Doheny Beach, I think is an example of stepping in to replace a natural process that's been undermined by infrastructure. So number one would be, that's the low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit is that there's a lot of material, a lot of funds are spent already on channel maintenance. And the question is, where can that activity be refined and to achieve more benefits than it does presently?
Thank you. So it's my understanding, Ms. Carr, that we actually aren't spending any more money than we would have spent to take the sand from the channel and deposit it on the beach than we would have spent to take it to other site locations, landfills, et cetera. Is that right?
That is slightly outside of my purview. That would be a better question answered by our operations and maintenance team. I do know that some of the challenges that we do have is actually processing the sand for it to be able to be reused on beaches. And sometimes it's also the timing of, I think Brett is correct that there is some refinement that we can do, but we could also really benefit from partnerships with our coastal cities on sort of connecting those projects to make sure that when we have the sand available, they're ready to receive it, and that we can also work cooperatively on addressing some of the processing of the sand to make it suitable for beach placement.
Okay, one more question, and then I'm going to move on to our public safety representatives. So there is some criticism about the sand being moved from the river jetties to the beaches, not because of the kind of sand, but because of a perception that it's expensive and then the ocean's just going to wash it all away. So, and that would be a waste of an investment. Can you address that?
Sure. The beaches are kind of like a bank account. Money flows in and money flows out all the time, and you to get by, you need to make sure there's some money in the bank, right? You got to work hard to make money. You have expenses to take care of, but life is okay when there's money in the bank. The beaches are the same way. There's going to be a supply, and there's going to be a loss, and so we can't look at beaches like, we put some in and it wasn't enough, therefore we give up. The solution needs to be recognizing that our coast will be healthy when we've restored beaches to a natural amount of sand. We have systematically starved some of our beaches, especially South County beaches, from their natural sand supply. And in the absence of a natural sand supply, it's degraded the quality of the surf, it's degraded ecosystems, and it's amplifying the rate of erosion from waves, exposing infrastructure, exposing railroad tracks, which will need to be moved at a price tag of well over $1 billion. So investing in beaches at the price tag of millions of dollars a year will quickly look like a very affordable option compared to moving wastewater treatment plants, moving railroads, and all of the infrastructure that's protected by those beaches. Now, I will point out that the coastline will move. Sea level will rise. Over decades and decades, we'll see significant rise in sea level that will require adaptation. But there is a near term, which is extremely important. We can't sacrifice our near-term future, waiting for the perfect solution to our long-term future.
Okay, I'm going to move to a different topic other than sand, even though I've learned more about sand in the last 8 months than I ever thought I would in my life. But one thing I did want to comment on before I move on is you mentioned that beaches are a form of equity and inclusion because they're free, in terms of people can go to the beach. And I will say, as a girl, I grew up in Ojai, which was inland of Ventura, and I would take the public bus with my friends to the beach. And really, that was my recreation: is to go on the public bus, cost like 50 cents at that time, to the beach. And so it is something that I think is something we have to protect as an accessible recreational outlet as well.
So if I
Okay.
could comment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Many times beaches are viewed as something that is only a benefit to people that live along the beach, and that's a misconception. There's a research showing that those who visit the beach are from all over Southern California, and those who benefit from it.
For sure. Okay, I have a couple questions for Chief Fennessy and Ms. Anderson. My first question for Ms. Anderson: do you have a list of shovel-ready mitigation projects that you need to construct?
Yes. So included both in our hazard mitigation plan as well as in each of the city hazard mitigation plans, there are specific projects identified. In the counties, I believe that there are 47, and that includes both projects identified for OCFA, OC Public Works, the Sheriff's Department, Orange County Parks, Community Resources, etc. And it's a lot of times it's a matter of resources, prioritization, and funding to go along with those.
So one of the things I learned when I got here was we didn't really do much to ask our congressional representatives for funding. And so we've been working on that a lot over the last year. Is there a way that you could put together a collection of those projects, the 47 projects, plus if you have the city projects, and maybe prioritize the ones that are the most urgent as well as shovel ready? And when I say that, I mean, it's great to have a conceptual idea of something we want to do, but if it's not shovel ready, we can't get funding for it. So is that something you could do for our office?
Absolutely, we would be happy to.
Okay, wonderful. And put that on the list of our requests. Okay. And then also, we have a aging communications infrastructure. During this last emergency and throughout South County, we heard a lot of complaints during the fire. But then during the tropical storm Hillary, we ended up having robust communication. So I know that we've been working on how do we get more communication out to the community faster, easier. Do you both feel that our communication in the last 2 years has improved and that more people are signing up for our Alert OC?
So I would put that on multiple levels. So the county has just finished updating what was a joint information system plan for communications, formally calling it an emergency public information plan. And that is working with all of the public information officers across the 115 government jurisdictions in Orange County to identify how we can do a better job at that messaging. Technology continues to improve, and that allows us to continue to improve our ability to reach out to community members and let them know about what's transpiring. I will say to the chief's point, and he might like to jump in on this, is as those technologies improve, though, being sure that we do have a way to tie in with multiple languages that are in the communities that are impacted is actually one of our biggest challenges in an area that both the federal, state, and local governments can invest. I'll use as an example wireless emergency alerts. Right now, the system at a federal level only does English and Spanish. And so that leaves us, even though we're able to translate into a plethora of other languages, our ability to transmit and communicate that information is often challenged.
Chief Fennessy, last year during the Laguna Niguel fire, I heard you share with the public that you're concerned about the change in the climate and its contribution to wildfires. And so I felt like we made some progress moving forward. The question is, what can we do more to both prevent, mostly prepare and prevent? And and when I ask that question, I mean, what can we do that we're not doing right now that you would recommend that has not been either approved or hasn't been discussed? What would it be? If there's one thing you think we need to do differently, what is it?
You know, the timing of your question actually is pretty good. I was just on a call yesterday with the U.S. Fire Administrator and the directors, the state directors from FEMA Region 10 up in the Pacific Northwest in Alaska. And we talked about a lot about Ready, Set, Go, which is a really good program, right? Where you're talking with the community and getting them ready to prepare to evacuate if need be. And what we're seeing more and more of here in California and what we just saw in Maui is really we need to better define go. There's really two different types of go, right? Where we're preparing people, they're getting ready, we tell them to evacuate. The county has an amazing, I'm on those lists, I get monthly the evacuation, all the testing or whatever, so it is much better than it's ever been. But what does go look like when you open your when the notification system either, I don't know, fails or you're just not a part of it, and you open your door and the fire's there or the flood's there, or you name it. We need to really communicate to people to have a plan, much like you do if you get, at least I do when I get on an airplane. I'm figuring out how many rows I got to go if my eyes are closed to get to that exit, right? Or if I'm in a hotel, where's that stairs if I got to get out of there? Well, we need to prepare the community. If little or no notice, where are you going to go? Is it something that either I run to the neighborhood park, do I get in my car and drive 3 blocks and run it into the open ball field to let the fire kind of burn around me, whatever it is? It's a different way of thinking, and it's something that's been discussed, I think, since the fires up north in Santa Rosa. Quietly discussed, and I think it needs to be elevated, as does the U.S. Fire Administration. So I think you're going to hear more about that because we're seeing more and more things like Maui, where their notifications didn't happen for whatever reason, not pointing blame, but what does go look like when you've got a minute or seconds? Public needs to have a plan.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to pause for a moment for this panel. Thank you so much for all of your thoughtful and really thought-provoking information that you've provided for us here today. And Supervisor Sarmiento is going to take the lead for the next panel because I have to go get on a call about the other challenge that we have here in California, our Mental Health Service Act funding. But before we do that, Supervisor Sarmiento, can we pop down in the well here for a quick picture? Okay, thank you. And then we'll be right back for our third panel on building a healthier and more equitable Orange County.
So good afternoon, everybody. I know that we just switched over from Supervisor Foley, who was moderating the last panel and kind of covering this. She obviously had to go away and take an important phone call. So I am going to be moderating the next panel and welcoming you all here again. I know it's 2 in the afternoon, so I feel like we should do like a 7th inning stretch or something. Even though we're going to be talking about a really important topic, we also want to make it interesting and interactive. So, and we're also vested with the task of trying to get back on track. So we're a little bit behind. I'm going to do my best to try to keep things as concise as possible. But because this panel discussion is so important, it's going to be hard to keep it as tight as we can. It is building a healthier and more equitable Orange County. And this morning, when we were giving our opening remarks, I tried to reference a little bit about what challenges we have here in my district, in District 2, which is the more urban district of the 5. And so we're probably the most park poor area in the county. We have some challenges. We have some working families that live 2 and 3 families to a unit. So there are very difficult and different challenges that we have in this district versus some of the other 4 districts throughout our county. I think they're all resolvable. I think they're all solvable if we all lean in, and that's what I've heard from today's panelists, is that we're all doing something. I think it's a matter of collectively trying to figure out a way how we can do it together, how we can synchronize ourselves and do it well. And so today I'm just so excited because the discussion is going to be incorporating an environmental justice lens within the Orange County, within the county's climate planning, including the topics of lead remediation, unhealthy manufacturing plants, the use of herbicides and pesticides, and housing. We'll develop some recommendations to improve the health of vulnerable communities that I just got through describing, that live sometimes in very precarious situations. Sometimes they're food insecure, sometimes they're housing insecure. We have a lot of folks who unfortunately don't have housing. So those are all populations that I think are especially impacted by our changing climate. We have some great panelists today, and let me just start by giving a brief introduction of them. I'm going to turn it over to each one of them because they have a PowerPoint that they're going to be presenting to us, but I will, try to keep us, again, as tight as possible. Alyssa's going to help me out and make sure that we're on time. But let me begin by introducing our first panelist, and her name is Gloria Alvarado. She is not only the Executive Director of the Orange County Labor Federation, but I consider her a friend as well. She is a member of the Federation and ran and managed the Civic Leadership Institute at the Federation, where she trained community leaders and residents on the process of government and prepared them to become members of boards and commissions. Ms. Alvarado previously worked over 20 years in the City of Santa Ana Rec and Parks Department and currently sits on the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Board and is a commissioner of mine as well. So I'm very blessed to have her. Thank you, Ms. Alvarado, for being here. Our next panelist is Dr. Regina Chincio Kwan. She is the Orange County Health Officer and Chief Public Health Services. Let me do that again. She is the Orange County Health Officer and Chief of Public Health Services. She graduated from medical school and began her career as a rank in the United States Navy. So we are very blessed to have her. She's somebody who guides the county and the public health space for us. Our third panelist is Patricia Jovel Flores. I've had the pleasure of meeting Patricia by Zoom only, so it was nice to meet her in person. As mayor, we had a lot of conversations about environmental justice. She's been a tireless advocate, and she has been fighting for to cure many of the injustices with some of our most marginalized communities. And I don't have Mr. Bloom's bio, but I'll go ahead and turn it over. Do you want to just give a little bit of background of yourself, Mr. Bloom? Appreciate you. Well, thank you. You did that better than I did. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and start with Ms. Alvarado, and she can go ahead and lead us through her PowerPoint presentation. And what I'll do is we'll go through everybody's presentation. After that, we have some questions to wrap up. But again, I want this to be, as interactive as we can possibly make it. So thank you. Go ahead. The floor is yours, Ms. Alvarado.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. And just to let you know how involved we are, the Orange County Labor Federation serves over 270,000 members in Orange County. And of course, these are the families who reside and thrive in Orange County. So they're dealing with the same issues, and we're all dealing with and facing the same issues. In my presentation, we're going to be talking about the role of labor as we engage, right? Not only in housing, but how do we interact more? How do we bring others to the table so that we have clean and equitable discussions about transitioning and protecting our environment? Next. So the Orange County Labor Federation is working with community advocates. Patricia and I actually serve together in one of our boards, and there's communication always about how else we can bring out issues about the environment and our working families in Orange County. So what we are doing is actually bringing affiliates who represent utility workers, who represent construction workers into the follow conversations so that we can actually talk about the green jobs of the future. How do we transition our current workers so that they don't have to travel 2 to 3 hours to come and go to the next job, for example. I have people who are traveling to Riverside, to San Bernardino for projects, even to LA. And those of you that look at the freeways every afternoon, you know how difficult it is not only to get to work, but then to come back home. So that's what we're looking at. We are also sharing and shaping policy to guarantee labor standards. What does that mean for everybody? We want to uplift the community. We want to make sure that as we protect our environment, we're also thinking that there is no two different communities. When you're talking about the community that is suffering the consequences of climate change, as we saw with the storm, as we saw with the rains, and all this heat that is coming in right now, is the same community. So we cannot separate them. Next slide. So one of the biggest things that we're doing is we're pushing legislation. We're working with state and federal representatives to make sure that everything is actually made into law. We are pushing the envelope, as they call it, to make sure that we're enhancing labor, but we are being equitable as we invest our time and our effort. I have a couple of bills that I would like to share with you that we're actually working on right now. Some of them have passed, and I have a couple of them also that are upcoming. So I'm not going to bore you with details on this because I know we're short on time, but Assembly Bill number 794, we're trying to push this or support this bill to make sure that there's not only standards, but there are also accountability measures for the entire state. Next. SB 674 establishes high road jobs in transition-related public contracts and grants pilot programs to support creation of equitable, high-quality transportation and related manufacturing jobs. What this means is also more money coming into our cities, more money coming into our county, so that we can start thinking on how do we house, how do we utilize this opportunity and this money coming in to do both things, right? Create more jobs, but also provide a pathway to home ownership. Maybe with good, better paying jobs, right? We can have that transition. Future bills that we are supporting, next. SB 150, again, bringing more money, more contracts, making sure that the public knows about this, and making sure that people understand that these jobs that we're creating are perhaps an alternative four-year career for students and youth. SB 822, again, talking about the same thing, High Road Act. There's a lot of money coming in. SURF, I know the public might not know what's going on, but there's millions of dollars coming into Orange County and to other parts of the state. And what we need to do together through this new level of money is actually put projects together that can create the jobs of the future, thinking about hitting and solving the issues that we're facing. So those are the things that we're doing as a community partner. We are also looking at what else can we do together to work, and I'm going to jump a couple of slides. One more. We're pushing that there's MOUs between labor agencies and other agencies to make sure that labor standards are across. We have seen that some of the jobs that are going on sometimes are per se not prevailing wage, for example, or that jobs are going to outside companies that are bringing workers from other states, or companies that are bringing workers from outside of the county. To us, that's an issue because we are not going to be able to solve the homeless issue if we don't provide jobs for them. And I know overcrowding, you talked about it right now, and it's one of the biggest issues we are seeing during the pandemic. Our families suffering out there because they couldn't quarantine appropriately. So that affected multiple families at one time. And that's one of the things that we're seeing. And we want to make sure that if there's help for housing, it also helps the renters. And just an example, I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and we see that a lot here in our city, where a house might host 3 to 4 families. And if one or the person in charge, or the family in charge of the housing, gets the support system with the rent assistance, sometimes it doesn't translate to assistance to the other families that are sharing that dwelling. So that's a big issue for us as well, because that's what we see day in and day out. Next slide. We need to look at how do we transition also those workers who have been working for years in the same company. We are going to have more issues in housing if we are not able to translate the green jobs of the future in, and I'm going to date myself a little, the future workers, the young people coming into the labor force are going to be trained in the green jobs. But what do we do with the people that have worked in companies for 30, 40 years? Where or how do we transition them? They still have the same responsibilities. They still responsible for paying rent. And so we're trying to enforce energy projects in California that will bring those jobs back and that will actually uplift the families. That's all I have for you all today. I think it's important for all of us to work together in passing legislation that assures us that there's more money coming in to our cities, that we support each other and have conversations so that we can fix or come up with ideas to fix the problems together. And labor is a big, big partner in this. Again, labor means workers. Workers mean communities. So it is the same people that you see day in and day out. Is your doctors, your nurses, your teachers, the people who pick up your trash, the people who clean your hotels, the people who are working in the airports, in your buses. It's all of us around you. And that's why we have to think bigger when you think about labor. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Alvarado. I know that that is a discussion panel all in and of itself, just speaking about the role of labor in the whole climate resiliency effort, but thank you for that. Let me go ahead and move along to Dr. Regina Chincio-Kwan, if she can go ahead and have her presentation come for us.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to this important talk. I know that the topic is on climate resilience, so I just want to go over some of the health impacts. Next slide. Next slide. I'm gonna try to get through this. Next slide. So there are we know there's a lot of adverse impacts that climate change brings with it, and we're in the middle of experiencing the heat and the rise in heat. So there's a lot of heat-related illness that can arise when the temperatures go above 100. There's the vulnerable population that can be affected at a much lower temperature. And this can impact the cardiovascular and respiratory systems. There's also injury and lives that are lost with the storms and flooding. Look, I know we just had our hurricane recently with the tropical storm, and unfortunately with climate change, we can expect more of that type of storms like that. And unfortunately with that, we have the risk of having more vector-borne illness, which means mosquitoes, ticks, fleas can now carry infections and then infect the public. And we already have our second case of West Nile virus here in Orange County. And we know this is the season, and unfortunately, it's going to continue to be a problem. Also, with the flooding, our water can get polluted, and so then we have waterborne illness. And everything also can increase stress and cause mental trauma to the families, especially when you are experiencing loss or flooding or the loss of a loved one. Next slide. So the impacts are significant. Air pollution, we know that can increase allergens. It can also increase lung disease and lung cancer. Extreme heat can affect the cardiovascular system and can really cause even death in some individuals. Drought can increase valley fever, which actually August is Valley Fever Awareness Month for California. And we'll go over that in a later slide. And next slide. So while a lot of the climate change can drive a lot of health impacts, it can also significantly impact one socially, and it can also impact one mentally. So just want to make sure that's also important. Next slide. And I'll make sure these slides are available because there's a lot of great links here. Next slide. Okay, so what happens with air quality? When climate change worsens, unfortunately, we see a lot more hospital visits from allergies, but also from asthma and when there's extreme weather, there's injury, there's waterborne outbreaks. And next slide. With rising temperatures, it can really affect the elderly and the poor. And then with vector-borne illness, we just have a lot of more diseases that affect people. Next slide. Next slide. So in 2017, California Department of Public Health created an OC climate change and health report profile. So these are available for all the counties in California. And with this, it goes through projected temperature changes and what those impacts are. Next slide. And as we heard, we know that with temperature increases, there's increase for hotter weather. And unfortunately here, you see, even if we have the low emissions scenario, we're still looking at a significant rise in our temperature by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit, and even in the high emission scenario, an even higher rise. And even at already 2020, we're already seeing higher weather, especially this year. Next slide. And as you heard from the fire chief, fire season's almost year-round now. And if you look at Orange County, we have high-risk fire zones to the east of us as well as the west of us. Next slide. And then flooding. Data shows in 2100, I guess, there are several areas that are going to be at higher risk of being above sea level. And so those blue areas are probably going to be underwater. Next slide. And social vulnerabilities are probably the highest, the priority we need to look at. We know that vulnerable groups are the highest risk across the board for any of the illnesses or impacts when it comes to climate change. And we know that, people who are living in poverty also don't have the appropriate housing or safe housing or environments. They may be working in jobs that put them at higher risk for injury and illness. So we do really have to look at that population. And on top of that, we have an aging population. So those who are 60 and above are going to make the majority of our population. And so do we have the resources to really support that community with all these climate changes? Next slide. Next slide. And I'll just keep going. Next slide. Keep going. Okay, so conditions that are on the rise in relation to climate change include, next slide, valley fever. So I did hint on this. This is valley fever is caused by coccidiomycosis, which is a fungus. It is very common in California and Arizona with the dust. And when you breathe this dust in, you can get sick with valley fever. And the symptoms can start off with a flu-like illness, but then can progress to being life-threatening. So the incidence of this condition has actually increased over the past 20 years, and unfortunately has become more common. And again, this month is actually the month of valley fever awareness. Next slide. Vector-borne illness. So you probably saw in our press release, we do have West Nile here. It's already been detected earlier in the month in the water system, but we do now have 2 cases. And when this affects someone, sometimes people can be asymptomatic, but they can also have neurologic effects and become hospitalized, and in some cases, they can pass away. Also, what we've heard from CDC is that malaria is on the rise in different states across the nation, including Florida, Texas, and Maryland. So unfortunately, that's yet another thing that we all have to think about. It's no longer a travel-related illness. Next slide. And then we know that heat can kill, and it typically really affects the most vulnerable, which is, the aging population, 60 and above, but it also affects the very young or the unhoused and people with chronic illnesses and pregnant women. So in 2022, Labor Day, which I know is around the corner, we experienced a heat wave, August 31 to September 9th in California. And in California, there was an estimate of 441 excess deaths. That's a significant amount that could have been probably prevented. So I think we need to get more information out to the community on how they can protect themselves when the temperatures rise. Next slide. So guidance moving forward. There's so much that we need to do, and we talked about this earlier with the earlier panel. It's how do we communicate with the public about being aware of the consequences or the risk and what they can prevent when it comes to injury, illness, and disease. And there has to be a lot more community engagement and collaboration across all the agencies. So again, we can have one united front in how we can protect more individuals in our community. Next slide. This just has a lot more information about what we can do. Urban planning is obviously very important. We need more green space so that people can also have safer environments and they can exercise and have clean access to water and food. Next slide. Next slide. So I'm going to change topics and we're going to go next slide. Oh, here. So healthcare agency has multiple services that we provide, from public health services that includes health promotion, nutrition services, community nursing, and clinical services, our communicable disease program. And then we also have environmental health to keep our environment safe, and that we have teams that look at water quality and hazardous material, and we have a food and pool safety team. We also have mental health recovery services that provides crisis services, alcohol, substance use services, as well as mental health services. We have our Office of Population Health and Equity, which we know is going to be a very important part in making sure that, again, those who are most vulnerable are kept safe. And we have our Emergency Response and Preparedness team that activates when there are emergencies, but also works more closely with our emergency departments. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going to change topics into childhood-led prevention. So this is one of those environmental materials that are in our communities, unfortunately, and specifically Santa Ana is one of those key cities that unfortunately has been impacted. We have programs that provide education and prevention, but we also have case management and investigation, especially when we find out that a family is at risk or a child is known to have a higher lead level. And I actually have Jennifer Forrester here, who is our environmental extraordinary specialist on lead, so she can answer any questions that may arise with that. We did create a video on this and talked more openly about the challenges that we have, so those links are available here. And next slide. So lead, unfortunately, is in the water in some cases, in some of the piping, and in the paint. There was some lead-based paint before 1978, so some of the homes that we live in may have lead-based paint that may actually be impacting a family. About 64% of homes in California were actually built before 1978, so anyone living in a home such as that who has, especially someone who's pregnant and a younger child, or if there's symptoms, you really need to consider getting screened. We do have a childhood lead poisoning prevention program that is grant funded to the state to provide education and prevention in our communities. We also have our hazardous material program that also works closely also with our lead program in those lead cases. Next slide. And right now we actually have a program, we were able to get funding. There's a no-cost home abatement through the grant that targets areas where residents may either be living in a house built before 1978, and especially if you have a child under 6 and you are of low income, you actually may qualify for abatement. So we really want the community to take advantage of that. Next slide. And October is actually Lead Poisoning Prevention Week. There's so many ways that we can learn more about lead and preventing having our children exposed, and know that also aviation fuel also has lead. So unfortunately, we can be at risk just because of being next to an airport. Next slide. And that is it. I'm going to move it along and I'll take your questions later. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Chin-Seo Kwong. So, I mean, you get to see things, unfortunately, the nexus between what happens with, climate change, our, environment heating up. You see the tail end of it. And you see folks, and you have to treat folks for those conditions as a result of those causes. So we see that there is a continuum here. So thank you for that. And I'm sure we have a question and questions for you after this is done. I'm going to turn it now over to Patricia Flores of the Orange County Environmental Justice. And Patricia, welcome, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you for having me. Once again, my name is Patricia Jovel Flores. I'm the Director for Orange County Environmental Justice. We've been active here in Orange County since 2016, and we're really dedicated to being able to confront the environmental and climate injustices that specifically impact low-income communities of color, which in Orange County is mostly central in Santa Ana, Anaheim, Fullerton, Westminster, all the north and inland areas of Orange County. But we look throughout the county because anywhere, you're going to find these communities, and we need to be able to confront those issues wherever we find them. Next slide. This is our staff. I'll go quickly through here, but just, we're a really wonderful team of people who all come from the communities that we are working to defend from these environmental and climate injustices. And then our advisory board, which is also made up of stakeholders from these different communities, as well as members of like the indigenous communities here in Orange County, like Rebecca Robles, who's an Akashman elder, who guides a lot of our work. And so our vision as an organization is to create healthy shared environments that are home to resilient and thriving communities. That's very vague in my opinion, but it's to be over-encompassing of all the work that we do. Our mission is a little bit more specific in that we're fighting for environmental justice in Orange County using the tactics of advocacy, public accountability, healing, and systemic transformation. But to understand what environmental justice looks like, we have to understand what environmental injustice in Orange County is. And so we like to be able to have not only an understanding of our current environment and climate, but also the roots of these issues. So we like to understand that because of the history of settler colonialism here in California, we have a lot of the environmental and climate issues that we face now. Deforestation in California began with the arrival of the Spanish and the taking of indigenous land from the Akashman and Tongva peoples here, but from tribes across the state. And as a result, we are now facing these massive wildfires that are a direct result of the criminalization of native practices for caring for these forests, right? Most tribes in California use a tactic called prescribed burns to be able to prevent the kind of wildfires that are now devastating our environment and really impacting the health of communities here in Orange County and across the state. These are things that could have been preventable if it weren't for the impacts of that land theft and the genocide and displacement of indigenous peoples here. We can also see that in terms of the contamination of the oceans, right? And the continuous threat, of what are we going to do with that nuclear waste, for example, in San Onofre, right? The Akashman and Tongva communities who are still active here in Orange County actually protested the establishment of this nuclear power plant and continue to work for the protection of the ocean in that area, which is right next to the historic village of Panhe. We also can understand environmental injustice by looking at the disparities in the pollution burden. Here in Orange County and across the U.S., we have this similar trend of that people of color, both below and above the poverty line, face a higher pollution burden than at more affluent white communities as well as more poor white communities. And what that means is that we can't just look at this as an issue of class, as income, right? We have to be able to take an intersectional lens where we also consider race, ethnicity, and ties to the land as something that impacts the pollution burden that people face. We can also look at the environmental injustice in terms of climate risk, where if you look at this, Santa Ana is actually at the very bottom here in terms of cities prepared for the climate risk, and at one of the highest ends of the scale in terms of the risk that we face. So that means that we are going to be facing that extreme heat, risks of flooding, increased diseases and air quality, but that we have some of the lowest climate readiness to be able to face those issues. And even though Irvine is not on here, when I looked it up, Irvine is actually at the other end of the scale. And so the city right next door to Santa Ana has a completely different climate risk and level of preparedness, right? And so that is an immense disparity that's happening just with a few miles of difference between these two places. And so that really gives us a sense of what injustice looks like here in Orange County, that certain communities have been condemned to the worst impacts of climate change. In terms of our own research, and you'll have to excuse the typo with Fountain Valley, we have a new map, but I guess it didn't make it onto this presentation. But this is based on research that we did into soil lead contamination in the city of Santa Ana. And so we had youth from a group called Jóvenes Cultivando Cambio working with us, which means youth cultivating change, who are residents of these neighborhoods who worked with our organization and UC Irvine's public health program to be able to take samples from across the city and demonstrate the prevalence of lead contamination. And we found that over 50% of the city had soil lead levels that exceeded the California's Office of Environmental Health and Hazard Assessments measures for safety. So that safety threshold is 80 parts per million of soil lead. And, even those yellow areas are already over that 80 parts per million, meaning that even the parts that aren't in that really scary looking red zone are harmful for the children that are living there, which is especially important to consider given that Santa Ana for a long time was one of the youngest cities in the country. We still have some of the highest youth population, and those neighborhoods that are red and orange, those most impacted neighborhoods are the ones with the most youth, the lowest income, and are mostly migrant families and families of color. And so this is a really easy way to see specifically in Santa Ana how these injustices play out. And so we take on environmental injustice through a number of different programs. This is such a huge issue that it encompasses so many different communities throughout Orange County. And so we have to be multifaceted in the tactics that we take on to fight it. For one, we have our work with soil lead contamination, our Plono Santa Ana campaign. And plono is a play on words. In Spanish, plomo means lead. And so we're saying no to lead, basically, plono. And so there's that map that we created as a result of our first study looking at the prevalence of lead contamination. But since then, we've released 4 new studies demonstrating what are the major health risks for the communities living in those areas impacted by lead contamination. Who are the people being impacted? What are the social distribution of lead? As I was mentioning, as mostly renters, low-income families, and families of color. We published a study using aerial views of the streets in Santa Ana from the 60s and 70s to be able to align what were the areas with the highest traffic of cars with the areas of most lead contamination in the soil. And so we found a very direct correlation showing that the biggest source of that lead contamination is actually lead in gasoline. And that was burnt in emissions from cars. And basically those greenhouse gases go into the atmosphere, but lead is heavy and it sinks down into the soil. And then the more there's construction in the city, it gets kicked out throughout the land around there. And so we followed that study up by doing a radioisotope analysis of the lead that we found in the soil here in Santa Ana. And sure enough, the kind of lead that is in the soil is the kind that's used in lead gasoline and not the kind that's used in paint or in a lot of other substances. And so we have a very clear link that because lead and gasoline was only made illegal in the 90s in California, we're now dealing with this huge issue of lead contamination that's specifically impacting Santa Ana, but we're sure that it's an issue that goes far beyond here. That any of the cities in Orange County that, especially were built before the 60s that had the 5, which used to be the 101 running through it, or any major thoroughfares, are going to have this issue of lead in the soil. And we really need to think about who are the communities that are living in the places that are most impacted, because chances are the social distribution is going to be a lot like Santa Ana. These are just a few of the statistics in terms of the health risks that we found associated with lead contamination in Santa Ana, and then who are the communities in Santa Ana most impacted by this issue. And because we take this approach that the people who are impacted by environmental injustices should be the ones forging the solutions, investigating, and co-governing with local governments to be able to enact these multi-agency interventions. We gathered together residents from all these different neighborhoods through focus groups, through town hall discussions, and we came up with this list of policies that we wanted to be able to pass in Santa Ana to be able to address this issue. And last year we were successful. When Supervisor Sarmiento was mayor at the time, we were negotiating a lot with the city staff as well, and Orange County Healthcare Agency participated as well. And we've gotten to this point now where we have an agreement to remediate the lead from the soil, to be able to do blood lead testing in communities throughout the city, to be able to link, working with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, link residents to healthcare who have been impacted by lead. And also with the other movements going on in the city, we've been able to assure that there are tenant rights for the residents of lead contaminated neighborhoods, so that once we are able to remediate those neighborhoods, they won't be priced out by rents that will rise because of the rise in property value. And so we have to think about ways that we can address all these different issues at the same time as remediating the actual environmental injustice that's occurring. And that's why it's so important to have residents at the table when we're taking on these discussions, when we're making the solutions, because they're able to tell us, well, this is what we're concerned about. If you remove the lead, then they're going to raise the rent on us. Otherwise, we might not have thought of that, right? But also because us as a staff, we come from these neighborhoods as well, we were able to think of those things and know who to talk to get those answers. And so we really advocate for that in terms of the Board of Supervisors and all levels of government, that if you want to create a solution to these issues, you have to partner on the ground with the people with the least resources and the best idea of how it's going to impact them. Next slide. And we really want to be able to push back against racialized narratives that tend to individualize the problem a little bit more. There is definitely an issue of lead in food, but the reality is that lead in diets mostly comes from bread that's made in the US, right? And so we want to push back against the kind of harmful myths that are pushed around Mexican candy being a source of lead, or that there's lead coming in from other countries and things like that, when reality is that the lead that we're talking about is in the ground beneath our feet, and it was put here by American gasoline companies. And so we need to be able to create a collective solution for those issues rather than trying to individualize on particular families and their particular dietary choices. Next slide. And that is just demonstrating the correlation between the major roadways and how those most trafficked roads in Santa Ana are the areas that have the most associated lead in the soil. So we also work around water pollution in Orange County, which is a huge issue. I think most recently in the news, it's come up in terms of the prevalence of PFAS and PFOA plastics and chemicals in the water. That recently there's been a series of lawsuits against companies like 3M and DuPont, which were a huge source of those forever chemicals that were being found in really high levels in the water in Orange County and throughout the state. And so because of that issue, we decided to take on this campaign where we trained residents throughout Orange County to document instances of runoff water pollution across the county. And so that includes during stormwater events, but also we had them go out to industrial areas of Orange County to see if there was runoff even during dry days, which would be a huge issue, right? Because that would mean that these industries are continuing to contribute to the water pollution in our groundwater. And now that we know that there are multiple EPA Superfund sites in Orange County with a North County water basin and the South County as well, we know that this is something that has to have immediate action. And so We actually are just finishing up a policy brief and data report based on all of the different photos that we've been able to take of runoff pollution across the county. And we've been able to document what are the most prevalent ones from city to city. And the residents that we've worked with have come up with a series of policies that they would like to address these water issues. And they've even been helpful enough to divide it up from the city level to the Board of Supervisors to the municipal water districts around here. And so it's a document that we would like to present here with you all, as well as with the different water districts in Orange County. And so we really look forward to working with you all and trying to push that and bring attention to what residents are seeing as a way forward for water issues in Orange County. These are a few of the different pictures that residents have taken. So we're looking at issues from, an incredible amount of trash accumulation and water pollutions in some of the basins and throughout Orange County. Looking at the Santa Ana River and the accumulation of algae and how that's an indicator of fertilizer being washed in from the remaining agricultural areas of Orange County. But also thinking about how we can rewild the Santa Ana River and bring back a lot of the native ecosystem that was dependent upon that river, right? We're looking at issues like flooding, which is huge in terms of accessibility in Orange County. I know as a kid growing up in Santa Ana, I was always very excited for the rain because I was like, wow, it floods so much here. We could basically get a boat and start riding through the streets, As an adult, I realized that's a huge issue because, the members of our community who depend on wheelchairs and other mobility devices to be able to get around are hugely impacted by this. And given the fact that cities like Santa Ana and the rest of Orange County are very highly pedestrian, this even more impacts low-income communities. And then the picture on the right is an automobile dump in Santa Ana that we were actually able to begin a legal enforcement action against because they weren't preventing water runoff from their site. But we're also looking at military and aerospace defense manufacturers as a huge source of water pollution. We've found multiple instances of runoff coming from those sites, even on dry days. And so some of those, like Raytheon, already have enforcement actions against them. And so we believe that it's incredibly necessary to create some kind of structure to make sure that industries that are polluting again and again our water don't get to keep doing their business in Orange County. And we're almost at the end here. Next slide. And all of our work, we try to emphasize a collaboration with the indigenous communities of Orange County. That's cemented through our Defending the Sacred Youth internship, where we bring youth interns together with Akashman and Tongva elders throughout Orange County to work on these issues. You can go to the next slide. And that includes defending sacred sites throughout Orange County because these are villages where ceremony is still practiced and are important repositories for culture as well as important for the native ecosystem here in Orange County. And it ties into our water work because we recently brought together leaders of the Akashman and Tongva nations here in Orange County to put together a proposal for restoring some of the custodianship of water in Orange County because they have traditional ecological knowledge that's scientifically proven going back thousands of years for caring for the land and water here. And we believe that some of the solutions to water pollution come with restoring that authority to indigenous peoples here in Orange County. Next slide. And so we've done a lot, especially with groups like Friends of Pavungna in defense of the sacred site of Pavungna at Cal State Long Beach. And we're making that a pilot site so that we can remove arsenic and lead that was dumped on their sacred site and use that as a way to train worker cooperatives from Santa Ana to be able to remove lead contamination here in the city of Santa Ana using methods like bioremediation, using native California plants and fungi, rather than digging the soil up and moving into somebody else's backyard. This way we can heal the soil directly beneath our feet. And that's just a few of the pictures from the work that we've done. Next slide. And lastly, I just want to mention our Environmental Justice Organizing Academy because we really believe that youth need to be at the center of all these solutions. Youth are the ones that are going to be the ones dealing with this for the generations to come, for the years to come, and also are the ones that have the least authority in their own lives right now to be able to have a say or vote in the area around them. And so we want to invest in them now so that they have the skills to continue this fight long after the champions that you see at the tables here have retired, right? And so this academy is a way that we're able to do that. And this is just an example of like the curriculum that we use where we're able to prepare them to take on multiple issues, whether it's grassroots organizing around water, lead, air quality, or working within this local governments around budgets, planning, relational organizing, and then building this relationship of co-governance. And that's just where I want to end for today, which is that relationship of co-governance is what we want to build. between the communities that are most impacted by environmental injustices and the authorities within this region that have the ability to work together to create the solutions. We think that there needs to be a kind of reversal here in which the people who are impacted now are guiding local governments in being able to enact these solutions, because we think that's the only way that they're going to be encompassing enough to really prepare us for the worst impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Flores. I don't think many of us have been exposed to that powerful a presentation to show graphically what the impacts are of climate change on families that are already challenged with other, impacts. So thank you for that. I'm sure we're going to have questions afterwards. Let me go ahead and now turn it over to Mr. Ryan Bloom, who is going to bring us home on Recycle from Home.
Thank you very much. That's a tough act to follow right there. I was supposed to be in a different panel, but I'm happy to be here with these panelists to advocate on behalf of recycling in Orange County. The vulnerable groups we're discussing here today are typically the ones who benefit most from recycling and who are penalized the most for lack of access to recycling. So I'm here on behalf of Recycle from Home, and we'd like to say, are you ready to recycle from home, Orange County? We are ready to recycle with you. We pick up and pay you for your CACRV cans and bottles, and you can skip the trip to the recycling center. We come straight to you. For those of you who don't know, these are the CRV recycling containers: plastic bottles, aluminum bottles, glass bottles. And typically when you go to the grocery store and you buy a 6-pack or whatnot, you have to give a deposit of 5 cents for each container. The promise of the CRV program is that you're supposed to be able to get that deposit back. And that's a promise that's been broken, and we're here to fix. For years, California boasted an 85% recycling rate for the CRV beverage containers. Due to decreased convenient program access for consumers, that rate is below 59% at the moment. There's 1,200 roughly recycling centers left in California, down from over 2,500 in years past. 67.5% of the population has no service or is underserved in California. From a program that used to be the beacon of recycling in the country, this is where we're at now. In Orange County specifically, of the 3.1 million residents, only 106 recycling centers remain. And that's people reporting on the census, okay? 30,000 residents per recycling center. 60% of residents unserved, and probably a lot more. What a waste, we say. In Orange County in 2022, 1 billion CRV containers went unrecycled. 40,000 tons of recyclable containers either went to landfill, filled our streets, or went to the ocean. $42 million worth of deposits belonging to the OC consumers lost. We ask, why are OC citizens throwing away the money? Why are we allowing the landfills to fill up with recyclable materials? The big question is, what's the plan for Orange County? I think that's what we're here to discuss today. Unfortunately, we're operating off the old plan, which is the 2016 OC Waste and Recycling Strategic Plan. This plan contains 5,609 words. The word recycling is only mentioned 39 times. Regrettably, of the 39 times recycling is mentioned, 25 are referring to the agency name OC Waste and Recycling. The truth is, since 2016, there has been no plan for CRV recycling in Orange County. And the proof is in the numbers. This is a graph published by the Orange County Grand Jury in their 2022 study entitled, Where Have All the CRVs Gone? On the left, it depicts the number of recycling centers, charted over time. On the right, the redemption rate. Redemption means returning a beverage container back to receive your deposit. You can see in 2013, over 2,500 recycling centers and a rate of 75%. We thought that was down from a higher rate of 85% from earlier years in the program. In 2016, synonymously with the publishing of the Orange County Waste and Recycling Plan, you can see recycling centers closing and recycling rates plummeting. And today in 2023, we're below 60% redemption rate. That's 40% of these containers end up in the trash, landfill, streets, or in the ocean. The mission of OC Waste and Recycling is to provide waste management services, protect the environment, and promote recycling in order to ensure a safe and healthy community for current and future generations. Well, of the 4 stated goals of that plan, recycling is missing from the plan. It's not mentioned. All of the goals are in relation to solid waste and landfill. And I can attest, nothing that goes into landfill gets recycled. In that plan, there were 8 strategies formed. Only the 8th strategy lists recycling, and it's the last word. Why is recycling always last on the list, guys? I'd like to say, what has been done to bolster recycling in Orange County? Based on the data, I say not enough. But we're here to help be a regional leader for recycling, which is the 8th strategy for Orange County, stated in the plan. I would say there is a cause and effect. Since the 2016 strategic plan, CRV recycling rates have plummeted, and we're here to answer, how do you fix this problem? Additionally, the Orange County Grand Jury published a report in 2022 called Where Have All the CRVs Gone?, where they compelled the Orange County Board of Supervisors to form a written response based on 4 findings and 4 recommendations rather. The findings were, due to reduced availability of convenient CRV redemption sites, to paraphrase, and because redemption sites have diminished in number, waste haulers, that's the trash companies, receive the CRV fees belonging to consumers. So when you don't take this back to a recycling center and you throw it in your trash can, the trash company gets your money and you don't get it back. That's what that means. Orange County does not make CRV redemption and recycling a priority. Recommendations are Orange County should apply for available grants or pilot programs and focus on returning more CRV funds to the residents. Well, I'm here to tell you today, guys, we are the pilot program. We've already got the grant, and we're returning the funds back to the people. That's our motto, is give the nickel back to the consumer. And repetitively, they asked OC Waste and Recycling to do the same. So some facts from the Orange County Grand Jury report. Orange County Grand Jury has commended Recycle from Home for our efforts. They have directed Orange County supervisors to adopt a pilot program, hopefully Recycle from Home, for the county. Recycle from Home creates 100% diversion and 100% clean material, 0 landfill. We're the only company that can say that. Recycle from Home also can pick up e-waste. Recycle from Home can create equitable recycling opportunities for all residents in all domicile types and allow all consumers to reclaim CRV deposits that rightfully belong to them. I know you're begging to know how we do this, but I'll get to that. Here's the commendation, just for documentation's sake. You guys can look it up if you Google Where Have All the CRVs Gone by the Orange County Grand Jury. It's a long report. More facts. The Orange County has been indicted by the grand jury and asked to respond. Another fun fact, waste haulers only account for 12% of the CRV recycling in Orange County, and yet they get so much focus. Waste haulers landfill over 25% of the CRV collected, and we know that they did significantly more during COVID. Waste hauler process results in 30% contaminated materials. When you put all your materials in the same recycling bin, they don't come out clean, they come out mixed and dirty. We have 100% clean material. Waste haulers receive $200 million a year in payments for CRV recycling in the form of subsidies, grants, supplemental payments. However, under the current framework, recycling rates have declined more than 20% and continue to decline. The state of California CRV fund has a $600 million surplus of unclaimed CRV deposits that people paid into the system. They have been unable to get them back. This is a picture from the Orange County Grand Jury report. It's a visualization of a flow of payments to waste haulers. And if you see up on the upper left-hand corner, it depicts consumers with golden nickels, apparently, walking into the grocery store to buy beverage containers. They give the golden nickel to the grocery store with the hopes of someday being able to get it back. But for some reason, those funds have been diverted in 4 different payment types, totaling $200 million that go to the waste haulers. And the bottom one on the right, you can see $10 million to quality incentive payments. That's a new strategy by the state to pay the waste haulers $10 million to try to learn how to clean up their material and make it less than 70% contaminated. And yet, with all these efforts and all these funds that the waste haulers get, 25% of the bottles collected end up in the landfill. Like I said, at Recycle from Home, our material is 100% clean, and we have 0 landfill policy. The legislator acknowledged the problem, the California legislator, and in 2017, a pilot program was formed, and in 2019, it was funded. The goal was to improve redemption opportunities in underserved areas, allow local governments and private industries to work together, increase consumer redemption access, and increase recycling percentages in pilot program areas. And here's the legislative authority and the amendments subsequently. So here we are. This is the point. Recycle from Home wants to change the way Californians recycle their CA/CRV beverage containers. We are the only authorized mobile recycling service in the state of California. That's right, mobile. We come to you. At present, to get your CRV back, you have to stand in a long line. Oftentimes, you need a suitable vehicle to pack up your items. A lot of time is wasted waiting, costs money and gas and effort, and oftentimes the money you get back isn't worth the hour or two you spent doing this process. It's prohibitive, and people don't like to do it. Additionally, to find one of these centers is getting more and more difficult, and they're increasingly being parked behind a grocery store and hard to find places. Places you probably won't want to be by yourself when the sun's going down. Well, we make it easier. We pick up and pay a city or business residents for their CRV bottles and cans. Each person that signs up gets 10 free bags and QR codes and multilingual instructions. Users download the intuitive app, and those who are not technical can actually just call in on the phone and do it over the phone. We pay everybody via Venmo or PayPal the same day or the next day, or by check in the mail for the analog users, as we call them. We pay 100% of the published CRV rates, this minus a 10% service fee, which doesn't even cover our program costs. And the result is customers love it. We have hundreds of 5-star reviews and nothing else but 5-star reviews across all of our social media platforms and review sites. This is our brand ambassador, Ryan Hickman. Unfortunately, Ryan couldn't be here today. He usually co-presents with me, but 9th grade geometry class took precedence. That's what his mom said. His dad's here, though. Okay. But people say, love this service, make it so easy to redeem CRV on my cans and bottles instead of just dumping them into the regular curbside recycling like we did for 10 years. And I don't know if I can you click on the little play button on this TikTok? I don't know if we're going to hear it. We'll skip it. You guys can come to our webpage and go to the media page, but this is a quick little 10-second thing on the process. I'll narrate it. Get a bag, you scan your barcode, take a picture of it, schedule your pickup on the day and time you like, click send, and then you get paid. We come and pick it up. How about equitable and convenient access for everybody? So what have you done for me lately? We've recycled over 4 million containers so far. We've paid every customer with 100% success, either via Venmo, PayPal, or check in the mail. In partnership with the City of Irvine, we've received the Beacon Award for Environmental Stewardship. We've been awarded a second pilot program by Cal Recycle in order to expand this program. We've achieved $3 million in grant funding. And by the way, folks, there's another $379 million that Cal Recycle is trying to figure out how to give away. And we'd love to bring it here to Orange County. Donated thousands of dollars to partner charities and expanded this program to Irvine, Corona, Orange, Rancho Santa Margarita, and now Orange County. And we've created the most convenient recycling program on planet Earth. Here's our Beacon Award presentation. This is an equation for success. It's like mixing recycling and Uber and Amazon together. That equals recycle from home. And recycle from home equals consumer convenience and increased recycling rates. We need to turn this curve upside down. This makes sense for Orange County. Extending the life of landfills is of critical importance for Orange County and the residents. We can keep 40,000 tons a year of non-biodegradable metals and plastics from the OC landfills. We can put $42 million a year in unclaimed deposits back in the hands of Orange County residents. It's their money. So I ask you again, are you guys ready to recycle from home? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Bloom. And the one thing I know we can take away is we need to repeat recycle a lot more and make sure it's embedded in our minds and make sure it's embedded in our public policy. So thank you for that. I know we were trying to tighten things up and get back on track. We may have gotten a little bit beyond, but I do want to hear from you because the presentations were so compelling. And again, I think, even to any individual presentation that was provided, that's almost a panel discussion in and of itself. But let me begin with the Orange County Labor Federation Executive Director on a quick question. And just so you know, Ms. Alvarado, before earlier today, we were talking about worker protections and how does climate resiliency, impact the ability of workers to be safe, not just residents. But that was a discussion that we had earlier. But as you were talking about transitioning to a green economy, as we're looking at all that, we know that many workers and many unions fought really hard for well-paying jobs, respect in both the oil and gas industry. So now, as we try to transition workers into this new economy where there are greener jobs, how do you see that transition working? What do you think the county can do to help position itself and make that transition smoother?
Definitely having conversations, bringing labor into the fold. One of the biggest things is that lack of connection. We hear from different environmental groups, we hear from local cities, and there's always that one missing part, and that is the labor community. Again, we believe in the environmental changes that are happening. We are affected by it. We are those communities who are being affected. And sometimes, when we're talking about the environmental issues, it seems like there's a separation, like there will be two different communities that are being affected, and they're not. We are those. And so I think it's important, as we bring community, we need to bring workers into the fold. And you're so right. As we transition, we need to be looking at alternatives. How do we not only train the future workers, but how do we train the existing workers as we close, refineries, as we close those jobs that are affecting the environmental issues? How do we retrain those people? What do we do to make sure that they have the safeguards, that they have that net? That do we retire them? And again, I'm aging myself, but maybe my grandchildren will be able to actually partake of those amazing new jobs. But what happens to someone my age who has dedicated 30, 40 years into a career that kept us moving, that kept us actually active? Those are the communications that we can share. There's also several studies. The newest one done in collaboration with UCI, actually for Northern California, as some of the refineries from Chevron were closing down. It affected more than 500 families. So the study is actually showing the impact that is happening right now. And this is in Contra Costa, California. We have the study. We need to share it. We need to have those discussions involving those who have been affected so that we know how to prevent those issues here in Orange County.
Thank you for that. I completely 100% agree. So let me move over to Dr. Chincio Kwan and ask her. I know that recently the city of Los Angeles just created a new position for their chief heat officer. Can you describe what the county's plans are for heat zones, how we can mitigate the impacts of heat on disenfranchised communities?
I think we're just starting to work with the Office of Engagement and to try to figure out how we're responding, especially as the temperatures rise. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And as I know that you've been talking with Michelle Anderson and the fire department, we all need to come together to really talk about how do we get the most vulnerable in situations where they can have safe housing or cooler areas to go to when the temperatures rise. It needs to be a county-wide effort, especially with the greening of Orange County. So we're only one segment. From my perspective as the health officer, I get alerts when the temperature starts rising and will be continuously up for over 7 days for a 3-day period in several cities above a certain level. And then those alerts go out, and SSA and every single agency has their role, but I think there needs to be more discussion about how do we get to the vulnerable populations. How do we have more areas of like cooling centers? How do we make sure that families that are living 2 or 3 families in one area have AC or access to energy to provide AC when the temperatures actually rise? So a lot more work needs to be done to get to a better place. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Doctor. Let me ask Ms. Flores, if you don't mind. I think you spoke really well about how we incorporate and connect with indigenous peoples and native peoples and making sure they're part of the solution, right? Maybe co-governing, making sure that there's a seat at the table when it comes to trying to address some of the challenges that we're facing. What do you think the county can do better, as you were talking about lead, to remediate in those communities that you were referencing? So we saw the heat map. We know that there is a EJ corridor in Santa Ana where there is, some incompatible uses right up against each other. But what would you say are some of the maybe initial steps, maybe some of the longer term steps that you see? But any thoughts on that?
Turn this on. Yeah, absolutely. I think that Now that we know that this is an issue in Santa Ana that's correlated with historic gasoline emissions, we know that it's very highly likely that it's going to be an issue throughout the areas of Orange County that were existing prior to the 1960s, right? And so I think that at the county level, we really recommend an encompassing approach, one that's not individual based, but like looking at the entire region. And so being able to apply for and acquire funds to investigate lead contamination issues throughout the rest of the county with the focus on those areas that had highly trafficked, streets from the 70s and 60s prior. I think that would be the next best step in terms of being able to identify the prevalence of the issue throughout the rest of the county, and then being able to further those partnerships with academic institutions like UC Irvine to be able to create a solution for those issues. I think being able to do that on a county-wide basis rather than having to do an individual campaign in each city would be able to create a solution a lot more quickly. And I think we'd be able to attract the attention of, California EPA, federal EPA, to be able to get investment and being able to solve those issues locally.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that response. Finally, Mr. Bloom, so I know that convenience was a big goal of the program for you. And how do you see your program providing equity and benefit to all residents in Orange County? I know you had mentioned that some of the CRV centers that are going away, some of those sites may not be the most ideal, but the idea is to provide the same access, the same benefit to everybody in our county. And we know that some areas in our county are more maybe burdened with other impacts than others, but what would you say? How does this provide a benefit to all?
Well, let me start by saying I've been in the recycling industry for 20 years and own and operate a large number of typical brick and mortar recycling centers. So I've been watching and observing the behavior of people for all this time and thinking, what can I do to make it easier and better for them? And when Cal Recycle, they actually asked me to participate in the pilot program and give them an idea, I was very excited. And I thought, well, what is the new standard for consumers now? You click a button and something pops up on your doorstep, right? So let's flip that. And let's make that same level of access available to everyone in this county through our program, Recycle from Home. So I proposed the idea. Cal Recycle agreed. We went through a lot of software development, technology development, and we believe that our service now, it's operating in the 4 cities and hopefully soon in all of Orange County. That's our goal. Anybody who wants to recycle can quite simply get on the app and say, I'd like my bags picked up tomorrow, and they'll get paid the same day. That's the ultimate level of convenient access. And I'd just like to say, I'm not an expert in diversity or equity or inclusion, but we've been treating people with those principles in mind for 20 years before it was popular. And we were doing recycling 20 years ago before it was popular. And so I just like to say, I think that if you let us do this, we can provide that super convenient access to everybody, regardless of who they are or what they are.
Thank you for that answer. And Supervisor Foley, you missed a really interesting, powerful panel, but I know that it's caught on video and caught for everybody's posterity to go ahead and reflect. So those who aren't able to see this today, I know this, they could be able to access this later. But if you'll all please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause. I really do think that they were exceptional. And I will turn it back over to you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Well, and just to answer your question, Mr. Bloom, we actually will have a letter going out to you that we will be able to provide this service to all of Orange County. Okay? So, and I think that makes it easier for people to earn money at home and get that recycling going. So, thank you all, and we are now going to move on to our we'll have some remarks, and then we'll have public comment. And I'm sorry I had to leave, but we do have a bill pending with the state legislature regarding our Mental Health Service Act funding, and we wanted to make sure that we have our county perspective worked out. Okay, so I think Supervisor Sarmiento, you're going to do some closing remarks before we get to our climate action panel.
Yeah, and just for the effort of brevity and making sure that we get back on schedule, I'm going to be very brief, and I'm just going to simply say that I think a lot of what we hear, and it's funny, I'll hear it at home. I have teenagers, young adults, college students, and they tend to come and talk about this topic with me, and they have very little hope, right? They feel like, well, what's the point? We see the forecast that things are going to be really doom and gloom. And that's where I think we need to change this, because as we were talking to listening to Dr. Chincio Kwan, there is a nexus to a person's mental health when we talk about this in such dire terms. And I don't think that that's the premise we want to start with. We want to start with the premise that this is a problem. This is a solvable problem. The sooner we get started, the sooner we'll get some sort of solution to this. So I do want us to sort of rewrite the narrative where we're here to listen to you. We're here to hopefully take action very quickly because we know that we're behind the curve. But I do think that this isn't something that should give us a feeling of hopelessness, because I think what that does, it just makes this problem much more severe. It makes people who are younger feel like, well, what's the point if these decisions are now not being made for my future? What do I have to look forward to? So I just hope that we can all walk away with this feeling optimistic that we're having this conversation, because we know we're maybe behind some other communities, other counties, but other counties also haven't taken that step. But we're hoping we can encourage and serve as a model for those who haven't. And I do think here in our county, we're blessed that we have enough resources, we have enough will to do that. So I know that, I'm certainly encouraged by also what Sacramento is doing. I know the governor dedicated $15 billion to a climate change package. Those are good steps. Those are other things to make sure that we go to a zero emission by 2035 for all new vehicles. Those are solid steps that I think we can build on. It's certainly not the solution to everything, but here at the county, I know that we're trying to also make sure that here in my district, what we're fighting for really passionately is for more open space. And if you heard, many of the speakers that live and work in the central part of the county, we realize that we're probably, the most park poor area in the county. So to the extent we can provide some green and open space, I think that's something that all of us will benefit as a community. I know that we're seeking ways to expand active transportation routes by using our flood control channels, identifying water percolation opportunities, and also habitat restoration in green spaces like Santiago Creek. We've heard from OC Waste and Recycling, about what we can do and the good steps that we can take. We also want to think about what we're doing at Cal Optima. I'm a director at Cal Optima, and we see that again we deal with the consequences of health conditions as a result of the changing climate, and we're working on to provide asthma remediation funding, and we've already had 2 health fairs on that topic, both in Santa Ana and Anaheim. So all those things I think are in play. I think we have OCTA that is stepping up in a way that they're providing free passes to the youth and college students. Those are good. Those are good efforts. But we also just want to make sure that we continue looking at not just being reactive, but being preventive. So I think that as we see issues come before us, sometimes we are good to say, hey, let's do this, but we're not getting on the front end of things. So there's some simple things that I know that others are doing. We have to think about cooling centers when it comes to these extreme heat conditions. We have to look at shade structures. We have to look at planting trees. We have to look at hydration stations. All those things I think are important. And one thing that I know I'll leave you with I also sit on the commission to end homelessness. And one of the issues that we were dealing with was a cold weather shelter and where we place it. And sometimes it's a challenge because no city wants to host that because it is an impact on that city. So what we realized is weather is or severe weather is no longer just a seasonal. So we need to get away from that model of saying there's a cold weather shelter. We have to look at it as an extreme weather shelter. So when there is extreme heat, when there are extreme rains, when there is extreme cold, all those things affect all of us as a community. But we know how much more impactful it is on people who don't have homes and are out in the street. So to the extent that we're changing the narrative on that and seeing how we can redefine a shelter when there are extreme weather conditions, that's something that I'm hopeful about, because it does push the this forward for all of us to consider what is the weather doing to all our lives. So I want to thank, Supervisor Foley for having me partner with her on this and do this together. This is certainly not the final step. This is really, I think, the first step in the discussion in coming up with some good public policy to address a lot of what our panelists raised before us on what they're doing, on what they think are good, solid recommendations for us to take. But I simply want to thank you for your indulgence in sitting here. Many of you are, have been here throughout the day. But those of you who are going to sit for the next panel, you're in for some, very, very informative discussion. And I'll turn it back over to Supervisor Foley. Thank you so much for helping us host this.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we've had an incredible day with some really informative panelists. And for those here in the audience, thank you for being here. For those watching from home, we're not done yet. So from transportation to flood channels, coastal erosion, wildfires, lack of open space, lead remediation, water quality. Oh, wow. We have had so many recommendations from how to prepare Orange County for the future. And I think the dialogues have been good. And I know that my team is collecting all the recommendations from both the public, and we are taking comments and recommendations and questions online as well. So we're going to be collecting all of that information, putting it together in a summary on our website, and trying to answer as many questions as we can. So, some takeaways from the day. At Orange County Transportation Authority, we're working on electrifying our fleet and transitioning to cleaner fuel that ultimately results in a revenue increase for our county, and much better than if we were just stuck with gas buses. Our local, state, and federal government continue to work together on the low sand rail corridor, on sand replenishment, on ways to protect the rail that don't actually impact the coast and the beaches. The county will continue our efforts with our state and federal partners to protect our coastline. We've talked about how do we restructure our flood channels, how do we collect sediment properly so that we can deposit it on our flood channels in a more systematic way. How do we create living shorelines, natural habitat, adaptations that are going to be more long-term and sustainable. Despite our efforts to transition to zero emissions, we also have, or in addition, I should say, we also have plans for building more active transportation, mobility, and pedestrian areas, and prioritizing public transit. Transportation, though, as we've seen in many of the slides presented today, continues to be our largest source of greenhouse gases, and an area that we have to act more intentionally to address. We learned from our Orange County Power Authority, from Dr. Treseder, that they can provide clean energy options to the public, which may help our county reach our climate goals, especially as it relates to our electric vehicle infrastructure. We also heard from our healthcare agencies, our Orange County Labor Fed partners, and our environmental justice community-based organizations about the adverse and disproportionate impacts of the impact of climate change, of doing nothing or keeping things the status quo in terms of workplaces and neighborhoods, and how that impacts vulnerable populations, especially heat island effects, lead remediation, exposure to chemicals, air pollution, and water quality. From our emergency management teams, we learned about resiliency and mitigation planning, and the fact that we have 47 projects that have not been funded, and that maybe if we could start to really intentionally look at those projects in a way where we can get that funding into Orange County, we could be further along in terms of our resiliency planning to protect our communities in terms of wildfire threat, flooding, all kinds of emergency management. When we're looking at our landfills, recycling programs, extending the life of landfills, we learned about a program that will allow people to have the convenience at home in terms of recycling. They can make some money off of it, and we can do a better job of removing those products from our landfills. So while we transition to a green economy, we obviously, and I know I missed the presentation by our Labor Fed partner, Ms. Alvarado, but I've had many of those conversations with her, so I'm well versed in why we have to help train our existing workers as well as the next generation's workforce in clean energy jobs. We have to do that intentionally and quickly because these are high paying, good jobs that help people to have a middle class life, and we don't want to leave them behind in this process. So you have my commitment for that. So now I'm going to invite the public to give comment. At this time, we'll take suggestions, ideas, and as I mentioned before, we'll transcribe those recommendations and post them on our website. Our next two panels after the public comment will focus on turning our good ideas into conversations and action and a plan. And so we'll begin that next panel at, it says 3:45, but let's say 4 o'clock, okay? Or as soon as we finish the public comment. So, Alyssa, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak at this time?
Yes, we have 5. I'm going to read all 5 names if you want to get in line. We have Dennis Arp with Citizens Climate Lobby, Tony Nelson with Capo Cares, Sharon Ray with Spawn Stop Polluting Our Newport, Patio with Cool OC, and Ein Creation with Climate Action Campaign.
Okay, and we'll go ahead and 4 minutes so that we can get to the 4 o'clock hour, if that's okay. But you don't have to talk for 4 minutes.
I'm basically here to thank Supervisor Foley, Supervisor Sarmiento, their staffs for organizing this this discussion. I'm Dennis Arp. I live in Brea. For the past 9 years, I've led a volunteer group in North Orange County of Citizens Climate Lobby, also Creation Justice Chair at Brea Congregational Church. And as a District 4 resident, I also wanted to recognize staff members in Supervisor Chafee's office, Janelle Needham, Jesus Gaano Perez, for their response to my outreach and expressing my concern and my questions. I look forward to working with them going forward. So basically, I just wanted to recognize the importance of hearings like this, to put a stamp on the immediacy of the problem and the need for action going forward, and to recognize that it's really the cost of inaction that's staring us in the face now. And you've characterized them well. The experts that have spoken have done so as well. We know that it's not just the financial costs of inaction, which on their own level or project to astronomical levels, but the cost of shorter lives, of poorer health, of the loss of livability in a county that I've had the joy of calling home for all 65 years of my life. So our volunteers in our group and others across our others who for whom this issue is central and immediate and important, we look forward to the development of a countywide climate action plan that is a bellwether for cities across, not just our county, not just across all 5 districts, but elsewhere in Southern California and beyond. And again, thank you for elevating this conversation. And now it's the work of all of us to turn this conversation into action that restores that hope you were talking about for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alyssa?
Next, we have Tony Nelson with Capo Cares, followed by Sharon Ray with Spawn, Patio with Cool OC, and Ein Creation.
Hello again, and thank you so much for this whole hearing. This afternoon was so interesting. I'm so glad that I stayed. There was a lot of meat there. Just a couple of comments that I'm hoping your staff will list. The first one for Fire Chief Fennessy. He talked about fire prevention and so on. And one of our big issues in South Orange County and probably all of Orange County is mustard grass. It is so invasive. It is everywhere. It looks gorgeous in the spring, but dries out, and it is a fire hazard and an eyesore in our community. And so I'm wondering if there's something we can do about that, if we can look at goats. I know they eat it sometimes. If there's a way to replace it with coastal shrub, which is, supposed to be indigenous to the area. This mustard plant does not belong in Orange County. Secondly, on Professor Sanders, who was fantastic, since I live in one of his red beach areas in Doheny Beach and Capistrano, I was very interested in what he had to say. And I'd like to encourage the county to maybe take a look at some studies to figure out exactly where is our sand going. Is it falling off the cliff? Is it going to other beaches? Where is it going? I know they do studies with where they dye the water and they can figure it out. I'd like to know the answer to that. And I'm also wondering about whether it could be off coast. I know Dr. Susie Whitelaw from Save Our Beaches has looked at ancient deposits off coast, and it would be so interesting if they're actually there and if we could dredge sand deposits that are off our coast and just spit them back onto our shore. Another question on dredging is the harbor. I'm hoping that we will dredge that harbor soon because it's full of sand, and I hope that we'll keep doing that and keep that on some kind of schedule so it happens all the time. It's a hazard to boaters right now. On emergency planning, I have a suggestion to encourage people who live on bluffs to plant their bluffs. It would do a great deal to reduce landslides. Sometimes it's really hard to get to those areas, but if there's some kind of county or statewide help, if we could spray it with some kind of plant material that would engage, it would be really helpful. It would prevent some landslides. And of course, you know that I'm very interested in doing what we can to prevent the vibration of the trains along there. And on stormwater capture, that's a really big issue to us in South Orange County. We cannot swim or surf, or shouldn't, for 3 to 5 days after each storm because we have coffee-colored, ugly, ugly water blooming out beyond the harbor. And we need to do better on this. We need to clean out our San Juan Creek, make sure that we remove the boulders, the sand, the rocks, the trees. There are whole trees in there, all of which are impeding the movement of sand down to our beaches. And it's time to clean those out. I don't think it's ever been done. And the last thing is, can we do a little better job on cleaning the water upstream so we don't get that coffee into our oceans? You know, can we get the debris out, and can we do some cleaning and maybe even some recycling upstream so that we don't have that scourge on our ocean? And that's it. Thank you. And I talked to your recycle guy. I'm looking into his charity program for one of our charities in South County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And just to give you an update on the harbor, we actually were able to get well, it's still pending, right? A grant from Congressman Levin to be able to dredge the harbor and repair the jetty there. So that is in the works. And then I don't think Poche Beach is where you're talking about, but we did get some funding to do a water reclamation and stormwater capture for that area too. Yep. Yes, thank you. I know we didn't talk about the airport today, but of course that's always on my mind.
I won't even be 2 minutes. I wanted to thank you for today. It was wonderful. I learned so much. You know, when all these big programs and exciting programs, I hate to bring up something.
Having a little bit of a feedback.
Oh.
I think.
Am I not too far, too close?
Is it Alyssa? Do you know?
No.
Adam, can you help her?
Yeah.
What's going on with the feedback?
Is it helpful?
It's something. Do you have your cell phone or something?
No.
No.
But
okay.
Why
Here
don't
we
I
go.
stand back here?
There
and
we go.
talk
We
loud?
got it. It
okay.
fixed itself. Okay.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this. Kind of comes. But I'll just
hold on 1 second. Let's just try to fix it. Do you know what it is?
You know. Ah. Like toxic here. My own toxicity.
Turn off this mic. Did you turn it off?
Ultrafine particles are unique to aviation, and I've been looking into them. You know what? I turned off mine. Okay. What I want to recommend is about HEPA filters in classrooms. Children have underdeveloped respiratory filter systems. They haven't developed yet. A lot of the big programs, they won't be children anymore. So putting HEPA filters in classrooms, particularly in the flight path, would be amazingly helpful to those kids. There might also be grants to do it. That was really all I wanted to say.
That's a great idea. Thank you. I'm gonna pause for a second. We have to fix this. Do we know what the issue is? Alyssa,
NTT, can you help us with the sound issue?
and then Alyssa, the light is still on, so maybe it's something to do with that.
I'm not on.
It's reminding me of dial-up days, Supervisor.
I know. Okay. Can we go to the next person?
Sounds like we're okay. So it's Patty O with Cool OC, and then we're ending with Ein Creation, Climate Action Campaign.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Okay. So my name is Patty O. I'm with Cool OC. I wanted to really thank you both for having this very important day. We rely on our leaders to lead the public, maybe when they're not aware that there's a danger. And you would think something that affects the air we breathe, the water we drink, the land we live on would really pack this room. And so in this environmental movement, I see a lot of familiar faces. It's people who have been advocating for this for a long time. And I moved to Orange County when I went to school for UCI, and that was, to date myself, over 20 years ago. And even back then, I remember taking coursework and finding it alarming back then. So what you're hearing probably today is a lot of restraint, because we've all been following the issue for a while, and we've been saying, an asteroid or an emergency is going to hit, and there just hasn't been a lot of action. So I applaud you guys for leading and having this session today. Part of what Cool OC tries to do is we educate the community on sustainable living, climate mitigation strategies, preparing for disasters, and community building. There's so many people that still don't understand the climate emergency, and then for people who do, they don't quite know what to do. So we try to educate people on that. There's plenty of organizations that advocate and do things like that, but at the community level, there's many people who are just trying to live day to day and trying to withstand the climate impacts that we try to serve. So I would just encourage that. I remember Supervisor Foley telling me in your neighborhood, somebody took inventory of everybody's contact list in case of emergency so that you guys could all communicate and be there for each other. And part of the disaster preparedness and the community building part that we feel is important for this is that sometimes our neighbors are there before emergency crews can get there. And we can help an elderly neighbor before, emergency crews can get there. So we feel like if you care about your community, you care about the environment. And that's the spirit that we're trying to foster. The main thing I wanted to come here is there's a record amount of investment from the federal government and the state government and even local entities to help people mitigate these effects of the climate crisis. And I would just encourage that rather than it just hitting the middle to upper class, that it gets down to the community, the people who don't have time to research tax benefits or that there's, tax credits to buy used EVs, things like that, that we get it down to the community, that we bring that money to Orange County and serve the people who are bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. So that is just my message today. Thank you very much.
And last, we have Ein Creation with Climate Action Campaign.
Thank you, Ein Creation with Climate Action Campaign. Thank you again for even more compelling and informative information presented here. And with all of this information, particularly around heat and fire impacts, we wanted to really thank Supervisor Sarmiento for your comments regarding the community's needs around extreme weather and protection from heat and cold. And in that vein, we wanted to mention that the county 2023 report on aging actually does not mention heat, does not mention the need for cooling, does not mention air conditioning, does not mention energy insecurity or ability to pay energy bills. It talks about and food insecurity, which are no doubt real, but it seems like a potential area for growth for the OC Health Department to think about that. Cooling centers are very important, especially for unhoused communities. But extreme heat events are going to be longer and more strong in the future. And so we're going to need people to have access to cooling at home. So fortunately, this presents an amazing opportunity for the kinds of good family supporting jobs that we were talking about, for jobs in HVAC and electrical industries. And so this is a huge opportunity for our economy in Orange County to provide those heat pumps, which are the modern appliances that we're going to need to provide really efficient cooling. And so I also wanted to mention a related Orange County Housing Authority policy, utility allowances, that we've worked with Supervisor Foley's office on, that currently provide a strong disincentive to affordable housing owners, preventing them from installing energy efficient heating and cooling appliances in regulated affordable housing in the county. And that puts vulnerable families at risk of not having access to that heating and cooling, and to continued indoor air quality impacts from gas appliances. We have heard from OCHA staff that they are implementing an energy efficient utility allowance this year, and we hope to see that prices that makes electrical efficient appliances more attractive to affordable housing owners to improve access for those vulnerable families. So again, thank you so much for your work on that and for all your work on this event today.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're back on schedule. Look at that. We're just a little bit behind. Okay. So our next session is going to be all about preparing for our county climate action plan. And so I'm going to invite our speakers up in a moment, and we will hear from our county team that is working on this activity for us. We'll also hear from several of our local cities who have already begun that process in their cities, and our mayors or our mayor pro tems in Orange County who are working on climate action plans already. So one of my goals since I got here was to create a climate action plan for Orange County. And I think what I heard today, and I said this earlier, but I'll just repeat it, is that what it seems like we have a lot of different resiliency planning going on in all different departments, in different agencies, but we don't have one unified collective climate action plan where it all folds in to the county plan. And so that is what I hope we can accomplish here over the next year. And so looking forward and finding solutions to take unprecedented opportunities. We've heard people talk about the unprecedented amount of funding that's available for us from the federal government and the state government. I mean, now is the time, and we don't want to be on the sideline and miss these opportunities. So we are excited about, in our last budget, we were successful in adding a position for the county, a director of sustainability position, and it will be housed within our waste and recycling department. And I'm pretty excited about this because when I was the mayor of Costa Mesa, we actually developed that position for the city of Costa Mesa, and the position definitely pays for itself because the individual is able to work on grants and get all of the city team together. So we're excited. The job description has just been finalized, I hear, and we are going to be doing our job posting here soon. So all of you out there who know people who have experience in this area, make sure to get the word out. We also yes.
Sorry, Supervisor. They just let me know that the live stream isn't picking up any of our mics right now, so we need a 2-minute break to reset.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're back online. So I appreciate you all and your patience with our technology. Well, we went almost the whole day, so that's pretty good, right? Okay, so just to get back to it, we're working on our climate action planning. Last year, my office initiated, and the county CEO's office helped to get an inventory from all of our departments so that we could begin the work of working towards our climate action plan. so that we know what is the foundation from which we start. And so we look forward to working with all of our departments as we start to achieve a net zero county government operations. And today, it's a new day in Orange County for addressing climate change. I think we all revealed that. Um, we do have a wealth of resources available to us. And just to put a fine point on it, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, it's really critical that we take advantage of this moment in time so that we don't lose those opportunities. So for our fifth panel, we have our County Deputy CEO, Lily Simmering, and we have our Orange County Waste and Recycling Director, Tom Kratulis, and they will be talking to us about giving us an overview of our climate pollution reduction grant program that we are a participant in and the plans to create a climate action plan for Orange County. So Ms. Simmering, I'm going to introduce you. She's been with our county for nearly 8 years, and she has a law degree. She also worked for Boeing in Washington State. So she has a lot of experience in this area, and we're excited that you are the point person for this project. And then, of course, Mr. Kratulis, I never say your name right.
Kotrulis.
Kotrulis.
That's okay.
Yes.
It took me to third grade to get it right.
Okay.
So.
He's a UCI alumni and received his Master of Business Administration from University of Phoenix. And together, they are going to give us our update and walk us through what the next steps are for our climate action planning for Orange County.
All right. Thank you so much, Supervisor Foley, and to the members of the public who are here today. Tom and I are really excited to be here. We are actually here on behalf of the larger county family, and also, I guess, in regards to the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant on behalf of the MSA that we are a part of. But yes, I will tell you what the MSA is. MSA is the I have to make sure.
Metropolitan
Statistical area, which is a census tract that includes both Orange County and Los Angeles County. So we are looped in with Big Brother here. But in any case, Supervisor Foley, thank you. You were very generous to provide an overview of my background. I also have a background in agriculture, having worked for the Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C. on international food insecurity issues, and climate change was big back then as well, too. I have been listening all day to the hearing upstairs and listening to what everybody has had to say, both at the podium and as invited speakers here. And I will say that I think this is where, Supervisor Foley, you are correct. This is where all of those concerns that all of you have raised are going to come together. And the reason why, while we have it up here as the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, it is much larger than that. The Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, CPRG, really is just the funding source that has paved the way for us to actually develop a climate action plan that was reflective of Orange County. It is something that unfortunately, we have not been at the forefront of, but the timing is great. We have champions on the board who has prioritized this issue. We have staff that have been working on it for quite a long time and now are realizing that they are not the only ones who have been working on it, and that other sister departments have also been working on projects that touch on climate change. So I think today you will hear themes of workforce development in green industries. You will hear themes of stormwater being addressed. You will hear themes of coastal resiliency efforts. You will also very much hear us talk about greenhouse gas emissions and our efforts to reduce that, all through the Climate Action Plan. So if there's one thing I hope all of you will take away from Tom and our presentation is that everything right now can be included in the Climate Action Plan. We are not screening out anything at this point, primarily because that has been the direction that has been given to us from the Biden administration and the EPA. So for those of you who have projects or ideas, we are open to hearing them and including them. But I will say, and I hope Supervisor Foley, you support me on this too, I will say that whatever you suggest or recommend to us, you got to be ready to do it. Right. I mean, it's lovely to talk about pie in the sky things, but all the departments from the county that's part of the CPRG effort for the County of Orange are all the doers. They're all the implementers. We've thought about this issue for a long time and we're ready to go. So if you have any ideas that you want us to include in the CPRG, please get it to us. But also be ready to know that if you're giving it to us, we're taking names and phone numbers and emails, and we will be reaching out to you. And I will let Tom do the bulk of the presentation here, but I do want to let the public also know that there are plenty of opportunities coming up in the next month to hear from all of you. So I would ask that you pay attention to the last slide, take down our numbers and our emails, and reach out to us so that we can reach out to you. So with that, I will hand the presentation over to Tom. Please.
Well, and I will say in our office, that's called you plead it, you lead it.
Yes, that's right. I like it. I like it.
Well, hello and thank you again for the opportunity to provide an overview of the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant and how it's going to help Orange County have a positive impact on the communities we serve. So this grant is funded through the Environmental Protection Agency from the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. It's a nationwide effort to reduce pollution by supporting local metropolitan statistical areas at the MSA with funding for the projects that are part of a climate action plan. And so the EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, the CPRG, and granted there's going to be a lot of acronyms that we're going to learn and use, seeks to achieve three broad objectives. One is to reduce the climate pollution while supporting the creation of good jobs and lowering energy costs for families. The second is to accelerate to address the empower community-driven solutions in overburdened neighborhoods. And the third is to deliver clean air by reducing harmful air pollution in places where people live, work, play, and go to school. So one thing I need to mention about this nationwide grant is it represents $5 billion over the next 4 years for implementation of successful climate action plans. And so Orange County is part of a Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim MSA, affectionately known as the LAOC MSA. And the EPA awarded the LAOC MSA a grant to develop what's called the PCAP, another acronym, which is the Priority Climate Action Plan, and a CCAP, which is the Comprehensive Climate Action Plan to reduce greenhouse gases and air pollution in the region. And so these are the participants up here on the screen. You see Los Angeles County, City of Los Angeles, City of Long Beach, County of Orange, Anaheim, SCAG, which is Southern California Association of Governments, the AQMD, which is the Air Quality Management District, OCTA, which we heard from before, and then LA Metro. And so these are the participants on the MSA. The County of Los Angeles is the designated lead agency for the MSA. The development of the plan being facilitated by a regional steering committee, which is being led by SCAG. Again, that's the Southern California Association of Government. And the state of California is concurrently developing plans for the CPRG program with the Air Resources Board as a lead agency, and that's CARB, the California Air Resources Board. So the CPRG program has two overlapping phases. So phase one is the formula allocated planning grant to develop a priority which is the PCAP, the Priority Climate Action Plan, and a comprehensive climate action plan. That's the CCAP. That's phase one. Phase two is the sort of the competitive implementation grant based on state and or metropolitan statistical area PCAP. That's so. Next slide, please. So this is an all-inclusive approach, as Lily had mentioned before, and so to address both mobile and stationary sector-based sources for pollution reduction that are funded to have meaningful and measurable impacts to the communities. So the regional measures and project examples would be for stationary, or at least for mobile sources, would be again, transportation by increasing electrification with EV charging for passenger and goods movement, with expanded EV infrastructure, bus electrification, sort of the reduction in vehicle miles traveled through transit capital or mobility hubs, stationary sources such as building by sort of improving the building energy efficiency through electrification, use of appliances, heat pumps, etc., building decarbonization, and stationary sources emission reductions such as solar and expanded renewables. And then, of course, my favorite is the waste sector, waste diversion, and expansion of improvement of critical infrastructure for organics recycling, co-digestion, increased anaerobic digestion, opportunities for carbon farming, improvement in collection vehicles, and use of best available technology and emerging technology for emissions reductions and controls. Next slide, please. So this is on the sort of the grant allocation. You heard me mention sort of there's $5 billion that's going to be spent nationwide. This sort of breaks down sort of the first portion of it, which our MSA received to start the planning aspect of it. So the first allocation of planning funds, the EPA provided $223 million to eligible entities to address the program to develop or update climate plans. So there's two things: you can develop or update your current climate plans. All 50 states are to receive $3 million, including DC and Puerto Rico, with a total of $156 million. There is $1 million to each of the 67 most populous metropolitan areas, for a total of $67 million there, and the remaining 27 will be provided to the tribes and territories to make up the difference. And so for the LAOC MSA, it's the second largest MSA participating. So out of all the 67 that are participating right now, our MSA that we're participating in is number 2, only second to the New York, Newark, and New Jersey metro area. So that means there will be a $4 billion to compete for based on our PCAP and our CCAP submission nationwide. So the $223 million is just for the planning phase, and so there's a lot more to come with implementation. Next slide, please. So this is the process and engagement timeline. So just to share with you, leading up to March 1st, so this is, I can't tell you, I think it's perfect timing. So starting in September to November of 2023, the LAOC MSA is to initiate conversations with stakeholders, share grant application guidelines and eligibility, share potential measures and strategies drawn from existing climate action plans, and receive feedback, identify stakeholders, both existing and new candidate project and programs to be included. In January of 2024, the goal of the LAOC MSA is to reconnect with the stakeholders, report back on measures including the PCAP, and the beginning of coordination of the application with the stakeholders. And so it will be then off to the races on March 24th when we submit the PCAP that's required to the EPA. So March 24th is a big date to get everything submitted.
Can I pause you right
Yes.
there? So, Ms. Waters, did you hear that? March 2024. That is when we are off to the races, okay? You've been asking me. I now have a date certain. You're welcome.
Yeah, and I would say make sure, again, I identified September, the beginning of September, for us to start reaching out. And again, this is perfect timing for this, to talk about what's happening and to get input. So please make sure during this time everyone is stretching and preparing for the race, because it's going to be a big one.
Let me interject real quickly. So we just received notification, I think on Monday, an update to the CPRG from the EPA and in regards to the implementation grant. So what we know about the implementation grant, which if you will all remember from Tom's first slide is phase 2, it will be It will open September 2023. All of the grants are due on April 1st, 2024. So again, keeping in mind that EPA basically wants to see our PCAP in March, a whole month before you apply. So if they basically look at our PCAP and your project is not in there, you're probably not going to get any funding. You will probably not be considered competitive. So it's very important that everybody, gets that to us. And again, just to clarify, like Tom and I are really excited, but because we've been spending like the last 2-3 months of our lives on this MSA steering committee. But I want to be very clear here that there is the MSA steering committee, which is made up of the entities that were listed in that first slide. All we are doing is making sure that we are meeting the most basic requirements of the EPA CPRG grant so that all of the cities and all those entities in our MSA will be ready to apply for the implementation grants. Our goal is to get that PCAP done. We will not be submitting your implementation grants for you. We are not gatekeepers. You do not need to come to the county and say, Mother, may I submit this project? We will not be doing that. Our job and our commitment to you from the county is that we are going to provide our resources, and Supervisor Foley already knows this. We will be facilitating and hosting a meeting with all the cities in October to gather all the cities' priorities that need to go in the PCAP. The county will be hosting it here as opposed to kind of looking around and trying to find a facility somewhere in the county to do it. So that is effectively the role of it all, primarily because, like Tom said, March 1st, we're off to the races because April 1st, the race starts, right? So, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands too that what the EPA has said also in regards to the implementation grant is that the grant award amount will range anywhere from $2 million to $500 million. So what this signals to us is that they are going to look at, project by project basis, or they will be looking at regional projects. And please keep in mind too that the MSAs in California, like Tom said, there are 67 MSAs that were awarded the planning grants. There are over 130 or 200 MSAs that exist in the entire nation. And for those MSAs that did not make that cut, they are being asked to feed into the state's planning grant. So if you live in one of the areas, like some of the smaller counties in California, the direction from EPA is you will have to work through the state's process. So you will not get your own planning grant. There's no dollars for you. You're feeding into the state. So this is actually a fairly good scenario for us as Orange County because we are being looked at and given a fairly good position in terms of competition for finding funding for these things. So I just want to make sure that everybody gets those updates and that they understand exactly what the role of the County of Orange is in the MSA conversation. We're basically, a conduit into the larger conversation. But you do not need to ask us for permission. We love to collaborate. So if there are projects from cities that Supervisor touches on some of our department's business or jurisdiction as well, we would strongly encourage, hey, come to the table and come talk to us and let's figure out strategically who's in the best position to submit the grant. So I want to make sure everybody understood that as well.
Thank you.
So I'll say this is where I want to share what the county is doing regarding what you'd mentioned earlier. So we are creating for the county a new position for Deputy Director of Sustainability that was approved in our last budget. So I want to thank you, Supervisor Foley, and the rest of the supervisors for approving our budget and allowing us to have the position. So the position will help lead efforts in developing the climate action plan. The Deputy Director will have a staff to support and will be part of the OC Waste and Recycling team, working collaboratively with the various team members to gather information, current projects that are in the works, being planned to capture the positive impact that we are doing to help create and support and manage the climate action plan for the county. And so we're targeting to have this position filled before the end of the year. It will be based on a very aggressive recruitment for a new family member to help move the needle on our efforts. So next slide, please. So like Lily said, so how to participate, right? I'd say the importance of today's event allows us to communicate how to get involved for the various jurisdictions and community-based organizations. So as Lily said in the beginning, here is a contact list for information. As you can see here, Ryan Wolf from SCAG is leading the steering committee. And we have Brian Schuster and Brianna Sewell. They are our consultants with Environmental Science Associates. There's Lily's contact information. Also want to point out Christian Leahy and myself, Tom Katroulis. You could reach out to us and we can help direct you in where to go and provide your information.
Great. Okay, thank you. I have just a few questions, and I know, Ms. Simmerling, you have to head out, but I want to make sure I ask these few questions. Thank you for, I know we were a little behind, so thank you for staying. So in terms of meeting our climate goals and the development of the Climate Action Plan, can you talk to us about how do we establish the baseline? Do we look at what the state mandates are? Do we look at federal mandates? What's the process?
I'll talk, Supervisor, from kind of the direction that we have been given from the EPA and from the feds and the state. And let me begin with the caveat that while Orange County or the County of Orange does not have a climate action plan, there's an acknowledgement that about majority of the nation do not have climate action plan. So we are not as behind the curve as we think. And when we look at, you know, Supervisor Foley, it's funny when Tom and I and Lisa and Christian sit on our steering committee with the MSA, we actually end up dominating the conversation because when they shift the conversation to projects and outreach, we're like, we've got a list, right? And, you know, and LA County is, you know, like theirs are all done. So they're ready to go, but we're like, we've got a list, we're ready to go. So we don't feel so bad. What we do need to establish, Supervisor, is that the answer is going to be very interesting because the EPA did not have a clear vision to communicate to us because they're kind of building this plane as it's flying, right? It's been a long time since the EPA has received this kind of funding. I think it's been a long time since the other federal agencies have received this kind of funding under the IRA that is so specific to climate change and environments, right? So a lot of folks are, I think, polishing things off that they had on the shelf for a while. Others are developing new framework. What we do know is that number one, per the grant, we have to have a GHG inventory, right? So we do need to do a baseline, which is why it is so important that—
Tell the community what GHG, I know what it means.
Yes, greenhouse gas emission. And you know, I think like as some of the speakers have come up here and spoken about, there are ways to capture that, right? And a lot of that is by looking at our utilization rates of public utilities.
Pause you for a second.
Yes.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to inventory our greenhouse gas
emissions. Correct.
And that's going to be conducted by SCAG, is that right?
Yes, through our consultants ESA.
Okay.
Correct.
And so that'll be the first thing to do,
Mhm.
and that's a countywide.
That's countywide.
Okay.
Yep.
And then we have some baseline in terms of we have state mandates to get to zero emissions by a certain date, depending on—
Correct.
Yeah. And so then you have organics.
Mhm.
All of that will be compiled into one document, and we'll
Right.
start to establish, here's our goals, here's how we're going to get to achieve those goals and different milestones. Is that what we can expect?
Yes, Supervisor. And I think that, again, your question is especially relevant to the area of environmental justice, right? Where I think this is the process where we will have that conversation and actually start to identify, because we have not actually ever actively monitored those. So that will be where the CBO partners will be important. You know, the data we have on public health, our population health will be important. So some areas, like you said, Supervisor, said already, right? We kind of have an idea because the state mandated it or whatnot.
Yeah.
Some areas we're going to have to develop. And then I also want to keep in mind too that we are also very practical. Again, we are implementers. So we want to make sure that we find and identify goals that are aspirational yet achievable. So that would be the thing. I would not want to go in and be like 100% eradication of this, and really we know we're like 50% because the infrastructure is not built. So
Talk to us about, I know when we met, you talked about how Orange County got a little bit of a carve out because we have an airport that's part of our county operations. So can you share about how does the airport, which obviously we all know the airport's our dirtiest asset, how does the airport fit in with this discussion?
So it's so funny. The airport actually is the only county department that has a climate action plan.
I know. Well, that's good.
Yes. So, they sent it today, and we're excited about it because they have a climate action plan that is sound. And you're right. We are, out of our MSA, we are the only government entity currently in our steering committee that has an airport. And so that is going to be an interesting conversation because in a lot of our steering committee conversations, there's been a lot of focus on transportation because the focus is greenhouse gas emission, right? And then a lot of that has been focused on cars, but we wanted to include the airport. And I think that some of the exciting things that you can see from the airport, ironically, Supervisor, you will get the project list soon, and so will the rest of the board, about the projects that are being proposed. But exciting things that we can see from the airport would be a larger overhaul of our EV infrastructure, right? What does that look like? We've also, in there, you'll also see proposals about how to make recycling much more efficient and easy and accessible. You'll also see projects in there about the store or the water runoff out of the airport, right? Because they also are aware that they generate wastewater, stormwater, things like that. So you will see, I think, some very interesting things coming from the airport, but we did get a carve out for that. So we will be, I think, the only MSA entity that will be presenting any kind of greenhouse gas emission that's specific to an airport operation.
Okay. And then what is the specific role? I know we're going to hear from the cities here momentarily. So what is the role of the cities who some are developing their own plans, others are not? We have 34 cities. I think we have a handful that have developed plans or are in process. So what is their role as it relates to this overall plan? And then what are the benefits to the cities in collaborating, or even other agencies in collaborating with us?
I think that, Supervisor, the staff that's working on this from the county, we have our philosophy towards the cities is this, and we had communicated it to the steering committee too, is that we do not want to see any Orange County city lose out on funding through the CPRG because they didn't get their project in the PCAP. So as a steering committee member, we really feel strongly like we need to advocate on behalf of our cities that, hey, you need to keep, there's only 34 of us in comparison to the 89 in LA, right? So we're trying hard to open that door for our cities. The work with the cities have already started. And I just gave Alyssa a list of the current status report, but many of the cities have already received emails from ESA asking for them to complete their utility survey from ESA. That's really important because that is going to be used to develop that greenhouse gas emission inventory and baseline. If a city does not submit that or complete that, ESA does have a methodology that they could apply to do that. What we have asked for from the steering committee for Orange County, because we didn't have a cap, was can we get a little bit more of ESA's time to help us create a climate action plan and to help any of our cities that need to create climate action plan. What they have agreed to is that they will give us a additional attention and resources to develop the technical aspects, right? The greenhouse gas inventory, the sinks, the emissions, all those things that I think would have cost each individual city monies to do, right? And then they would have probably gone halfway down the road and realized, why am I doing this by myself? This is supposed to be a regional thing, right? So we have the money to do that. We've convinced that to be part of the scope of work. And so that's what they're doing. So number one, I would encourage all the cities that, I know you have some of the council members here. I would say, please go back, check with your Office of Sustainability or your Public Works Department and see if they ever received an email from ESA to complete this. And please complete, Supervisor, you have a list of
Yeah.
the cities that have not responded.
Okay.
And so that's the first step. And then the second step is we will be doing city-specific outreach. SCAG is in charge of that. So Ryan Wolf is the individual that the cities need to reach out to. We always advise supervisor that if they would like to, please CC the county team on those emails. And that way we can make sure that any questions that the cities have proposed to SCAG is followed up on, and that the cities are getting what they needed. But we will go into outreach mode, supervisor. And so for any city that has a climate action plan or any kind of a policy related climate action plan, come to those meetings prepared. If you have one, like for example, the city of Irvine is very, very well ahead of everybody in terms of a climate action plan. That is a city that we as a county team would make a recommendation to the steering committee that there be a one-on-one meeting, right? Because they have that plan and they need to go into details. For the cities that have not developed a climate action plan yet, we are going to help alleviate some of that through this planning grant by taking care of the technical aspect. And then those goals that are specific to that city, let's talk about how they can do that with as little cost as possible, right? And use some of this funding to do that. Because again, Tom and I have been invited to speak only on CPRG, but we are tracking all of the IRA funding, and there is a lot of duplication. There's a big push for everybody to develop a climate action plan. So if you cannot get funding through CPRG to do that, you could also find another resource to do that. And we're more than happy to share that. And I would also say too, Supervisor, that if you are a city and you want funding to do your own climate action plan, and what you can give us right now are the projects that you're already thinking of, I believe the CPRG allows for that too, Supervisor. So you could submit a project for that specifically.
Okay, and then my last question, and then I'll leave it with Tom to add anything additional. But my last question is, it's my understanding that once the plans are developed, that then all of the cities that actually sign on to whatever that process is, the county's climate action plan and our PCAP and our CCAP, that then those cities will be eligible for funding for implementation of their plans. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. You have to be in this PCAP that the EPA is asking for. And I will say to all the cities as well too, that while it has not been explicitly stated in the feds, we've been monitoring all the different legislation, Supervisor, and all the different grant requirements that are coming down from the different federal departments and the state as well too. And it looks more and more like the idea is to push everybody towards developing a climate action plan. And primarily for the feds, it will be to pull from this PCAP that the CPRG is going towards, which is why the EPA, while this particular program is being managed out of their I think it's air quality and radiation group. Don't quote me on that. It's been broadened to allow for other things, right? Like co-pollutants and different things like that. So yes.
Okay, excellent. And I know we're 3 minutes behind. So I caught up. We're still behind. So Mr. Kurtulis, anything else?
Yeah, if I can just selfishly plug OC Waste and Recycling and sort of offer a tour for anyone that actually wants to see what some of the things that we're working on at the sites. I would say please go to oclandfills.com, take a look. You can actually come in and take a tour, take a look at what we're doing. But also you have a parting gift if you would like. You could have free compost to take home or free mulch to take home and use at your leisure to create healthy soils.
Okay, just really quickly, since you brought it up, can you just share how our compost is made?
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ring.
I will say this has been a labor of love for our team. We actually receive residential green waste that comes into our sites. We have now 3 compost facilities co-located at our landfills, sort of transitioning our business model strictly from landfilling to resource recovery. This is has been one of our efforts. And so we basically take residential green waste. We manage Mother Nature, and in the end, we actually create a reusable product that can be used to create healthy soils, improve plant life, improve water retention in the soils, prevent erosion. And so anything and everything we can do to get it out into our public and put it to use, that's what we're working on. It's also, we're also SDA certified through the U.S. Compost Council, and that is a seal of testing assurance. And so, again, I invite you to come out, take a tour, take some compost with you. You'll be pretty amazed at what you see. And it's much cheaper than going to Disneyland.
That's
I
right.
promise.
And we also have the equestrian
Yes.
community in South County that's providing some additional fertilizer.
Yeah, we actually compost not only residential green waste, but equestrian waste as well, which is...
Okay. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Kurtulis.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and invite up our next panel, our final panel, and an important panel for our day. And for this panel, we'll hear from our elected representatives from the cities of Irvine, Laguna Beach, Costa Mesa, and Santa Ana. They will discuss the progress made on climate resiliency planning locally, challenges, and give recommendations to the county for what the county can do to facilitate and help the cities. So for our first speaker, my team is changing out the nameplates. So I'm going to call your name and go ahead and sit at the 1 to 4 here. Our first speaker will be Mr. Bob Whalen. He is the mayor of Laguna Beach, and prior to his election to the city council, Mayor Whalen served on the Laguna Beach Board of Education for almost 10 years, the City Planning Commission for 4 years. He's also credited with initiating Laguna Beach's wildfire mitigation and fire safety plan. Our next panelist is Mayor Farah Khan. We have Irvine Mayor Farah Khan, who was first elected to the Irvine City Council in 2018 and then successfully ran for mayor and re-elected in 2020 as mayor. Combating climate change is a top priority for Mayor Khan, and she also helped to initiate the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan and adoption of a resolution with strategies to support achieving carbon neutrality for Irvine by 2030. Mayor Khan currently serves on the boards of the Orange County Transportation Authority, the Transportation Corridor Agency, and the Orange County Sanitation District. Our third panelist is our neighbor right here in Santa Ana, Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez from the city of Santa Ana. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez is an empowering advocate in her community and was elected to serve on the Santa Ana City Council in 2020. She currently serves on the boards of the Orange County Fire Authority and the Orange County Transportation Authority. And our final panelist is my good friend and mayor of my hometown, John Stevens. Mayor Stevens was first elected to the Costa Mesa City Council in 2016 and elected to mayor in 2022. Mayor Stevens is a business owner and successful attorney, and with the help of Mayor Stevens, we created our first sustainability director position in the city of Costa Mesa when I was the mayor. So welcome all of you, and we're going to kick it off with Mayor Whalen.
Thank you, Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento, for having us here today. I think it's a very important topic and happy to participate. I've got a few comments here, and I think I may have some slides up there. Maybe go to the next slide. So Laguna Beach, we're fairly unique in terms of geography and so on, but we have been doing a lot over the years, and I won't go through all of these, but it summarizes a number of the actions that we've taken to plan, our planning, some actions and some adaptations. And you can see as we're moving through the timeline here, the pace is picking up. So, in 2022, we have a resolution adopting a citywide efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and build towards climate resiliency. And then in 2023, we have hired a PlaceWorks as our consultant to help us with a comprehensive climate action and adaptation plan, which will update really the first and only plan we had from 2009. So there's a big gap in there, but we're looking at having that completed by next September. I do really appreciate hearing today the county process that's unfolding, and we want to make sure we plug into that, and we will plug into that. In terms of the actions, I'll talk about this a little bit more on a later slide, but we did do in 2021 a greenhouse gas emissions inventory, set up a baseline for the city, and then I'm really excited that we just recently adopted a city fleet electrification plan that I'll give you some details on. And then, as you said, Supervisor Foley, we had we spent a lot of time and focus on wildfire mitigation and safety down there, just given our, as I say, our geography and location. So next slide, please. So our fleet electrification plan that we approved a couple months ago, we are looking forward to seeing that implemented. About 51%, based on the study we did, about 51% of our greenhouse gas emissions as of 2021 were from vehicles in the city. The city itself has a total of 161 vehicles, and I think we need to step up the pace here a little bit. One of those is electric, 16 are hybrid, and the rest are old school, gasoline or diesel. So we've got a plan where we're hoping to convert. I think as many of you who have been to Laguna Beach might know, we've got a trolley program. We've got 32 or 35 trolleys. We're looking to electrify all of those, hopefully by 2030. And but you see, there are some, there's truly some, for all of us cities, there's some significant costs, right? Developing a charging system and infrastructure plan for that. And, we think just the trolleys alone will cost us a couple $1 million extra a year to convert. But, we certainly want to pursue that. We will be, we'll be looking to, as I say, to accomplish most of that by 2030. Next slide, please. This is probably our biggest focus. Obviously, we've all heard a great deal of information about Maui most recently, and it's, whenever there's a major event, and after Paradise burned in 2018, I was up there. We took a tour up there because one of our main concerns is above ground utility lines, which certainly were a factor in Paradise and may have been a factor in Maui. And a lot of the issues that were present there just resonate here in Laguna Beach with non-native grasses, limited ingress and egress, high winds, high wind events, and an older community that the housing stock and the infrastructure is just a lot of wood, a lot of stuff that was way before the latest building codes. So we're clearly high risk. 87% of, as you can see up there, 87% of the community is a very high fire hazard severity zone, according to CAL FIRE. So what we've done, one of the things that we've done, as you can see, 363 acres. We have, and the county knows as well because we're partners with you on this. We have 17,000 acres roughly of open space surrounding the city, with the Aliso Woods Canyon Park, the Laguna Coast Wilderness Park, and Crystal Cove State Park to our north. So, which is fantastic. It's great to have all that open space and availability for people to recreate and enjoy it, but it also, creates a vulnerability in terms of, fire. So we have done, I think, a good job on the fuel modification zones that we've worked through. I think we would like to, and you can see kind of, we create this band around the city, but we certainly would like to engage with the county more in terms of what we might be able to do in the parks, the sort of beyond our immediate wildland interface. And I think that would be beneficial to us and hopefully to the county. We have, and our local water district took this on at our request. This was in the 2019 wildfire mitigation safety plan that we put together. It had like 46 different steps to implement, but one of them, which I think has great regional benefit, are these 2 helicopter refilling stations on our ridge lines, one in North Laguna, just north of the city by El Morro, just above El Morro School, and another sort of on the ridge line in the middle, which, right above kind of Aliso Viejo area. and the helicopters can just come in and, you know, fill without ever stopping. They just drop a hose and they fill in these 4,000 gallon tanks. So I think that will be we were happy to provide those, and I think that'll provide some regional benefit to it. The other issue that certainly we heard of Maui about emergency alerts. We have installed, we think, quite a unique outdoor warning system with 24 different speakers that we test periodically, and it's not just a siren that goes off. It's actually somebody speaking to you. So we tested one a couple weeks ago, and to make sure everybody can hear it and what it's telling you to do. We have other means. Nixle is our local alert. We really urge all our residents, and we get this out periodically, to sign up for Alert OC. And we've got a great group of CERT volunteers, Community Emergency Response Team volunteers. We probably have about 300 to 400 who have been trained in that. And they're key because when we have an emergency, and we had one in 1993, and I was there when we lost 400 homes, and you have to evacuate the whole city. And you have to have evacuation plans. So we did a time evacuation study, and I think this might be on the next slide if we could go to that, in 2022, which is how long would it take to evacuate the community. So what we did is, you realize, we took 23 separate neighborhoods, and we can kind of alert one or more of these neighborhoods through our systems to evacuate, and they can find we communicate to them their evacuation routes, which are limited in Laguna, but how you would get out and how long it would take. And it's the CERT. The reason I mention that is the CERT volunteers would be important in terms of administering that. Supervisor Foley is certainly aware of this. Again, we think this is a regional issue, which is the undergrounding of utilities. We have spent a lot of money to complete the undergrounding along Coast Highway and some of our collector streets internally, where the sort of the key ones for people to get off the hill and out of town before, if there were an emergency, and we just don't want to have down utility lines causing an issue. We're still working very hard to develop a strategy to underground the utilities. There's about 2.5 or 3 miles left on State Route 133, Laguna Canyon Road, and we are working with Supervisor Foley to implement a plan there that we're very hopeful of. And I think that's a crucial one, not just for us. There's only 22,000 people in Laguna Beach, but there's 6.5 million visitors a year. And, on any given day, we'll have maybe 250,000 people in the city, that would have to evacuate during an emergency. So we're laser focused on that. But while we've done a lot, we know there's a lot more to do, and we really look forward to working with the county in terms of this next step in the process. So thanks for hosting us today.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to reserve the questions until the end of the panel, so we give everybody a chance to speak. And at this time, we will move to Mayor Khan.
Great. Thank you so much, Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento. The city of Irvine cares deeply about climate resiliency and is definitely showing some tremendous leadership in this area. As of this year, we created a new department called the Project Delivery and Sustainability Department. And within that department, we have a sustainability team that is working across city departments and managing policies and initiatives that will foster change and make Irvine hopefully one of the most resilient cities in Southern California. One of the things that I want to share before I dive into our efforts is that, many times people see Irvine as being this affluent community, but one of the things that we don't hear about is 21% of our population is low income. And so when we're working on our climate plans or we're working on housing, we're definitely taking that into account and making sure there's equity across the board, especially when it comes to environmental justice. And so I want to start, next slide, please, with our climate action and adaptation plan. Definitely a very thorough plan that we initiated back in 2019. And, some of the things that we worked on was making sure that the plan had a series of 180 measures which dives deeply into many areas. And of course, our goals are set at 2045, but also certain goals are set at 2030 and 2035 as well. And right now we're working and anticipating to have our CEQA certification by next summer. And with that, we hope that, we'll continue moving. Even without the CEQA certification, we've already started moving forward on many of the projects that would help us reach our goals. And if we can go to the next slide, I want to show you what came out of that study in 2019 as our biggest gas emissions inventory. And as you can see, 50% of these emissions come from on-road transportation. And following that is non-residential building energy and residential building energy. And even if you look closer into the buildings, whether they're non-residential or residential, you're looking at 18% of that emission coming from electricity, 14% from natural gas, and 1% from generators. And so even within the highlighted areas, there are different sectors that need to be tackled. And if we can go to the next slide. And this is our forecast. So basically, if we just continue doing what we're doing today, in 2030, as you can see, we make no strides when it comes to on-road transportation. We do see reductions in non-residential and residential building energy, but we don't see any other benefits coming out of this. And so it is critically important for us to take action. Otherwise, nothing is going to change on its own. We're not going to see the benefits coming on their own. And I think that's something that's very important. And within the Climate Action Plan, we're looking at not only urban forest management. Right now, the city has about 500,000 trees. We're hoping to increase that drastically in the upcoming years. We also have a wildfire mitigation plan in place. We're looking at fleet transitioning to electric or other renewable fuels. We're also looking at EV charging infrastructure. The Great Park, which is bound to be one of the biggest municipal parks in the nation. We've already installed 250 EV charging stations there, and we're going to continue doing that throughout our community parks. We're looking at citywide solar. We're anticipating putting up solar in our city hall and our city parking spaces, really encouraging folks to do the same throughout the city. And so in order for us to achieve all of those items, really it's going to take an effort where we are working on multiple issues. Next slide, please. So here you'll see some of the measures that we're hoping to take. Reducing within our city operations. When you're looking at the buildings and public lighting, we're looking at reducing our lighting related energy consumption, increase energy efficiency, and use best practices. When it comes to electrification, we're definitely looking at transferring a lot of our municipal buildings to be all electric. Clean energy wise, our city side has committed to 100% renewable energy through OCPA. We do encourage all of our residents and our businesses to do the same. However, there are tiers available depending on your budget. But whatever you can do to help us reach those goals, we're definitely encouraging that with education. And then, of course, converting our city's fleet. We hope to do that by 2030. And so right now we're working with several partners to see, again, what's feasible and what we can accomplish in the time being. We're also looking at increasing our waste diversion and achieving zero waste by 2030 as well, and implementing an environmentally preferable purchasing policy. This will help us make sure that we're working with vendors that align with our values. And then, of course, reducing municipal water consumption. And I have to thank the Irvine Ranch Water District for all their programs. We've been able to, on the city side and as well as our HOAs, take advantage of their rebate programs where we're taking out grass and converting that to more natural plants and drought-tolerant plants so that we're reducing the water that we use throughout the city. Next slide. Transportation measures. Here, this is really important because we're looking at multiple ways of increasing high-density transit-oriented development, and you'll see some of that happening at the marketplace where some areas are being demolished for more affordable homes in that area, close to work, close to shopping, and the same in the Irvine Business Complex. We're increasing our electric vehicle charging infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier. We're trying to increase transit, public transportation. So one of the things that you'll see coming forward right now that we passed this year is our pilot program for a localized shuttle system that'll go through the neighborhoods to shopping centers, to schools, really getting people out of their cars and able to use transit that is easy to access. And with that pilot program, we're hoping to expand that throughout the city and really get folks to. I think it's a culture change. It's getting people to become comfortable using public transportation and feeling comfortable knowing that they're going to get to their destination on time and incentivizing it as well. So those are some of the things that we're looking forward to. And again, transportation options, making sure that we have multimodal transportation options available. We just launched, we're launching our pilot program for protected bike lanes. That's coming forward. Really hoping, I know Supervisor Foley, you were there to kind of try out the system. We're really hoping to encourage safer biking on our lanes and off our sidewalks by providing protected bike lanes. With that pilot program, we hope to, again, increase that throughout the city. Next slide. And building energy measures, really looking at what do we have right now, auditing where we can make the biggest impact. And of course, energy efficiency is high on our list. It's also retrofitting existing buildings to improve energy efficiency and facilitate fuel switching. I think that's going to be a big task, but we have to get there. We're also looking at expanding the city's green building program, really incentivizing and celebrating businesses that are in line with our goals and doing whatever they can to reduce their emissions and recognizing them and making sure that they are seen in the community, because it's going to take all of our partners to do their part for us to get to where we want to be. And of course, renewable energy, high on our list to achieving those goals. And of course, educating our community. We do that continuously by community outreach programs, induction cooking programs that are teaching people that you can cook on electric stoves and induction stoves, and it's not that bad. It's scary. I know some people, even myself, I was a little hesitant, but I'm beginning to learn that it's actually kind of fun. Next slide, please. And I want to highlight some of the programs that we've had that have really made an impact in our communities. The Cool Block pilot program has just been tremendous. This started off as a grant that we received among 2 other cities in California. It was Petaluma and Los Angeles, but we shifted this into our own program, which, as you can see, in just less than a year, we have 71 Cool Blocks. That is 202 households, 1,604 actions that have been taken. And the result of that is 675,301 total pounds of CO2 reduction. That's incredible to see that this is just by actions taken by community members that are getting together block by block, having meetings in their homes, talking about ways they can make improvements that seem very little and simple, from changing your light bulbs to changing your landscaping, even your paint. But the measures that are coming out of this are really incredible. A second program that I want to highlight is our Solarize Irvine program. This is a program that we partner with a nonprofit, Osego Solar, really vetting vendors that are able to provide the quality services and information, answering our community's questions, providing them with group rates so that they're getting less cost solar panels. And at the end of the day, 163 homes have gone solar, and that has resulted in 9,000 metric tons of carbon emissions avoided. And so the last program I'll highlight is our One Irvine program, and I can talk about that later. I know I'm running out of time. There's just so much going on in our city that I would love to share, but we'll hold my time and maybe answer that later on. Thank you so much. I know I saw the red light blaring. Oh, it wasn't? Oh, okay. I thought that was my red light to stop. All right. So I do want to share about the One Irvine program, if I may, real quick. also launched in 2019. It was really to revitalize our older neighborhoods and give them opportunities to be greener than they are now. And so we've got grants. Sorry, next slide, sorry. Yes, so we started with a few neighborhoods in 2020. In 2022, we offered the permit fee holiday, meaning no fees for permits for any of the items that people were hoping to upgrade. And in 2023, we're expanding the program for all single family homes. And in the future, we hope to increase that expansion to renters as well. Next slide. And as you can see, these are the program resources: the permit fee holiday residential rehabilitation program, where we're working with our community partners and nonprofits to help people rehabilitate their homes and neighborhoods. The Green Home Grants is where you can get up to $1,500 in a grant for energy efficient appliances, for heat pumps, for anything that's related in that category. And of course, the home improvement loans up to $25,000 in zero interest loans to our community members. And again, these are for solar panels, for landscape upgrades, for anything that you want to do to really make your home a little more green. And so we're really proud of the programs that we have, and we encourage people to check them out at our website. And with all the cities in Orange County, we're happy to share these programs to help them come along, and look forward to working with the county as well on all the future involvement that we can have within the counties. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. A lot of great work happening in Irvine.
Yeah, I think it's really unfair that we have to go after.
It's okay. My hometown's going to go too. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez from Santa Ana. You're doing a lot of great work as well.
Thank you. We'll wait for the... Okay, perfect. Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Foley, for hosting us today, and thank you to the Office of Supervisor Sarmiento. My name is Jessie Lopez. I am the Mayor Pro Tem for the city, and I am the elected councilwoman representing Ward 3. And today we're going to have a very brief, high overview of some of the issues that we're working on in our city. This is just a slide giving you an outline of some of the work product and in the presentation. Here we have a very lengthy definition of environmental justice. I'm assuming that everyone here is familiar with it, but simply put, it is about the fair treatment of people. And so that is the work that we are doing in the city of Santa Ana, and we are going to start with our general plan because it is a blueprint for so many of our local cities. And the general plan for our city had not been updated in decades. The city began its process in 2015, and it was finalized in May of 2022. It took them more than they originally wanted to, but a key component of that was the passing of SB 1000, which requires local governments to address pollution and other hazards that disproportionately impact low-income communities and communities of color in their jurisdiction. And this was critical for us because it also asked that local governments were intentional about their outreach. They were not allowed to upload a PowerPoint to their website and call it a day. They could not just hand information out in English and call it a day. And we really worked with our community organizations, with a lot of the grassroots organizations, neighborhood associations, to push our staff to make that intentional outreach. And they were not happy, but they did do that. So thank you to our staff. A second part of the general update, the general plan, was the inclusion of the definition of what an EJ community is. And essentially, it is an area of the city where residents have the highest risk of being exposed to different pollutions in their water, air, and soil. And next to that, you're going to see a map of the different neighborhoods in our city that are considered an EJ community. And it's a big chunk of the city. And next to that, you're going to see some of the hazards that our residents have been forced to live with on a daily basis. And it has not been up until 2021 that it was even acknowledged by the council and now doing work to implement solutions to address those public health risks. So the first thing that we started with was the climate resolution. It was a resolution that we worked with different organizations, neighborhood associations, environmental organizations, to simply acknowledge the issues in our city, like lead, which I know you heard a little bit about earlier today. And it was a process that had to come to the council twice because it did not receive majority support the first time. And then the second time we introduced it, it did receive support. And so basically we worked closely with Stand.Earth, Nathan Taft, and they do a lot of work with different jurisdictions and helping educate about the importance of reach codes that we heard about, and also how we needed to develop policies as well as courses of action to help decarbonize our city, to invest in electrification, and to restrict the expansion of fossil fuel combustion in transport and infrastructure, and limit or stop the exposure of lead and other toxic pollutants throughout the remediation and cleanup efforts. A second part of the climate resolution, and you'll see here two quotes, one from one of our residents, Nathan Taft, and the other one from me, which I stated on the dais that the status quo was unacceptable, and that it was unacceptable that our children were being allowed to play in soil that was contaminated with lead, and government, our local government, knew that information and had done nothing about that. And so we worked really close with Councilwoman Tybee Fan. Our goals, similar with Irvine, are aligned with the Biden administration and Governor Newsom's administration. And basically, we just asked our staff and our council to support us in asking them for support. We were supportive of their policies, and we needed their help at the local level financially to be able to move our ideas forward. And for us, one of the big tasks is how do we reduce our heat island effect in the city of Santa Ana? So we do have a climate action plan, and the city first adopted one, but it had never had any funding allocated to the action plan. And so most recently in 2023, our council did allocate $750,000 to fund our action plan. So that is going to be one of the recommendations we have for the county. If you are going to adapt a cap, make sure that you tie funding to that plan so that you can actually, improve and take policies from your action plan, and they will have money behind it. So one of the big issues that we are dealing with in the city now is Santa Ana's lead problem. About 8 years ago, Think Progress tested more than 1,000 soil samples in homes and in public spaces. And the study revealed that a high percentage of children in this region were exposed to soil tainted with hazardous levels of lead. And nearly a quarter sample surpassed the hazardous levels of 80 ppm set by the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment. Neighborhoods in our city housing more than 28,000 children had maximum lead levels exceeding 80 ppm, and 12,000 of those kids were in neighborhoods with lead concentrations above 400 ppm. That is above, the safe levels that our federal agencies have stated is acceptable. So here is a clear depiction of the areas in our city that have been suffering from this poisoning and continue to suffer from this poisoning. And I won't go much into the details because, as I said earlier, you did speak with somebody from OCEJ about it a little bit. But the groups most at risk for soil lead poisoning in our city are people of color, residents with lower income status, residents who are tenants, residents who are without health insurance, residents with immigration status, residents with limited English proficiency, and the majority of our residents, which are Latino residents. So lead remediation today, one of the first steps that we took was establishing a policy action committee. We are also coordinating with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, the Childhood Lead Prevention Team, community organizations, environmental organizations, and with UCI. They have been a critical partner in pushing the work forward to strengthen community outreach and trust. As you saw and learned in the previous slide, one of the biggest populations that is most at risk for poisoning is our undocumented community. And undocumented communities are not just going to allow anyone into their homes, let alone open the doors when you come and knock on their doors. Our local governments have not built that trust that they needed to build with our communities. And that is the work that we are having to do every single day via our staff, is to do that outreach, to let them know that we are here to support them. And for many of them, that is the first time that they are hearing that. We, again, via the partnership that we've established with the Orange County Healthcare Agency, we want to help provide blood testing for families. This program here, please share it if you know anybody in Anaheim or the city of Santa Ana. We are providing testing at no cost to the homeowners. And so one of the requests that we are making today is to let us know how many families have applied from Anaheim and from Santa Ana, because when we create grants program, we also don't want to make it more difficult for our residents. We want to make sure that we are not creating a complex bureaucratic process. We want to make sure that they are benefiting from these grants. Lead remediation today in the city, we are exploring many solutions. One of them is bioremediation, which for most people, they will think about that as an untraditional solution. We are working with our community land trust. They are helping to build a micro farm, and that is part of the work that they are doing. We are investing in educational campaigns. We are deepening our community engagement. We are pursuing federal and state funding, particularly with OCHA. We just applied for a grant with SCAG. We have established a framework, and that framework has not come without challenges. But the importance of starting this work and acknowledging one of the big lessons is acknowledging the CBOs that have been doing this work in our community, and how do we implement solutions much faster when we partner with them. And it's also important to have the buy-in from your executive team, right? Leadership at the city of Santa Ana learned in 2021 that they had a council that cared about environmental issues, and we were not going to shut up until we saw our policies be pushed forward and be implemented. And so having support from all jurisdictions, from the state, from the county, and from your executive team is very, very essential in seeing your policies be moved forward. Other EJ issues that I won't talk about too deeply are air quality. We try to work with AQMD. That is one of the requests that we have of the supervisors today, to make sure that when we are bringing issues forth to the agency, we want to see results. We have a specific neighborhood that we work with very closely, the Madison neighborhood that lives next to a crematory. But, they continue to lose hope that any solution is going to be brought forth because no results have been given to them from AQMD. So we want to see stronger enforcement from AQMD. These are some of the EJ tools that we want to highlight for the public. If you have not played with the EPA EJ screen here, we encourage you to do that. We just had some sort of briefing with them maybe about a week ago, and I really want to highlight the bottom tab, the Justice/IRA. That is an IRA filter that you can apply to your city, and it will tell you the grants that you are eligible for. That is another request that we have of the supervisors today. Help us bring those dollars home. There is about $40 billion dollars available through the IRA for EJ communities, and that is a number that I read from an article of the environmental law from Harvard. So that to us is imperative. We need to have those monies because we understand very well that District 2 cities and other cities in District 5 can possibly qualify for this funding. Some of our accomplishments are listed here. Really what we've pushed for is for zoning code updates, for CUP requirements, which the city did not have before. We just passed a noxious use ordinance as well. That, as you can imagine, a lot of people didn't like, but it is protecting our residents. And I won't go too much into the details, but another win that I want to highlight is when we established our general plan and when we passed the climate resolution, we said in those policies we wanted to dedicate money to hire an environmental justice specialist, and that is what we've done. We've hired in-house, and I want to publicly thank Margarita Macedonio for all the work that you do and pushing and moving these policies forward. Some of our recommendations to you all is that if you are going to adapt a cap, please attach money to it. It is imperative. To hire an environmental justice to work with your districts to really understand the issues that your constituents are facing and have been facing year after year. There's always going to be opportunity for concrete strategies to be implemented for the protection and safety of your residents. And part of that process should be co-governance, as you heard earlier today, involving CBOs, involving your educational institutions, involving your residents in those processes. They want to know that their opinion matters to you. And most importantly, start somewhere. You're gonna face roadblocks, but you need to start somewhere because we're all experiencing hotter summers. We just, had a tropical storm. And I just want to thank you for your time. And I want to publicly thank all of our families that have been doing this work, that have been championing this work for many years and when ignored. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for all your good work and your recommendations. We really appreciate that. Okay, next up we will have Mayor Stevens. And before we get to Mayor Stevens, I will just say, I remember in 2004, this goes to your programs about the holiday permits or permit holiday. In 2004, I was on the planning commission just before I became a city council member. We initiated this idea of incentivizing people to put in solar and to be more sustainable by having permit holidays. And at that time, it just didn't take off as it should. But I think if we did that now, we would have a lot of people signing up.
All right,
Mayor
we have our first idea. I just want to say the panel is just amazing. The passion and the enthusiasm of my colleagues here. What's left of my hair is just blown back. I mean, it's just unbelievable the work that you're doing, and I'm so honored to be part of this. And thank you very much for doing it, and also to Supervisor Sarmiento. So I'm going to go through some slides fairly briskly about responding to basically the rubric we got on what's going on in Costa Mesa. So in 2019, of course, we had a great mayor at that time. The great mayor, first directly elected mayor in the city of Costa Mesa, now Supervisor Katrina Foley. As a group, we meet from time to time as a city council, and we identified sustainability as a priority. And then we did, as she already has alluded to, did an amazing thing. Now, in the last panel that I was in, there were a number of acronyms. But one acronym that I think is the most important thing, and we all know what that is, and that's FTE. And for the people that are watching this, FTE means in budget jargon, full-time equivalent. And where the rubber meets the road in any government organization is not what we say, and it's not necessarily even the policies that we propound. What it is putting our budget to these. And putting our budget to a sustainability manager was a real game changer. And I want to give her a shout out. She's here, and she helped me with this presentation, Salem Afaworki. Let's give her a hand. She is terrific, and I'm really pleased to hear that the county is doing the same thing. I heard that earlier, and that has been.
We took the job description and just updated.
Yeah, really. I tell you what, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery. I'm going to steal everything that Mayor Khan said earlier. So then we met in 2021, and we have 5 goals and 6 core values in the city of Costa Mesa. One of our, to give you an idea of the level of goals, one of our goals is our first goal is fiscal sustainability or fiscal health. Public safety is a goal. One of our 5 goals is, as we say here on the slide, environmental sustainability and climate resiliency. That's how important this is. One of our core values, one of our 6 core values is sustainability. This is what we came up with as the city council working with our staff. So I guess we're behind Irvine, but we're not too far behind the county. We just this month, we sent out the RFP, request for proposal, for those at home, for our climate action plan. So we're going to do that. It's going to happen. We're going to get folks that are going to respond to that within the next couple months, and then we're moving forward with that as a major initiative. So let me go through some of the stuff that we've done in the next slide, even before we've done our climate action plan. We retrofit our street lights and upgraded them to LED. So here's an interesting fun fact for Costa Mesa. If we retrofitted all of our street lights, and that's 6,150 street lights in the great city of Costa Mesa. We're also working on doing the same thing for our parks. We are moving forward, as many people have stated, to get electric vehicles in our fleets. So we have 10 electric vehicles now and 10 hybrids. We have a senior center e-shuttle. I loved the idea that Mayor Khan said about getting kind of micro public transportation and electric vehicles. Believe me, we're going to definitely steal that, Mayor Khan. We also have at our City Hall 9 charging stations. There's a photo of one up there on the slide. 2 of our charging stations are solar. They're all open to the public. Anybody can come and charge at our charging stations. Okay, one of the things that we have really focused on, let's see, that's right. It is just photos. So active transportation projects. We have, in addition, again, remember FTEs, in addition to SALEM, we have a active transportation manager. And what we're trying to do here is make it safer to walk, safer to bike, get out of your car to the extent possible. Hopefully doing what Mayor Khan has mentioned is reducing our emissions from fossil fuel by having an alternative way to get around the city that's safe, but for our residents. This wouldn't necessarily help, people that are visiting the city. Just to put it in perspective, we have 110,000 people roughly that live in the city of Costa Mesa, 110 to 115,000. We have 16 square miles in the city of Costa Mesa. We have about 200,000 people that come into Costa Mesa every day. They come into work, they come into shop, they come in to eat, they do various things. So people are going to come into our city, and they're going to come into our city in vehicles. And I think one of the things I'd like to do is collaborate, of course, regionally with the county and with our brothers and sisters in all the different cities in Orange County to really get people into electric vehicles. I just purchased one for my wife. It's the same one that Supervisor Foley has. And also get as part of this, get cars to slow down. So we have a lot of traffic calming that we've done to get cars to slow down. And we've also reduced the speed limit in 17 different parts of the city. Moving right along, we support the solid waste initiative and implementation of SB 1383. And we also, we did a major project, the largest capital improvement project in the history of Costa Mesa. You'll see in the slide, the Norma Herzog Community Center. And we did our fire station, our library, which we work with the county library, and the Norma Herzog Community Center, all basically at the same time. The first project started in 2017. And the last ribbon was cut on the community center in 2021. Those are all gold LEED buildings. So we're committed to building our buildings in a way that's environmentally sensitive and responsible. We are a tree city. As I'm sure you all know, if you study this, trees are important because they absorb CO2. And so we have 20, it's not up here, but another Costa Mesa fun fact, we manage in the city and maintain 24,000 trees in the city of Costa Mesa. In the city of Costa Mesa, which if you stand above the city of Costa Mesa, my office is on the 7th floor of a building on Anton Boulevard, it is a total tree canopy. There's anywhere from 75,000 to 100,000 trees in the city of Costa Mesa. We have a green business program. What that means is we work with our private sector partners, and although a lot of the things I'm talking about have to do with government activity, we're not going to get to our goals without the buy-in of our private sector and our community members. And the Green Business Program allows a company to meet a certain checklist and get certified as a green business. Again, I mentioned this before, just briefly again, where we're at with our climate action plan is our RFP is out. We're going to get proposals, and we'll probably have we'll probably award that contract sometime before the end of the year. And our vendor will steal pretty much everything that Mayor Khan said in Irvine. I thought it was really important what Mayor Pro Tem Lopez said about environmental justice. And so what we did is we recently got a grant, and it was kind of interesting. It's from SoCalGas. It's a $50,000 grant. And I always love a good big check photo. So I brought that for you. I look good behind a big check. And so it was interesting to hear, it's pretty much our whole council there. And there's Salem in the photo right next to me. And the SoCalGas came and they gave us that because of our commitment to initiatives in our low-income parts of the city. I think Mayor Khan said it was 25% in Irvine, low income in Costa Mesa, people that live in low income or below, that's 47% of our city in Costa Mesa. And here we are getting a grant for addressing their concerns as it has to do with the climate issues. Obstacles, you can read that. Funding, which it was great to hear the last panel talk about all the funding that we can get. Staff, we'd like to develop a whole department behind Salem's great work. Political will, listen, we all got to get elected. I think this is popular. People are seeing what's happening in other jurisdictions, in Maui with the wildfires, and I think it's really turned the tide. And I like your point, Supervisor Foley. That wasn't as much of a resonating issue in 2004. Now it is. So, we all live in a political world, and I think the political winds are shifting. No pun intended. Shifting priorities. So I look at that and I say, it's really not a shifting priority because I read something about LA County. LA County did a thing called a vulnerability analysis. And they mentioned, I grew up in the city of San Gabriel, and in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains. They said something interesting in that. They said that the San Gabriel Mountains are the most vulnerable place in Orange County for wildfires. And they said in that area, there's 1 million housing units that are at risk. I mean, think about that in relation to the terrible tragedy that we had in Maui, but in LA County, it's exponentially a risk. So it's really not shifting priorities. It's the same thing in the sense that imagine where we are now with housing. Where would we be if we lost even a fraction of that? And that's why I loved Mayor Whalen's comments about the things that they're doing to address wildfires. Recommendations for the county. I loved bullet point 1, the inventory. You're going to work on that. The vulnerability assessment is something that I just discussed, and grants that was covered in our last panel. So we're on the right track. I so appreciate being here. I've learned so much, and I want to continue to work together. Thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you to Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento for having this panel.
Thank you. Excellent. It's great to hear about all the good work that you all are doing. And there's a lot of great information that I think we need to share with other communities. So, my first ask of you, even though I ask you to give us some recommendations, my recommendation is that you send over to our staff a good example, the Cool Block program, the One Irvine program, the Green Business Certification program, and also if we could really talk about how collectively we could all share in piggybacking on electric vehicle vendor agreements. If there's a way when your cities have contracts with vendors for sustainable purchasing, that we all share that with all the 34 cities and the county so we can reduce the cost to the taxpayers and we could all start moving forward more, I think, quickly to a more sustainable approach. So, really appreciate that. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, for your very specific asks. And we all wrote those down. And I know some of those are more specific to Supervisor Sarmiento, but I think all of us working collectively is very important. And so we'll get back to you on that. And of course, yes, we can't do any of this if we don't tie it to funding. So I think that's what this climate action planning process with the county and with the CPRG is intended to do, is to create funding opportunities. So what we need from you all is to give us your list of projects that you have that you want to get funded, and really do reach out to your public works or your sustainability offices, your city managers, to make sure that they're responding to the requests from the ESA consultant that we have here at the county, because the faster we collect that information, the better. And I know Alyssa has the list of cities. We won't call them out here now, but but we will make sure to reach out to those cities to make sure that they respond, because we all want to work collectively together. And the benefit to the cities is the funding. I mean, really, other than a sustainable future for the next generations. And then I have a couple of questions that are very specific. Mayor Whalen, so you talked about wanting to work with the county on the parks. Can you describe more specifically what can we do at the county to better collaborate with the city as it relates to fire mitigation from our open space parks?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Foley. One very specific one is, Laguna Coast Wilderness Park borders State Route 133, Laguna Canyon Road. So, I mean, whatever assistance you can give us on Laguna Canyon Road and undergrounding bike lanes, we want to have bike lanes, pedestrian, and we actually want to connect out to where you are already putting in some bike lanes just beyond El Toro. So it just makes sense to do that. But I think we had a fire a couple years ago in Aliso, Woods Canyon, just on the backside of Top of the World, and the depth of the vegetation, you could see the firefighters walking down there and disappearing because the brush was 10, 12 feet high. And that's beyond our jurisdiction, but I think there is a lot in those parks in particular. This is behind Soka University in that one area, but I don't know as though the county is engaged in any active fuel modification in those areas. And with how quickly all those fires can move and just cover literally a mile in a minute, so that would be the specific help there, I think, to look at that and see whether there's some feasibility in those surrounding parks to do some of that. And I know Irvine Ranch Conservancy just came down and made a presentation in our city, and they've gotten a grant to look at wildfire mitigation on a number of their lands. So hopefully a more regional approach would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you. Sort of dovetailing to the undergrounding, and I know she's already left, but so why is hardening the wires on the utility poles not enough?
Well, in our case, it's a specific issue, which is in order to get the bike lanes and pedestrian lanes, we have to move them out of the way. anyway. And if we're going to move them, we're going to put them underground. So that's our situation. But if you look at this, the industry statistics, even themselves, in terms of what they filed with the CPUC, hardening maybe is about 66% preventative. Undergrounding is about 95% preventative. So I want the extra prevention, given what we've seen wildfires can do in our region, and we've all lived it. Laguna Niguel just last spring, right? 25 homes in an instant. So that's why we are promoting the undergrounding.
Thank you. I'm right there with you and trying to help facilitate that. So thank you. I do think that even if you're not living near the wildfire area, the fires actually impact all of us in terms of the air pollution. Earlier today, before you all arrived, we talked about there was a great series in the LA Times this weekend, a lot of articles about climate action. What can communities do? What should government do? It really was really pushing on government to do more. And one of the facts that they pointed out was that the 20 years of pollution reduction efforts and the reduction of carbon emissions has been wiped out through the wildfire season that we've had in the last 2 years. So that impacts all of us, whether it's happening in Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, or Santa Ana. All of those fires collectively impact all of our health and our air pollution. So thank you for that. Let's see, I had a question for Mayor Khan. I think I already asked the question. Okay. It was not a question, it was a thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, thank you. We will get the information to you about how many people who have applied. I know that Supervisor Sarmiento's office is going to get that for you. And then as it relates to helping with the grants, for all of the cities, what we're really working on, and I know that our CEO's office has committed to this, is really helping the cities to get grants to implement the climate action planning that they've already got on the books or that they want to get on the books. So that's for sure something we will do. Okay, I think those are all the questions that I had. And at this time, we will thank our panel and we will open it up. We'll take a picture. If you hang out for a minute, we're going to open up to public comment and then we'll take a picture after that, if that's okay.
Okay, next up in public comment, we have Manny Kaiser with Friends of Harbors, Beaches, Parks, Jonathan Light, volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby, Lexi Hernandez with Climate Action Campaign, Richard Bush with Surfrider Foundation of North Orange County, and a couple more after that.
Hi, Manny Kaiser, Friends of Harbors, Beaches, and Parks. Thanks for hosting this. I'm so excited and inspired by what I heard today in District 5 residents, so thanks for the invitation to come here. There's 3 areas that I hope can get addressed in all of the climate action plans, local, regional, and otherwise, that I'd like to point out. One, I think we're all familiar with our inventory of state and county and local open space, and through our Green Vision process, we continue to identify and acquire additional opportunities. Supervisor, I know both of you have been intimately involved in that and helping with that success, as have been a lot of the people in this room. But acquisition and protection is step 1. And all of these open spaces need mitigation, restoration, and sustainment over time. Keeping these ecosystems vibrant and healthy is an essential part of our overall climate resiliency. And so we'll want to keep on that. The second area is the value of urban green space. It can't be overstated. We've heard a lot about it here today. I don't think there's ever too much that can be said about that because it's hard. It's amazing how difficult, a pocket park can be. Sometimes you think a regional park is easier to get than a pocket park. We heard a lot about the role of urban green spaces today in things like stormwater reduction. We've heard a lot about environmental justice. But every park, every pocket park, school garden, community garden, rain garden, every tree we can plant in our open spaces not only helps with that and with environmental justice, but it helps with the mental, physical, and social health of our communities. And if we want climate resiliency, we need resilient communities that can help support that. The third area is that the lead generation of leaders who are going to carry these plans through to fruition in 2030, 2040, 2050 are in our K through 12 schools today. And there are environmental principles and concepts and climate science standards that are in the state education standard and required in our schools. The Supervisor Sarmiento mentioned earlier today, and was mentioned by some of our panelists, there are some headwinds and there are some challenges to the acceptance of that science and those environmental principles. If we include the need for environmental education in our plans, for kids and for the public, it helps our teachers, our schools, our school districts, our school boards know that we not only support that education, it's essential to our success. And that those kids that are going to become leaders need to get that education. They need to be grounded in the science so they can help us make really good choices for some of these really hard issues that we have. So I bring all this stuff up not because I don't think you understand all of this or aware of it, or not that there isn't amazing work that's going on out there, but it's because these things are hard and they're difficult to fund. And we talk a lot about shovel-ready projects. Well, in these three areas, the shoveling never stops. And it goes on long after the ribbon is cut. And so keeping in mind those sustainment efforts, the continued sustainment of our open spaces, the continued, expansion and then sustainment of urban green space, and that public engagement, the education of our kids and our future leaders is something I think is critical to our plans. And happy to help in any way that I can or that we can to make that happen. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your comments. And that is true. I remember when I was representing District 2 last year, and we have one county park. It's the old courthouse park. And so it is something that we really need to prioritize. Next speaker.
Next up, we have Jonathan Light with CCL, then Lexi Hernandez with Climate Action Campaign, and Richard Bush with Surfrider Foundation, North Orange County.
Okay, as you heard, my name is Jonathan Light. I live in Laguna Niguel, and I thank you, Supervisor Foley and Supervisor Sarmiento, for this very informative hearing day. I have a simple request, and it's very much related to this last gentleman's third request. I would ask that for you to have continued transparency in this climate action plan process. I remind you that building on today with further education of the public is important in this process. A well-informed public on why the county is working on climate issues will better lead to a more supportive public. So again, thank you for all the work you've done and all the work you will continue to do on this very important subject.
Next up, we have Lexi Hernandez with Climate Action Campaign, then Richard Bush with Surfrider Foundation, and Justin Peglow with Moffitt and Nickel. And closing us out will be Emerson Jacobson.
Awesome. Hello. Oh, I'm a little bit taller. Okay. My name is Lexi Hernandez, and I'm here with Climate Action Campaign. I'm also a proud resident of District 2. I wanted to share a little bit just about really emphasize the importance of environmental justice and climate justice when we're thinking of climate action plans, whether it's at the county level or at the city level. And with that being said, I also want to just take a minute to really thank Mayor Pro Tem Jesse Lopez for really focusing on the importance of environmental justice and the role that that's had in the city of Santa Ana. But really for the county cap, it really is essential that we focus on equity throughout the entire planning process, whether we're thinking about what's going to go into the climate action plan or we're actually implementing what's going to be in that plan. And that's just because there are many communities who are environmental justice communities, especially in the unincorporated areas throughout Orange County, who will be the most directly impacted by the county climate action plan. And kind of just generally speaking about the county, about 52% of Orange County census tracts are considered under-resourced. So these are either communities that fall within the CalEnviro 4.0 scale of being impacted by environmental justice, or also being considered low-income communities from being a state-identified low-income community. So half of Orange County really we need to ensure that they have everything that they need and that they can really live these resilient and thriving lives. Also, the Irvine Center for Labor recently found that 1 in 3 children in Orange County live in poverty. So really, when we're thinking about who is most impacted by climate change and who we need to make sure is included in all of these processes, especially considering some of the previous comments about how important our youth is to continuing this effort for the long term, so we can get to those 2040, those 2050, and so on goals, we need to ensure that they are really centered and prioritized in this process. So with that, when thinking about the CPRG, I just really want to emphasize that it's so wonderful that you all are taking the lead in this, and also that when the cities who have not yet sent over their data, hopefully they will soon, and that there will be an additional effort on the county's part to ensure that those cities, whether they've responded or not, especially those who are under-resourced and have a lot of EJ communities, have that additional layer of outreach that's being conducted with them to make sure that any projects that they have, that they might not have staff capacity right now to get together, they have resources from the county or from others in the CPRG to get that in. And then also to encourage all the cities that are looking into climate action plans, again, to really prioritize environmental justice communities, whether you are developing the CAP or you're implementing the CAP, because otherwise I'm sure Mayor Pro Tem Lopez can tell you your plans will get held up for a very long time, up until the very end. The community will come and show up if you don't include them in the process. And including them is how we make sure that our plans are effective. So thank you all for your time.
Okay, next speaker.
Next, we have Richard Bush with Surfrider Foundation, Orange County, Justin Peglow, Moffett and Nickel, and Emerson Jacobson.
Good evening, everyone. I apologize for the way I'm dressed. I actually had a beach cleanup this morning with the fine men and women of the USS Princeton before they head out to parts unknown over in Asia. So I left that, came straight here. But thank you for hosting this event today. From what I understand, it's been quite amazing, and I got here at the lunch hour. So since then, it's been very informative. I am super glad to see Katrina here and doing this. It's good to see city council members as well. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting with some of you and showing up to city council meetings. But I kind of have a unique viewpoint on the Climate Action Campaign. And I understand, obviously, the county has its borders, obviously, so do the cities. But the ocean, the waves, and the beaches kind of, in a weird way, don't, because part of Surfrider, I get to interact with people not just from Orange County and the cities within. Majority of our cleanups along the coastline, including the harbors and also the rivers, the Santa Ana River in particular. Most of our volunteers aren't actually local to like the coastal community. They come out from all over Orange County. So in a weird way, like the beach belongs to all of us inside of Orange County, as well as local areas surrounding Orange County to the north. So parts of LA, Inland Empire, and Riverside. This year alone, I've had people show up from South Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. I've had to do beach cleanups with people from the UK, Vancouver, Canada, obviously, but also Maine, parts of Florida, Washington. And it's one of those things where you get to talk to people from all over the world, and it's somewhat unfortunate because sometimes it's their first time here in California. And obviously, Hollywood, even though it's on strike now, but, growing up watching movies, California gets sold of a bill of goods of that it's beautiful, it's pristine, blue skies, clean water and waves and oceans and stuff like that. And some people, it's their first and possibly only day they've ever get to spend at a beach in California, and they spend it cleaning it up. And to me, that's just really heartbreaking, just because I grew up here in California And I don't have a single memory as a child of a dirty beach. And it's just unfortunate that I spend most of my time now cleaning up the beaches when I'm at it. And I just want to emphasize that I am glad to work with different cities along here in Orange County, and some of them along the coastline, that in their climate action campaign, they actually are implementing the phasing out of non-essential single-use plastics. And I look forward to a day where hopefully I get to answer an email and get to reply back, sorry, we don't need help cleaning the beaches because they're already clean. You know, that'd be a great day to see, but I don't see it ever happening just because I'm waiting for the day that just, you know, everything gets implemented, all the chips fall into place, and everything just remains as clean as possible. But until then, I just really want to harp on the possibility that, you know, no kid should ever grow up seeing the beaches dirty. I understand from our student club members that we interact with that starting right around middle school, age 14 or so, if they live in a coastal community, they start getting involved with environmental research and understanding because they live in an area where it's polluted all the time. And it's just unfortunate that kids are growing up at a local area. And as we heard earlier, the economic impacts of the coastal community are vast and large. And, you know, if the beaches are continuously trashed and destroyed, it's not going to continue to move forward. So when the climate action campaigns plans get made, please incorporate phasing out of non-essential single-use plastics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will point out that our student intern right now, Luca, is a member of your organization and a strong advocate for everything you just said.
We love him.
Next, we have Justin Peglow with Moffitt and Nickel, and then Emerson Jacobson is closing us out.
I need to raise up. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Foley, for putting this together, along with Supervisor Sarmiento as well. I've been here all day, and this has been really enlightening, and it's good to see everybody come together for the greater good for Orange County and our coastline and environment. My name's Justin Peglow. Again, I am with Moffitt and Nickel. You may be familiar with our company. We work on a lot of projects in Orange County, and specifically in South Orange County. I'm a coastal scientist for the company, and just wanted to make a couple statements here. So we have a lot of experience working along the coastline, and specifically in South Orange County. We have a few projects going on. One of them that's been mentioned here today is the Capo Beach Nourishment that's currently taking place, as well as the San Clemente Nature-Based Solution Pilot Project Feasibility Study. It's a mouthful. But we're working on that to be able to retain sand, find ways with the city to retain sand from the Army Corps project that's taking place this fall in the city, as well as Orange County Public Works sand compatibility opportunistic use program. We're forming that as well. And we've also worked with the Orange County Ocean Outlets Maintenance Program, so refining that as well. But in our experience with this, in other counties as well, that's shown us that beach nourishment is a viable climate change adaptation measure. And this is evidenced by many of these projects that I mentioned, and provides benefits such as protection, habitat, and recreation that we've seen in San Diego County, Los Angeles County, and Ventura counties as well with similar projects. We highly recommend, as a company, Moffitt Nickel, considering beach nourishment with the sand retention, like I mentioned with the San Clemente project, as a potential action to really focus on for the South Orange County area. Brett Sanders had some interesting points with his graduate student, that it's not what we all thought before, that it's just southward transport, but it's bidirectional, and it's very, location specific. And I'm a San Clemente resident, and I see that actually in my own town, surfing different spots. You can see how some are eroded and some have accreted sand. So we really need to pay attention to the science that's coming out and implement these measures in the right way. We believe also that Sand retention and beach nourishment should be sort of up front and center for resilient shorelines, and that these should be included in the South Orange County Regional Strategy document that is prepared by Orange County Parks, and that document should be distributed to the public as soon as possible. It seems to be that this is probably the main thing to focus on with the sand retention again and the nourishment. And then I have a few seconds left. This came up later whenever you were speaking earlier, Supervisor Foley. You brought up that there was funds that may have just been allocated by Mike Levin recently for the dredging of the harbor and repairing of the breakwater there. And I was wondering if there's a RFP coming out, because we've had some experience with doing sampling and analysis plans for the maintenance dredging of Dana Point Harbor. And if one is coming out, and when would that be?
This is an Army Corps project.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
an Army Corps project.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate your
Thank you.
time. Thank you.
I will share that I appreciated the presentation that I heard from, I think it was another member of your team at the Save Our Beaches movie night. And I know that recently you had applied for the OCTA 5-year or the short-term study. And I did, I don't know if you heard, but I did ask that we work with the vendor that, or the consultant that the board ended up hiring, and make sure to reach out to your firm, because you do have a lot of institutional knowledge and experience with the South County coastal erosion, and we need to make sure that we're taking advantage of that and not starting from scratch. There's no reason to do that. That's very inefficient.
Right.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We definitely appreciate you reaching out on our behalf. And yeah, that was a fun event. And that was Chris Webb. He's my supervisor.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
And
Okay, we have
last up, we have Emerson Jacobson.
All right. Mr. Jacobson, welcome.
So, hey, thanks. Can you hear me?
Alyssa's favorite job of the day, putting the
It's
podium
pretty
up and
cool
down.
at a desk like this. Yeah, I'm Emerson Jacobson. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm from Laguna Beach. So thank you for being here too. And one of the things I found most interesting, I really enjoyed this whole summit and everything, but one of the things I found most interesting was that 50% of Irvine's projected emissions are from transportation emissions. And being in Laguna Beach, hearing those statistics on, our population versus how it swells on a daily and weekly, an annual basis. And, I get caught in the traffic. It makes me think of and additionally, sorry, I'm just collecting all the information that we saw today. We saw also the impacts that we're seeing in Santa Ana of historical gas emissions and the impacts that's having mostly on low income and Latino communities. And I mean, even in the aftermath, I don't remember the year when they started phasing out lead-based gasoline. But as people know, for the most part, highway projects, major thoroughfares have been built through low-income communities because that's generally easier. I went to school in New Orleans. They built I-10 straight through low-income communities just because that was the easier, most efficient way to do it. And so there are all these kind of spillover effects and knock-on effects that we get from car transportation, and it's obviously a necessary part of our infrastructure. But I wonder whether there's been any consideration as we make these climate action plans of implementing a low emission zone or a couple ultra low emission zones. There aren't any low emission zones in the US. London obviously is kind of the global leader. It's very politically divisive depending on who you talk to, but it's been really effective in improving their air quality. They just increased the low emissions levy again, so it's in the news now. It's like $16 to drive into central London, but what that's doing is it's improving the incentive to update your car. And so if you're driving an old car, all of a sudden you have an incentive to update your car, and they're giving tax credits to get more energy efficient, emissions efficient cars. And so, if we have all of these people who are driving and coming into our cities and we don't know, you can't necessarily impact them on us. I don't know the necessary policy ways to do it, but if we have all these people coming, it's not to gatekeep. It's not saying don't come to our beaches, don't come to our cities, but how can we improve our air quality? How can we make our air quality better for the residents who live here and continue to have sustainable revenue sources as our our transportation infrastructure changes and we push the forefront on electrification and improving all of these things. And so it's just a question: have we considered it? Would we be willing to consider it? Again, we could go from being not even having a climate action plan, so being behind our neighboring counties to north and south, to being the first low emission zone in the country. And I think it would be really cool. So thanks for putting this on. That's all I have.
Thank you. I can't answer that question because it's the first time I've ever heard of that. So, but thanks for being here. Can I ask a question? How did you learn about the hearing today?
I saw your Instagram. My mom sent it to me.
All right, very
Yeah.
good. Mom's rule. Okay. All right, well, very good. Well, this has been a really productive day, I feel, and I feel like we've learned a lot, and I hope that the community has learned a lot, not just about the issue of climate action, but also about what we actually are doing and where do we need to go from here? What's the timeline? What are the next steps? So we appreciate your time and your effort. I think that he's right. Emerson is right about that slide with regard to the 50%. We saw that slide from Dr. Treseder earlier in the morning. And what I didn't know, though, that Mayor Khan, you pointed out, was if you did nothing between now and 2030 other than the status quo, nothing would change. And you're doing a lot already. So, what does that say about the rest of us here in Orange County, the rest of the cities? So, we do have a lot of work to do. And I look forward to all the cities getting their information in. And I will say, I don't think it's cities that are in vulnerable communities that aren't responding, just so you know. um, Actually, they're being a little bit more forward thinking about some of these issues. But we gather all that data, and I'd like to see all the pie charts for each of the cities and then the county as a whole, because I think that would be really, really informative. So we'll look forward to seeing that as we get towards the end of the year, the beginning of next year, because our deadline, just to remind everyone, is March 1st of 2024. And so we will be having a plan in place. There's a lot of work to do between now and then. The first step, though, is to get the cities engaged with the county consultant to get that information. And then we'll be hosting through our task force community meetings, town halls, going to different communities, not having everyone come here to the county. But to have a hearing like this, we really needed to have it here at the county and be able to have all of our equipment and et cetera. So thank you all for coming. And our next investigative hearing is going to be on healthcare in Orange County, and that will be on November 9th. Of course, many of these issues that we talk about intersect with healthcare, so you'll hear some common themes on November 9th as well. So thanks, everybody, and have a good evening.